So let's go ahead and get started. Yeah, what's up, TH? Not so early today. Not so early. But I want to play Prot Warrior. My Blood DK, maybe on the Blood DK. And Prez Evoker. I want to see if I can maybe get the weekly quest done and just do some keys. I've got some 10s. Even just one is fine with me. Kind of like Warrior right now. Warrior feels good. So would like to get some alt vaults done. My alts are not that geared, so we'll see if I have any friends to play with, because that is the secret to getting 10s done on characters. Yep. Yeah, well, I figured, you know what, why not just do it today? I figured we're going to get ahead of the curve, especially because maybe I want to complete the weekly quest. And if I want to complete the weekly quest, then you see, TH, I should go ahead and get started now, so I don't have to do just one key tomorrow. I could do whatever. Any Demon Hunter tank? No, Loki, I don't think so, because I couldn't maintain all the characters I wanted to maintain. I leveled the Demon Hunter. The problem is, when I realized, listen, the problem is this. When I realized just how many characters I actually leveled, I quickly figured out there's no way that I'm going to gear all these characters. Impossible. Literally, I was just like, oh no, there's no way. Yeah, I actually kind of wish I could play VDH. I was watching a friend of mine play VDH this morning, and I was like, huh, that seems kind of fun. I want to play it. Yo, what's up, Rai? How's the Woo doing? I'm doing pretty good. I've got two things to announce, by the way. Hey, Papa. So, quickly, because I know it's late a little bit for the US, but today I have 3 days left. 2 days left. Well, basically, yeah, 3 days left of a sponsorship. I have my second sponsorship ever, and they told me at one point that I could do a giveaway. I was kind of lazy. I didn't do the giveaway. I haven't done it yet. So if you're in the US and you are interested in getting potentially some free but healthy food, today is your day, because I can run a giveaway for Factor. Have you ever heard of Factor before? You can. Well, we'll go over that in a minute. Let's go ahead and get started today. But yes, there will be a giveaway today, so I can do that. What's up, Alex? Factor is pretty legit. Yeah, so it's actually, if you haven't used it before, these are the rules. You have to be in the US. And if you haven't used it before, you can enter the giveaway today, and you can get it for free. You can try it. First box for free. So we'll go out soon. I know how someone who uses Factor, they love it. I've heard only positive reviews, just a little pricey after your first box. However, your first box will be on me today. So I can do 3 people. 3 people can win the giveaway. I have confirmed with the sponsorship people. I'm allowed to give 3 boxes away today. And we'll go ahead and get started. So if you want to order, if you want to try this, you can do it yourself. Okay, so let's just let this first ad run a little bit, and then we will go ahead and get started on the alt vaults today. How are you doing today? Suddy, Requiem, how's it going? What's up, Crex Frame, Marshmallows, Alexix, how's it going? What's up, Papa? And Loki, yeah, I would love to play my Demon Hunter, but I just don't have time to actually play all the characters. I already, like today, for example, I could go get more IO in the bear, but you know what I'm going to end up doing instead is playing my alts, because I'm an altaholic, and, well, it's the life. Not much I can do about that. What's up, Rai? What's your favorite tank to play this season? Guardian Druid. I'm a Guardian Druid enjoyer. I know Brewmaster is cool, and I do have a Brewmaster. I actually have a Brewmaster who has done like 8 keys this week, so my Brewmaster is going to be like my second main alt. Brewmaster slash, what's it called? I see Kent in an 18 Terrace. I could totally do it. Couple attempts. I mean, I could go heal 18 Terrace, but nope. We'll get IO tomorrow. We'll get IO later, next week. I'm not going to do IO today. Today I want to focus on playing my alts, and right now I am on the Warrior. My Warrior is not very geared, but he will be just fine. What's the MTD calculation off for Nexus? Oh, sometimes it imports weird, honestly. You need a new Warlock? Yeah, maybe study. We'll see what goes on today. Yeah, sometimes MDT routes, when they get imported, I don't know why, but sometimes they're just off. Like certain mobs get deselected for something. If my Nexus route is off, let me know and I'll just fix it. A lot of them I had made before the season started, and then when the season started, it was just off for whatever reason though. Oh yeah, that's fine, Slutty. Let's go. Sounds good to me. But okay, so I've been really enjoying Prop Heli and Prez Evoker. Honestly, need to take a break after. Yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing. It's exactly right, by the way. Litzation. That is correct. The second you play Prez, you're like, this is so fun, and then you need a break because it's very calm. It's just very brain on to play Prez. You don't really get a break the whole time. Very fun to play, but very taxing. I agree completely. Where'd you get the mounts? This one? This is the Mythic Farok mount when I actually used to raid. I don't really raid anymore, but when I used to raid, I got the Mythic Farok mount. Very pretty mount. I like this mount. Super pretty. Very aesthetic. Firebird. I think one of my favorite mounts in the game. Okay, so for US people, because I know it's a little late there, listen, we're going to do a little sponsored read to start the stream today. Reasonable? I'm super excited. I was on my way to work. First, congratulations, Tuller. Congratulations. That's great news. I actually wanted to start asking people every stream. I realized after my conversation yesterday on stream, I was going to start asking people. And if you are listening to this every day that you see me stream, here, I'm gonna put a little Discord notification out before I say this. This is a real thing I wanted to do, by the way. Here we go. All right. Here we go. Let's do it. Yep. Give away day. Here we go. Hopefully my internet does not go out today, by the way. Listen, I was actually legit about this. Every day that you see me stream, if you see me live, here's what, come in and tell me one good thing that has happened. It could be anything. Could be the silliest thing in the world. Could be I parsed well. Could be I did a good key. I blasted the first pull even though we did. Whatever. Could be WoW related. Could be real life related. Anything. But there's a lot of negativity in the world, and I just feel like it's a good thing. You know what I mean? Just literally, yeah, listen. Just one good thing. I think that would be a great habit to get into. I think that these days you have to actually practice. You parse rank 1 twice the night. Excellent, Sam. That's awesome. That's awesome. That's so cool. You again. What's up, almost sane noob? So, there is a giveaway today. Now, remember, cheered 100 bits. Yo, what's up, Spec? All right, bet. I will do some push-ups shortly. But first, if you are in the US, here's what I have to say. What's up, Satan Light Buns? Here we go. Good thing I turned on your stream. Thank you, Onos. That's nice. Just got your 3,000 IO today on your Holy Priest. Excellent, Rai. Those are great things. Let's make that a habit. Can we do that? I feel so much adrenaline. I timed an 18 Skyreach. Nice. Into a 19 pit. You time both of those keys? That's nice. That's good. Those are both good keys to have. It's nice. Those are excellent things. Yes. Why don't we do that? Let's just make it a habit. Like basically every day, let's just time one thing. Yeah. Let's just basically point out one good thing that's happened. I like that idea. Buns. I still read your name like that. I don't actually think that's your actual name, but I'll double down. I managed to get from nice. Congratulations. There you go. Let's make that a habit. I think that's good. Now, today's a giveaway though. Is it better for you if we watch on Twitch or YouTube? It's the first time I click the Discord link notification. I guess it's about the same either way. All right, 5 push-ups, by the way, Spec. I'll do it. I even set up a push-up camera for today, by the way. Not happened yet, but looking forward to celebrating my 17th. Yes, on the Wednesday, but eating out. That's awesome. Those are great. What restaurant are you going to eat at, Crex? What's up, Underwood? This is our first season tank, and I'm working on 16s. Awesome, Salsec. Those are great. Fantastic. I'm glad my videos help. I actually, by the way, have plans to make a few more as the season kind of settles down. I think next week, I'm not going to do some IO stuff today. I'll do some IO stuff next week as we get a little bit more gear. Yeah, for today. So there's a cap on how many push-ups we can do today, TH. And then once we reach that cap, we will maybe move on. I'll probably I would do a whole workout at home. My gym is closed. It's the Thai New Year for this whole week. So my gym is closed for this week, which means that on stream, I will do some workout. Today would be basically like push-ups. It would be bicep curls and shoulders, depending on how much we actually get done. But let's start today before we actually get into keys and I figure out who wants to bring 10s, like Suddy. Hey, Haru, what's up? Here's the thing. I got sponsored read. This sponsored read is you can enter the giveaway by simply entering this. Go to this link right here, and it's free to enter, but you have to be in the US. Here's the rules. Got to be in the US. Thailand gets a whole week? Yeah. No, it's the Thai New Year is insane, Requiem. I'll show you later. I don't know if you were here yesterday when I was explaining it. The entire country, not city, the entire country becomes in a water gun fight. The entire country, Requiem. The entire country. And Tulpi, I appreciate you asking. Whatever is best for you. I think if you want to watch on Twitch, you watch on Twitch. If you want to watch on YouTube, watch on YouTube. YouTube doesn't have music. Twitch has music. That's the thing. So Twitch has music. YouTube doesn't have music. That's the difference. But that's it. I also technically am live on one other platform too, but we don't talk about the third platform, I guess. So here's the thing. Ready? We can enter the giveaway. You have to enter the giveaway here. I will put the link here as well. You have to be in the US, and I will see if this works. Let me just double check that somebody's work. 1 entrance. Good. Somebody has actually entered this, though. Good. Congratulations, Fuzz Nugget. I think that's a good thing. That sounds like a good thing to me, I suppose. We'll take it. We'll take it. It's a good attempt. So, in the US, here's the giveaway, by the way. This is actually kind of an expensive product. So it is a giveaway today, and only today. I'm allowed to give 3 away. I might choose tomorrow if you go to bed. If you enter this giveaway and then you go to bed, I will show you later. But look, here's what we're giving away today. And I have never done this before, so keep in mind, I might be a little off. But here's the sponsor. I have 3 days left on this sponsor. After that, they are no longer sponsoring me. So only 3 more days. There's a link you can use. It is in chat right now. Here, we're going to show you right now. This is the link. This is the sponsor for today. Cool? Watch this. Factor actually has really good food. Every single person that has tried it thus far has been like really surprised by the quality of their food. Even though it comes frozen and it's super easy to make, you can actually get pretty good food. Look at this. They make real recipes and they have many, many recipes that you can choose from. This is really a good option if you don't have time to cook. If you want somebody else to eat healthy, you can use my link and you can get 50% off your first box. It is only available for people in the US, but this is actually a pretty good service. I think that I wish more people knew about stuff like this because a lot of times people think it is so hard to eat healthy, right? It's impossible. I don't have the time. I don't have this. Like I don't know how to cook, like whatever it ends up being. This is a solution to that problem because they have many options. You can choose when you actually use my code. You can use this code right here. This is the link that's in chat. You use this code, you get the offer, and you can buy a box. Now, you can choose if you want higher protein, if you want more vegetarian options, if you want more keto options. You actually have plenty of options that you can use here, and you can tell them what you want. If you have any food allergies, you can let them know. When you hit get offer, it'll give you all of those things. And they have a ton of customization. Again, surprisingly, because you might assume that maybe the quality is the quality is quite good. Most meals and everyone that has tried this thus far has reported they've really enjoyed the meals, which is awesome. So if you want a healthy food option, this is a really good choice. Try it. And if you want to try it and you're curious about it, tell you what, enter the giveaway. I'm giving away 3 boxes today. Your first box, I'll give it away. When did you have a haircut? Like a week ago. It's a buzz cut too. I've never had my hair this short before, ever. I've literally never had my hair this short. But Spec, if you're interested and you're in the US, just enter that. You can try it. That's fair. What level keys am I on at the moment? I think they are sick, just struggling. Oh yeah, what's up? Oh yeah. It looks good on you. Thank you. I think it's a bit too, I don't know how I feel about it, to be honest with you. I don't know exactly how I feel about it. How are you liking it? Kind of, it's like a little, because you can see through to my scalp when I put my head like this, and that's a little bit of a new experience for me. Not sure how I feel about that. Okay, so let me make sure that this giveaway is working, huh? Because I've never done this before. I don't know how. Let me just make sure. Let me see if people, okay, 6 entrants, great. Okay, great. I have 6 people who have entered this. How do I, okay, that's good. Okay, so the entry is working. Now, here's a good question. How do I finish this and then tell who entered and then figure out how to make the thing? That's the next thing we got to figure out because we at least have the giveaway working. That part is good. But how do I finish the giveaway? Then, all right, hold up. Hold up, noob. Do you know how to do this? Because I've set the giveaway. What's up, Bearish? Morning, Awoo. I have something for you. Okay. Hi. Hello, Xelios. Okay, hold up. Wait a second. I've set this up correct. I'm very tech illiterate. I've never done anything like this. This is a new experience for me. Oh, yo, thank you for the Prime sub. Much appreciated, Bearish. Okay, wait. Hold up. The giveaway has been set. TH, does anybody know once you set a giveaway on Stream Elements, how do I finish the giveaway so that I can see who won the giveaway? And therefore, because there should be a way that when you finish it, it'll like choose whoever won at random, and then I can give the thing away. How to do? Oh boy, I didn't think this far ahead, to be honest with you. I thought it would just be a button, and I'm looking at it right now, and there is no button. It just says buy ticket. I don't want to buy a ticket. The tickets are for you. The giveaway is for you. Wait a second. Uh-oh. Let me refresh my memory. Okay, so I've set, because the thing is working. Look. It totally works. It's here, right? The link is there. If you are in the US, you just have to click on this link, and then it's free to buy a ticket. And then when I finish the giveaway, you'll have it here, by the way. This is the thing, just to put the link there for the YouTube people. So you have to be in the US. And once I've done this, then yeah. All right. I didn't think that far ahead. Here. Okay, wait, hold up. Thank you. All right, what's this? So docs overview giveaway, usage giveaway, right? Okay, examples, configuration, and then, right, manage giveaways in your Stream Elements dashboard under, okay, so I just have to go here. That makes sense. Is there a button in loyalty on the okay, hold up, let me check. We've got this now. All right, I'm looking at it. Here we go. If you don't want to use the giveaway to actually potentially win this and just try it, you can use that code. All right, hold up. Loyalty, giveaways. Okay, yep, 7 entries, close giveaway. I understand now. Great. Okay, so when I close the giveaway, it will choose 3 people here out of random. Got you. Perfect. That's the one that I needed. Okay, cool. Thank you. Much appreciated. We've now figured that out. Fantastic. I can see it here. All right, nice. I'm going to let that open for like another give or take hour or so. The first box that you can buy, it's up to you, but the first box is something like 50, 60 bucks, depending on how many meals you get with it. And the way the giveaway will work is whenever I finish the giveaway, I will choose 3 people from that list. I think it might just be one. I don't know how it'll work exactly, but I'll choose 3 people from that list at random. And then whoever wins, you'll buy a box, send me the receipt, and I will give you the money. That is how we're doing it. Okay. Does anybody want to come do 10s? Suddy, you mentioned you're a warlock. I think my friend might already be asleep because I got on a little late today. So would anybody like to come do a quick 10? Looks like I missed Random. He already went to bed. Alrighty then. Is there... Yeah, okay. Big Packs is where Blood DK struggles. Well, that'll be interesting. Yeah, toss me an invite. Cool. Want to do a 14 instead, Cape? I want you to look at the item level of my Protection Warrior. And then I would like you to ask me that question again. I'm not saying it's impossible, but I am saying that it's probably impossible. I will do a 10. I could really use some item level. Gonna go ready for work? I appreciate that, Barish. Thank you for that. You healed as 220 on a 13? It wasn't a 13, it was an 11. Hold up, wait a second. No. I didn't heal a 13 on a 220 item level. It was just, hold up, wait a second. Yeah, that's okay. Well, hopefully we don't lose this because, the giveaway is NA only. It is NA only, Exilios. The sponsorship is only for North America. To be fair, there was one other region. What did they tell me? It was North America, and if you just so happen to be, I'm checking the message. Uno momento, por favor. 1 second, let me find it. God, I talked to a lot of people on Discord. Wow. Is there any real difference between the comp and relaxed listings? I think that some people are respecting it. I actually do think that some people are respecting it, believe it or not. Not 1,000%, but yes. I think if you see a relaxed key, I feel like my relaxed get insta-abandoned. I wonder how much it actually works for it to be fair, but yes. I do wonder about that. Unsure. Okay. Real question, would anyone here apply to competitive? Competitive? I mean, that's the whole point. I would apply to competitive. All right, well, we got a... Oh, nice. Okay, Cape wants to come, sure. Did anybody else want a 10 real fast? Before I fill this up? Could use a decent healer, potentially. Wait a second. It was also the Baltic regions. That's the other one. I'm just checking here. But your code is also active in the Baltic regions. I apply to both depending on your goals and mood. I don't even really look at it for the key level that I do with, but basically, I don't know how that's working. I feel like the learning so far, I've actually heard. Okay, wait, hold up. Okay, in the Nordics, Denmark and Sweden. So I can activate your code and stuff. The US, Denmark, and Sweden are also allowed. If you are in Denmark or Sweden, you are allowed to enter the giveaway. Those are the other two. Hey, yeah, what's up, Javier? I'm sure you've been asked many times. No problem. Do you have any general tips between balancing Raise and Ironfur? Yes, actually. I list my 15s as learning. Do you, Gort? I haven't noticed any difference. I don't know. Norway is Nordics too. That's what they have said. Now, I'm just following them, though. You live, okay. Well, it should work if you do that. I believe that so the way that the sponsorships work, right, is they give me a code, and then I give that code to other people, and then those people decide what to, like, if you use the code, then as long as that's in the right region, it gets registered, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. This is my second sponsorship ever. Hopefully the second of many, but I have never done this before, so I really don't know. This is a learning experience for me. This is a big learning experience for me. Kind of going to wait for a healer real quick. Do you want to list this? You want to try to bait people? Oh, DEFCON, cool. Plate person. Maybe I can grab a plate piece from this. Oh, yeah. What's the idea behind your bear build? Okay, Javier. So I was playing Apex yesterday. I'll definitely play Apex more over time. I'll play both. I like my no Apex build. I think it's more fun, personally, and I like my Apex build. Both of them work. I'll play both over time. The idea behind the no Apex build is it frees up all of your brain globals. Literally all of your brain globals. That's the idea behind it. Is that on paper, it's about the same level of tankiness, but in practice, which is oftentimes not considered, you don't have to think about anything, which means that you can effectively alternate in Incarn, as an example. You can literally hit Thrash, Frenzied Regen, Thrash, Frenzied Regen, Thrash, Frenzied Regen, Thrash, Frenzied Regen, because you don't have to weave in Mangle, you don't have to weave in Raise, you don't have to weave in Ravage, you don't have to worry about any of that. Just Thrash, don't miss a Thrash, Thrash, Lunar Beam, Frenzied Regen. It just takes your brain and allows you to focus on the key. And so it's very straightforward. It also has no directional abilities. Raise is directional, so you can hit everything no matter which way you're facing. If you face this way, you can hit things. If you fit this way, you can face things. You can do it this way. You can do it this way. Every ability you have is omnidirectional. There are so many aspects of the build that are just very straightforward. You can macro your Ironfur, so you don't have to. Javier, the answer to your question, if you're playing the no Apex build, you don't have to think about any of that. 0% thought about any of these things. Just go in, Thrash, Lunar Beam, focus on the key. Rotate your cooldowns. Cooldown rotation is exactly the same. What's up, Nordenheim? Does that make sense? So it's just the idea of you don't have to manage a lot of the extra things. When you play Apex, you do have to manage those things. And so it's just a very simple build. It's a very chill. A lot of people don't like it because they might find it to be actually kind of maybe even too chill, maybe a little bit boring potentially. I like it because it allows me to just hang out with people. Sounds nice. What about its damage? I was doing about 75, 80k in pretty much every key that I was in once I had a little bit of gear. If you take a look at the logs from the very first week, it'll be a little lower than that, like 60, 65, but it does decent damage. Single target is surprisingly similar to the current thing right now. Okay, so people are entering the giveaway. Fantastic. The giveaway that is, you have to be in the US. Here's the only rule. US, Sweden, Denmark, or the Baltics, supposedly. And then I will close the giveaway either today in like an hour or tomorrow, because I feel like there's a chance that people will maybe go to bed at some point, though. Does that build need item level or set? No, it needs also, you don't need 4 set with that build. There is a guide explaining exactly how to play the build and what the differences of rotations are, because there are a few. Here and for YouTube members. If you so desire, there is a thing right there. But yes, I got 2 days left of this sponsorship. Yes, sorry, Zolkan. I have to clarify, and I should probably put that somewhere in the giveaway section, is that it is only available because the code is only active in the US for what it is worth. US, Denmark, or Sweden. If we close the giveaway and somebody has forgotten that information, I will check with you. Unfortunate. Yeah. Well, I'll have to try to clarify that. I try to get it active everywhere, but the company is not active everywhere, so it doesn't work. Do you think the build could benefit from high verse more than the Apex build? Yeah, a little bit. Good morning from Vienna. Yo, thank you. Hope you're well. Thank you, Alexander. I am pretty well today. I'm excited. I've never had the opportunity. When I started streaming, man, I never thought, ever. I just never thought that I would ever get to a point where I was sponsored, you know? Might not be here if you pull winner today. If you are not here, yes, you can enter if you are from the right regions. If you are not here when I finish it, I have your name, and I will highlight it tomorrow, and I'll at least announce it in Discord if you're not here when it ends. Fair enough? You just have to come back tomorrow. Deal? Skyreach 10. Do you think the build could benefit? Yeah, I think that haste is a little bit devalued in that build, actually. So, like, you could play even like a crit verse build or a mastery verse build if you really wanted to. But the build is just straightforward. Now, to answer your question, Javier, any tips for the Ironfur and Raise if you're also playing Apex? Ooh, here's the thing. I'll probably get around to trying both. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to end up playing both over time. So, the Apex build, I need to test it a little bit more. I think I need to play around with it a bit more and how exactly it plays in high keys. Overall, I have a different idea, I think, than what is traditionally recommended. Because I found in the 18s that I was doing yesterday with Apex build, the traditional advice of just maintain one Ironfur was not cutting it. There are some keys this season which do massive melee damage, and since the season 1 and stuff, the ability to hit armor cap, I was really noticing a big difference. So, I would not say, actually, that you just maintain one Ironfur. It is probably something more like you maintain several Ironfur outside of Incarn. But I guess the answer is really, it depends is one of the problems. What healer do you have? What pull are you doing? In terms of greeting your damage, there are so many things that go into playing the Apex build, but overall, your job as a tank is don't die. So play safe. Get your Apex windows right, and you'll get the vast majority of the benefit from playing Apex. But I really think that you should not be over-raising outside of in-card windows. I guess it depends a little bit, but yeah, that's my current thought process on the build. Cool. Haven't played Warrior in a long time, actually. I need to like remember how to play Warrior. It'll take me a second. I wonder if I'll insta-proc cheat death. Yep, insta-proc cheat death. Hilarious. All right, I'm not exactly super geared for this, so I'm sure it'll be fine, probably. I'm just going to use all my cooldowns because I'm still doing a big first pull. But after this, I'm probably not doing a big... I'm going to go very safe this key. I think I might feel it because there's only so much I can do as a warrior, especially because we invited a healer who is not very geared. So, hold up. I'm going to need to just move around for the shear here. I'm going to have to actually do some tips as a warrior here because I am very not geared. Like, I'm not geared. I'm very not geared. Technically, it's enough. I have no set. I actually pulled a mythic headpiece out of this. What's up, Zulkin? Oh, you know what? Maybe I should not even be pulling this here. Yeah, hold up. I really need my healer to watch me like a bit, and maybe I should have just... Yeah. When I said not geared, I wasn't kidding. Let's put it that way. Yeah. I should be alive, technically, but maybe should have invited, like, a Resto Druid. I'll just have to pull safe. What's up, Phil Bear? How's it going? I posted our chat, actually. Okay, hold up. I'm just gonna go like, wee. Yeah, I miss Warrior. I actually like Prot Warrior. I think Prot Warrior is a lot of fun. It's, like, rotationally very similar to Bear, actually, though. Can you explain the transition to next reset will be? What do you mean by that? Help, healer, help. If my max is a 10, will it be like this in next season? Oh, good question, Alexander. The new season reset is always a bit funky with that. I don't have an exact answer, though. Yeah, I wouldn't say I'm super tanky. I would say that I'm good. I'm gonna figure it out. How did you like the Necrolord? I never liked Necrolord. I like Kyrian. The Kyrian was more fun, in my opinion. Okay, here we go. I can live this poll, probably. Most likely, I'm going to live. Probably. I got a Blessing of Sacrifice, I'll take it. I can also Spell Reflect that damage, because it is magic damage. I mean, I love the control. You know, it feels squishy when you're not geared like I currently am. Otherwise, it's not so bad. It's a very tanky tank. However, I really could use like a little bit more. Maybe I shouldn't have played with like an under. I probably shouldn't have just taken like a random undergeared Holy Paladin. He's doing his best. I don't know what he's playing right now, but he certainly was not expecting that. We'll figure it out. We'll get through it. We'll get through it. He's doing his best, man. He's trying. He's just casting holy light on me. He's doing what he can do, man. Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know. It'll work. It'll work. Just try not to proc cheat death on this one guy. There you go. It'll be a fine. I'll figure it out. I'm sure we can't lose from here. Here we go. All right. We might have a few deaths, but we will time it. I am relatively confident. But my poor Holy Paladin, he's just doing his best, man. The healer needs mana. Oh, that's not a good sign. That is not a good sign. Yep, hold up. Because, like, Prot Warrior, if I'm this under geared, I'm going to need a little bit of healing, though. It's making a post about crazy tanks on general forms after this Mythic Plus. I'm doing nothing right now. I'd love to invite you after for what it's worth. Yeah, that sounds good. Travis, if you want to come play in a bit, that sounds good to me. They're at the keyboard. Oh, there's the healer. No, healer. No. Uh-oh. Healer. I mean, I can live it if you heal me. I probably won't. Oh, healer. Rest in peace, my plus 10. Reset. Oh, no. That's not good. That's less than ideal. Here we go. Nope. Well, we'll try it one more time. So as I mentioned, the healer is struggling just a little bit. That's okay. That's no problem. Here we go. We try it we try it one more time. If the healer, that's okay. No problem. It's not going to be an hour key. We have to time it because otherwise this is not a resilient 10. This key is not resil. So we kind of have to time it in order for me to keep playing my warrior today. Hey, we're wondering what the purpose. No Apex spin. No Apex something spicy. No more raise management. It's just so chill. Like if you try, also your threat management on No Apex is like super easy. Like that's one of the biggest benefits of it. People will say it doesn't have better threat. It absolutely does, and I can tell you that because I've played it a ton. I also played Apex yesterday, and threat. I have to think about it more. Now, granted, I still had perfect threat on the Apex. That wasn't a problem. But it is a consideration. If you are like, man, my threat is just like all over the place. I cannot maintain threat. If you were to try the build, you would probably be like, wow, threat is solved. It really does help a ton with threat, though, for what it's worth, though. Back to this lower platform to reset the boss. Oh, I thought I insta-died if I did that. That's all good. We just have to try not to die again. No problem. Yeah, see, I'm tanky. Let's see if the healer dies right now, though. Oh, he's going to get knocked off. Healer, no! Healer, no! Oh, warrior, no! Oh, okay. Well. All good, no problem. It be like that sometimes. Now, Travis, about that caverns. Travis, so interesting you mentioned that you might be free. About that caverns. Now, hear me out. It's all good. No problem. GG's. Yeah, I've played this old Apex. This is one of the warrior build I think I would play. I haven't really gone to high keys, obviously, so I'm not sure if I would fully play these talents, but there we go. No problem. We gonna vote to abandon this. It do be like that sometimes. It's all good. No, it's okay. It's all good. No worries. I don't want him to feel bad. No worries. It'd be like that. All right, where were we? So there's still a giveaway running, and I will run it for at least a little bit. Teddy. Wait, Travis. Would you... Yeah, you have an 11 caverns. Would you be down to do the caverns real fast? I am interested. I've already done an 11 Mysara cavern, so I can totally do it. Curious? You want cavern? Cavern Warrior? Travis, I am interested. Yo. I feel bad for that pally. No problem. Yeah, he was clearly not having a good key. So stressful. It's all good. Yep. That's why we don't ever yell at people. Just that, you know, you don't know what people are going through. All right, Travis. Are you on my friends list? Are you not on my friends list, actually? Also, why is it so hot in Thailand? Yeah, no problem, no problem. What's your item level on the Prot Warrior? Marco, I would say my item level is more than adequate for a 10 or 11. Item level is a crutch designed by the media to make you feel lesser than you actually are. You can believe in, if you believe in yourself, anything is possible. Most anything. Not technically anything, but almost anything is possible if you believe in yourself. Want me to lower to 10 or keep 11? Maybe we just go 10. maybe like a 10 real fast is fine. We did it on 11 before, but I remember almost dying pretty much consistently. So how about like a 10? You say you only went one Apex? Correct. Yes. Javier, I am. Yo, thank you for this up. Much appreciated. Okay, so this is what we're running. I think Prot Warrior only runs one Apex right now. In terms of the other talents, like, as far as I know, it's like this. Hey, twin. I have a brother. Or a sister. I do. What's the best place to check out your no Apex bear build? Discord. Sorry, forgot to pin that today. Here you go. Discord right here. I also owe Spec 5 push-ups. We should do that right now. I did mean that. I will do some push-ups today. Now, watch this. Right, here we go. All right. I don't know when I'm ending the giveaway for what it's worth. I will have it going. I think that it's my first ever time doing a giveaway, so I think that sounds good. Not going to this one, no problem. All good. GG's. Interesting build. I see the extra damage talents. So this is not just it's actually a really good talent now that they buffed it. I think there's a world where I don't think you want to drop Blood Surge or Instigate. There are a few talents I could see picking up here, but I think give or take, this is a Prot Warrior build that you would play. I'm not 100% certain, though. I would need to actually take a look at what high-level people are playing. The main thing is obviously whether you play Heavy Repercussions or Into the Fray. That's the big question for Prot Warrior, I think. But obviously, since I have no gear, I'm just going to play Heavy Repercussions. All right, I'm going to pass somebody lead. You list the 10. You got somebody coming? Excellent. Sounds good to me. I believe I have a portal up, so we'll take a portal. Now, watch this. Today, I made a little push-up camera. There's a second webcam I found. Yo, what's up, Toza? Hello, hello. Sawadee Mai, hello. Yep, thank you, thank you. I'm doing good, I'm doing good. Also, Happy New Year to you. The Thai New Year. Have you guys ever heard of this? Have you, by the way, ever heard of the Thai New Year? Do you know what's about to happen to the city in Thailand? Can you speak other languages, Awu? Not really, no. No Songkran today? I don't like playing Songkran, Tosa. I'm not a big Songkran enjoyer. It's too much for me. It's... The thing is, Tosa, listen. Tosa, I can say this to you because you will understand and no one else will understand. So I can say this to you, okay? Look at me. Ben Farang. You understand? If I go outside... Yeah, okay. Glad you understand. If I go outside during Songkran, I do not escape unscathed. Everyone wants to touch me. Like, literally, last year I went to play Songkran, and I counted, and I was groped like 13 times. It's pretty wild. Like, if I go out to play Songkran, it's a wild experience. Like the ice down the shirt, my face like this with the white powder. It's wild. It's a holiday for sure. If you guys don't know what Songkran is, the Thai New Year basically takes place in April. April is the hottest month in Thailand. And so, yeah. Do you live in Thailand? Yes, exactly. That is why, Javier. That is why I stream at this time. So, Farang just means I'm a foreigner and I look a certain way. So when I go outside, everybody wants to play with me, which sounds weirder than it actually is. Here, I'll show you. Songkran is this. The entire city turns into a water gun fight, but it's not just a water gun fight. Doable to tank 10s, 100% silver. I'm about to tank a 10 with 229 on my Prot Warrior. Yes, you can. 100% silver. You need to understand the dungeon, but you can. Sounds... No. It's not that. It's actually... It's hard to explain. That's why I didn't want to say it outside of actually saying it in Thai. It's not racist. It's just excitement. Honestly, Tabzer, it's just excitement. It's just like people are really excited to see me and they want to engage with me. And Songkran is a wild holiday and they tend to get a little carried away. That's mostly what it actually is, right? It's just, that's all it really is, if that makes sense. Really good. I think I started tanking 10s right. Nice. I'm glad it helped, C Steamroller. This is Songkran, by the way. Like, literally the entire city just turns into a water gun fight. Both. Well, the splashed on site Boo Josh is 100% that, but also the other one. Yeah, I also, the last time I went to play Songkran, 2 people tried to kiss me, too. This is Songkran. Oh, that's big. Hold on, that's the wrong window capture. My bad, this one. This is the Songkran holiday. It is just like, this is AI. This is the entire city. Cannot express to you, it is shoulder to shoulder. Pretty much all streets are actually shut down. And the entire city becomes a water gun fight for several days. It's insane. It is redunculous. This holiday, if it existed anywhere else in the world, would literally never, people would die. But also the problem is that they put powder on your face like this. This is like part of it. So everybody walks around with like powder on their face. But you actually, if you walk outside, you have to wear, like they sell goggles on every single corner store. They'll sell water guns at every corner store. And it's several days worth of this. It's really, really wild. Trucks will run around like this. Look at this. The trucks will just roam around the city, basically. Like, this is what the city becomes. Everywhere in Thailand becomes this. It's kind of wild that this exists. And, like, you just have buckets of water everywhere, and it's just like, this is the entire city. And you cannot go outside without this happening to you. You physically, and I mean that, you cannot go outside without your phone and your wallet in a waterproof container because you will get splashed. 0% chance you don't. I wanted to stream it. I wanted to show people because it's actually wild. I really wanted to actually show people this, but I don't know how I would stream it. It doesn't, like, how in the world would I manage to go outside and stream that, right? Like, I don't understand because, like, it's crazy. It's fun, like, the first 2 years, right? You'll love it. No, I mean, Chuck, when I first moved here, it was interesting. Just a massive waste of water. I mean, I don't know how much water it actually wastes for what it's worth. Waterproof stream gear? I thought about it, but I don't know how to do it. What's up, Kabizzle? How's it going? Oh, let me do 5 push-ups real quick. Just curious, how come you live in Thailand? I'll tell you in a moment. But first, I made a little push-up camera. You got lead? Yeah, 1 second, sorry. I owe 5 push-ups. I'm going to put this back on the stream. I turned it off for the sponsored read. Here we go. 5 push-ups. Let's go. I got a room cam. Watch this. You're just going to see the back of my room here. Ready? There you go. Perfect. Look at that. Nice. There's a little wire there, too. There we go. 5 push-ups. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Easy. No problem. There. Room cam. Nice. I don't know if I actually was in the right spot there, but yes. 5 push-ups today. Morning, all. What's with the camera angle? Oh, just real quick for the push-ups. He's now better geared than his warrior. You guys ever see Solo Leveling? You guys know the show Solo Leveling? That anime? My actual... It's not... It's good, though. It just came from Discord. How can I join the giveaway? I'm new in WoW. So, WoW... Sorry. The giveaway is not for WoW. Checo Henry. Good question. My apologies for not clarifying. The giveaway is not for World of Warcraft. The giveaway is for my sponsor of today's stream, which I have for a little bit, and it is called Factor. It is a nutrition meal service, and you can get free healthy meals. You have to be in the US or Sweden or Denmark. Yep, it is a Factor giveaway. I hope you're having a good day. Thank you. So far, so good. So far, so good. I hope Arson also has a good day today. I've got this. I can tank this. No problem. Not even that worried. Not even that scared. I mean, I'm kind of scared, like a little bit, but I'm not that scared. As long as things die on time, I should be absolutely fine. Just got a little CC there, a little spell reflect action here. I'm not exactly the most geared of the geared things that I could be. But, you know, as I've mentioned before, gear is simply a crux. It's a thing that people depend on, but you shouldn't have to depend on gear, though. The ones who bumped it to an 18? No, it's okay. Execute, no problem. I don't have Execute on stream. We gotta do some old stuff today. For the skellies in here, you can dispel the shield off, or is it worth doing? Yes, it is. I'm not really geared? No. Yeah, it's fine. I'm really not even that worried about it. Let's just actually do a normal route. I don't know. I think actually people in here are pretty good, but let's just do like a chill, like we'll just pull a pack by pack type route. Yeah, but it will nonetheless be a-okay. I have full faith in my abilities. I'm scared for you? Nah. No problem. Spam that if possible if I'm on the lock with the Hellhound. Say what? Oh, yeah. So you want to purge only one shield at a time. The trick there, Bear, is that you don't want to clear all the shields. You want to only clear one of them at a time. Does that make sense? That's the idea behind that, is that you don't want to clear all of the shields. Just one at a time. If you clear all of them, then somebody's going to die at once. Now, you asked me, by the way, why did I move to Thailand? It's a good question. Have you ever been here before, Vilorn? It's an amazing country, but I think it's actually difficult, I think, sometimes to answer the question of why I moved here if people haven't been here themselves. But basically, the reason that I moved to Thailand, I didn't plan to move here at all. It wasn't actually something that I had intended to do whatsoever. I was traveling Asia. You haven't? Okay. Where are you from, Vilorn? I was traveling Asia with my best friend, and we landed in Singapore. I'd never been, by the way. I'd never been to Asia. I grew up in the U.S. I basically never even left the country in the U.S. So we were traveling. We got to Singapore for like a few days, and then we went to, I believe it was Cambodia after that. Then we were in Thailand for a few days, and we went to Laos. Then we came back to Thailand. Basically, we kind of went all over. But when I came back to Thailand, I really had this feeling after a week, and I was just like, man, I feel like I want to stay. Like, I just had this feeling. I had a small suitcase with me. I'll have to get the suitcase at some point to really go over the story properly at some point. But I had like this tiny suitcase with me. It wasn't planned. I didn't know anyone here. I didn't have work here. I had no idea. Could I even find a visa? Would it be possible for me to live here? Never really thought that I would be the sort of person to live in a foreign country because I am an introvert. And I don't think people really understand this because they're like, but you stream and you're out here. I stream. I am in my room, in my space. I am not an outside person. I'm an indoor cat or dog, depending on your preference and how much you pay me. But the idea is I don't go outside. I don't like going outside. So for somebody like me, I was like, I'm never going to live in a foreign country. Like that's not my thing. You know what I mean? If you enter the giveaway, you can enter the giveaway, but you have to be in the US or the US, Sweden, Denmark. But you can enter the giveaway for Factor if you want. I will probably choose the giveaway winners in the end of stream today. And if you're not here, I will do it tomorrow. Let's pull one of these. Should be fine. I can never work up the courage to move like that. I've always lived my life in a pretty particular way. I have a lot of faith in myself. The one thing that I have not struggled with ever since I overcame my childhood was confidence. There's an advantage, to going through things early in life, which is that you develop such an insane level of confidence because nothing could ever be harder than what I went through as a kid. So as an adult, I'm just like, yeah, I can do it. I just have this weird confidence. I have this unerring, just like, yeah, I can do it. Literally, when I started streaming, I didn't know anybody either. I started stream and I was just like, I want to make this work. And then I made it work. And now I'm here. And hello. I'm a very, very confident person. But that's because I went through so much in my early life. That's the reason why I developed this confidence. Do you still play Prot Warrior with all your abilities next to your party frames? No, you remember that, Jace? That's a throwback. You remember the helium add-on. You're referring to when I had the add-on with all my things here like this? Yeah, that's a crazy throwback. You remember that? That was funny. I know what you're talking about. That was when I first started streaming. Yeah, is that what you're talking about? When I had the helium add-on and I healed with like all the buttons next to my bars, right? Yeah. That I remember that. And I was healing pretty high keys with it. I've always been weird, I guess. It's always been a part of my personality, I guess, to just do things my own way. I would click them. Yep, all my abilities. I eventually did change that, by the way. Yep, I have clips of it. I have clips of me healing like 19 tyrannical Kajin with some really great players. And it's just me clicking my healing spells. Yep. Classic, by the way. Classic. Oh, good times. Good times. What was peer pressure into changing his UI back then? It wasn't even peer pressure. That was a disadvantage, I will say. There are some things I do which I'm just like, they totally work. That was a strong disadvantage, by the way. That was absolutely not good. We go this way now, by the way. Try Brew again. I don't know how people like that class. It takes a little bit of getting used to. Yeah, Shawnee, it does happen. So if you're from the US, Valorn, I grew up in the US. And you know what I realized when I grew up in the US? Everybody is kind of unhappy. You realize that? When I was growing up in the US and I was basically like becoming an adult there and also just as a child, everybody's so stressed pretty much all the time because things are so expensive, because they don't know what's going to happen, because the country has no real sense of unity, because there's not really a culture in the US. Like, there's so many reasons why I think people are so stressed there, and we're not going to get into politics whatsoever on my stream, but I effectively just think, man, people are not seemingly having a great time. Every time I hear about what's happening, I'm just like, people are like unhappy one way or the other. It doesn't matter. You can argue either way. But it's just, people really don't seem to, and I was always taught that it's like wherever, if you're in the US, then you're in the best country in the world. And man, you got to go to other countries and maybe make that and figure that out later, because I don't think that anymore. Like, people on WoW stress me out. I swear, but it's like, I remember, because what I used to get asked when you're growing up, when you're a kid in the US, you know what you get asked in kindergarten, and then as you get into elementary school, what do you want to be when you grow up? What are you going to do for work? Everybody always asks you that question. What are you going to do for work? And then as you get into high school, what are you going to go, what's your career? What are you going to do after high school? And then as you become an adult, people say, oh, hey, like, what's your name, by the way? As a curiosity, they, for example, they go, what's your name? And you say, oh, my name is Steve or whatever. And they go, great, Steve, what do you do for work? It's one of the first questions they ask everywhere. They just say, what do you do for work? And I'm like, in Thailand, very few people ask that. Pretty much no one asked me that, actually. If I were to meet somebody right now, they're not going to ask me what I do for work. It's a strange question to ask here. They just go, hey, how are you? Like, what's your name? Oh, that's cool. Want to grab a drink? What do you like to do? Whatever. They're going to ask me other questions. But the whole, like, what do you do for work? And so this hyper fixation on, like, you have to be successful is not as much of a thing. It's not a thing here, but it's not as much of a thing. And I think it's just a very different world. In Switzerland, too, so much identity tied to your work. Yeah, I've got a similar story. I noticed everybody was unhappy. I was unhappy. Started traveling Europe, and when you got to Germany, I decided I wanted to stay here, and now you are. How long have you been in Germany now? I've been in Thailand for 8 years of my life. So that's actually 25% of my life, pretty much. I've been here, like 8.5 years almost. Hi, Steve. What's my Raider IO? It's high, brap. Very, very big number. Very large number. Oh, we got single target. Single target. We're doing too much damage. We're doing too much damage. Similar in Australia, people ask what you do for work pretty early on, and big focus on what you want to be when you grow older. True. Is it hard to get a citizenship in Thailand? Oh, it's impossible. You don't get a citizenship here. I am not a Thai citizen, and I never will be. And that's, by the way, I was married in Thailand. I had a Thai wife for years, and I still would never have it. It's pretty much impossible to actually get you don't become a Thai citizen. You just have to consistently do your visa on a regular basis. It is just not in the nature. You don't actually become a Thai citizen. It's very difficult to do, by the way. You've been there for about a year. You glad you moved? No one, are you glad you moved to Germany? Can I become the president of Thailand? No, Thailand does not have a president. It is a military dictatorship, technically speaking, and is a monarchy. It is a different political system. Only way is to be born one. Yeah, if you were born here, you have like a Thai passport, that's different. But it's not the same process. Now, again, that's so weird because I'll say that, and I don't really get into politics. But for what it's worth, I say that, so you can never... No, because I have you can get a visa, you just don't become a Thai citizen. You don't get citizenship, but you can get a visa. And you obviously, when you move to a foreign country, absolutely make sure you do things legally. Because it is very legal for me to be here. So I don't have to worry about that at all once. Like there's, the police here are actually very nice and they're interested in helping you for the most part. So another big difference is like the other day, actually, they have police checkpoints at home or like on the way back. Oftentimes they just have different police checkups and police checkpoints. And if they stop you, you go, "Hi, how are you?" And they go, "Hello." And then they'll say, "Open your bag." And you open your bag and they go, "Cool, have a great day." And it's just, again, it's just such a weird, like the police are in general very fun and, respected here because they're actually looking to help you. It's weird. It's a totally different world. Very different world. Thailand isn't a scary dictatorship. So, no, well, that's the thing. If I tell you that the political system is technically a military dictatorship, you'll be like, "Whoa, that sounds bad." Look at the statistics. I'm not arguing for it, by the way. I'm just letting you know that it's the rest of the world. Again, it's such a weird US thing. The rest of the world has no real concept of what that actually means. It's like a lot of propaganda about how things work everywhere else. Do you know how many... Okay, I don't want to get into this too much, but just out of curiosity, you'd be like, "Man, isn't that scary?" There was 2 years ago in Thailand, there was a mass shooting. First one that's happened in like literally decades. And it was shocking. And it was a kid at a mall. And he shot, I think, like 2 people. Oh, my shield just broke. Oh, that's not good. It's okay, I have cheat death. Do I have a repair hammer? Nice, I do. Fantastic. Always with the shield breaking, man. Always with the shield breaking. That happens, basically, that's unheard of that would happen here. And I remember in the US, it was like every day, pretty much. And it's like, the amount of crime. When I first got a house here with the wife, I never had to lock my door. I think I lived in that house for 2.5 years. Never locked my door a single time. Why would I need to lock my door? Seriously, like I'm like dead serious. I'm like, why would I need to lock my door? Why would I need to do that? What's going to happen? It's such a different world, dude. It's a completely different world. It's nothing worth stealing. I don't know, man. My living room had a pretty nice TV. Wasn't a problem. The culture of what we think is just different. Tough on crime? There's not, I mean, it's not that there's no crime, but it's a very safe country. It's a very safe country. I didn't have to worry about it. And again, the culture, one time actually it's not true. One time actually somebody did come into our home when we weren't anticipating it. And it was weird because I came back from, I think, the gym at some point, and I noticed that there was a plate on our kitchen counter. And I was like, "What's this plate doing here?" And we couldn't figure out where the plate came from. And it turns out that one of our neighbors had dementia, and he's a sweet old man. He thought he went into the wrong house and basically just left a plate on the counter. That's the only thing that's happened there. That was the one time that happened. Hey, bro, just a question. Why do you farm gear when you farm gear in dungeons, does Blizzard, or do you have to run the dungeon dozens of times? It's actually a good question, man. I think it's designed for playtime, but also if they give you all the dopamine all at once, you don't necessarily benefit from that. The general WoW player base does not benefit if they give you everything that you want so fast, so early. This is a big misconception for gamers in general. Today in our world, everybody wants that instant fix. You want it now. You want it now. You don't want to have to grind for it. But the problem is, if you just get everything that you want right away, then it kind of devalues the actual thing you get. Now, I have a lot of alts, so for what it's worth, I kind of wish that I could just get everything that I wanted to for what it's worth. If you want the giveaway, it is for factor meals. You have to be in the US, Denmark, or Sweden. Those are the 3 countries that the code is active. It's not for WoW. I should really clarify that. It's my bad. I titled the giveaway stream not realizing that people might think it's a WoW giveaway stream. It is a Factor Meal Box giveaway stream. Should really clarify that, huh? The thing is, this is an MMORPG. Yeah. Basically, in games like World of Warcraft, the entire point of playing the game is to get gear. I've never tanked on Prot Warrior. Is that a thing? Your shield breaks during pulls? Yes. It is a very outdated mechanic, and to be honest with you, they should totally just fix it. They should, I think that one mechanic that they totally could get rid of is durability. That is something that 1,000% they could just get rid of that. I think durability is an old, outdated mechanic. I feel like that is, of all the things, that's what I would say that they should change for a while. It's not even that, I mean, it's a gold sync, I guess, but like, durability is so awkward. Like, if you're in a key and like you just randomly, or your armor breaks, it's like, you don't feel good about that. That's not a good feeling. Yeah, the fact that my shield can break in the middle of a key is kind of wild to me. That is actually, it's very, very strange to me that that is still a mechanic in World of Warcraft, though. You pay more on repairs. I guess you just have to, I guess you have to get good, Auntie. I guess you just have to not die in keys. That's probably the key. Okay, so the real question is, do you think I'm going to actually do that many keys today on the Warrior? Am I going to go for, like, the weekly? I'm not sure. What's up, Lol of the Ring? By the way, great name. This is a test. So normally, you know, when people ask you questions, like when you're meeting people, they go, "This is not a test. This is a test." Lol of the Ring. Did you like the Rings of Power? Yes or no? What do you think? Did you ever go biking? I actually don't know how to ride a bike. I never learned. When I was a kid, I couldn't figure out how to do like skateboards or vehicles or anything like that. I'm very discombobulated. Cannot. I don't know how to ride like a bicycle or like a skateboard or like anything like that. I think it's because of the EDS. I learned that later in life. I'm sure that I have the fitness to do it, but my balance, I think nowadays I could totally do it, but when I was a kid, there was no shot. I think I tried to learn how to ride it once and then immediately fell and was like, nope. I maybe fell like a few times, but I couldn't get the hang of it. I wish they brought back reforging. That's a tough sell. I know some people actually did like the Titan forging system and stuff like that, but I'm not a huge fan of it. I don't want it to be so RNG, but I don't necessarily. They have to balance between giving you the rewards you want so that you enjoy the game, and also this though. When pushing key 16 to interrupt, don't die. Yeah, that's true. That's okay. We had a week like that. I think basically this last week was not a great week for keys. How do you get around in Thailand? You order. You know how you guys have Uber in other countries? Instead of, whoa, I got you. I gotta get that aggro. I've got to get the aggro. There it is. Cool. So you guys have Uber, right? But Uber is expensive. So if I told you that I just Uber everywhere I need to go. Oh, reforging. Oh, my bad. I misunderstood. Oh, I see, Patty. So Raz Runelord. If I told you that I Uber literally everywhere I go, is that wild? Damage taken from Final Pursuit. Huh. you can just order a bike. So, for example, when I want to go somewhere, I will get a bike to come pick me up at my door. And then that bike will carry me across the city. Or if I want to get a taxi and I need to go, let's say I'm going 2 hours. No, too far. I'm going 1 hour across the city. So something like 20 miles or 25 miles. It will cost me about $15 if I needed to go that far. And so I never actually felt like you don't need to drive. Also, the public transportation in most other countries, by the way, is incredible. Like the Thailand has something called the BTS, which is a SkyTrain system. We also have a subway called the MRT. We have both. There's a subway that runs underneath the city, and there's a BTS that runs on top of the city, literally vertically above the road. So there's never any traffic. You never have to worry about not being able to show up for work on time, nothing like that. It's just here, and that spans the city in like a grid, kind of like the New York subway system, but better. And yeah, you can just get around however you need to. It's no problem. Yep. Guys, okay, I don't know if people are new to the stream. Is the giveaway understood? Do I need to change the command for it or something? Do you guys understand what the giveaway is for today? Did I not make that clear? I didn't think about it. I never done a giveaway before. We need bats, and we need this. I have no idea what our percentage is like right now. Zero clue. America has genuinely... Yeah. So public transportation, it depends on what city you're in, but a lot of times when I was growing up in LA or Ohio, there basically wasn't public transportation. I used to take the bus to the gym for 3 months when my gym shut down in high school, and you could kind of do that. But, I mean, it's not really a good system. Like, it's not dependable. Not really, right? It's one meal from Factor. Correct. Now, whoever wins the giveaway, as long as you're in the US or the Baltics, then the giveaway will exit when I finish the giveaway. I'll choose 3 people from the giveaway, and then you order a box using my link. You send me the receipt, and I will send you the money. The Baltics, yes. Yep. Those are the only countries that my code is active in. So I can't do... No other country can work because those are the only countries that they have active for my code. Let's see what the percentage looks like. Looks like we will need a defender or this. So they say that Requiem, but to be fair, okay, Thailand is massive. You know how big Thailand is? That's like... I've heard that before. Like, oh, the US is just so big and other countries are so small. Also a weird propaganda thing. Bro, other countries are also pretty big. Now, the US is large, for sure. But Thailand is, like, pretty big. Like, it's not exactly a small country. That is hilariously random. Yeah, that's also true. Yeah, I don't know. I don't ask questions. Is Thailand more willing? So, one of the things that I noticed about living in a foreign country, and you guys can tell me what you think. If you've ever lived in a foreign country or even in your home country, I'd be curious to know what people think about this one. There are different perspectives in Thailand. There's different aspects of the political parties. We don't have, for example, the Democratic or the Republican Party because we're not a democracy. But we do have different opinions on how the country. So there's like this side, there's that side. Okay. However, there is something about being Thai that actually means something. There is a sense of identity for what it means to be Thai. So no matter if you're from the southern part of Thailand, the northern part of Thailand, it's not a perfect system. And there's certainly still a level of discrimination depending on which part of the country that you're from. And I'm not saying that's perfect. But for what it's worth, okay, that exists. Luca, we obviously won't get into it too much, but that exists everywhere. There's nowhere that you go in the world where that won't exist, by the way. Yeah, the reputation of that is overblown, massively overstated, and something that a lot of Westerners talk about all the time, but it's not nearly as... It's not actually that much of a thing. It's surprisingly... You'll come here and be like, oh, okay. You won't engage with it unless you are specifically trying to engage with it. Just to clarify. I mean, if that's your thing, then that's your thing. I ain't here to judge. But basically, you know? So, there is some form of cultural identity, and something that Thai people agree on is it does mean something to be Thai. I worry that that's going to get lost over time. I don't think that Thai people realize how amazing it is that they actually have a sense of identity in general. Because I'm from the US, and in the US, I lived in LA I grew up in LA basically, and then I lived in Ohio for 2 years, and I lived in Colorado for 3 years. I lived in Connecticut for a year, and I also spent some time in New York. All of those places are fundamentally different cultures. They're not similar pretty much at all. Like, actually, there's basically zero similarities between those places, yeah? If you've ever been to the US, you know exactly what I'm talking about. They're basically like different countries. The perspectives of the people, completely different. The general way of living, completely different. There's no like consistency in the US. It's basically like there's like here, 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 and here. And there's no consistency. And I think that really creates a lot of stress. I think it creates a lot of toxicity, but I also think it contributes to a lot of the problems that people are talking about. About just, it doesn't really, if I told you what does it mean to be an American, it depends where you are. Because the answer to that question is simply not the same. Shield charges. Does that make sense? Like the answer to what that question means is not very well understood. However, if I asked a Thai person that, there would be a lot more consistent though. It's almost like there's several different countries in America. As an outsider, I see the differences. There very much is a shared identity. You think so, Patty? And I'm down for this, by the way. This is just one perspective. But when I lived there, I don't know what that is. And I don't know, because I know what my dad would say. I know what my mom would say. I know what my brother would say. I know what my cousins would say. I know what the people that I used to work with would say. But there's so many, like there's just not, I found that there wasn't a lot of consistency. And certainly do not take my words as just take them with a grain of salt, of course. They're just one perspective of many. But I have tried to identify many times in my life why I'm the most liberal. Well, I don't know about that, Luca. I'm not so sure about this one. That doesn't seem quite right to me because very few people here own firearms. Incredibly few people. Thank you, by the way, Teddy. Or sorry, not Teddy. Travis. I hate marksman. Nice. Okay, here we go. There's a back piece. I'm now 231 item level. Nice. Look at that. Look at that. Travis, you feel like doing 3 more keys? I kind of want to do the weekly, but I now have a 9, so I don't really want to do a 9. How many you want to do, Travis? You going for IO soon? What's up, Vlad? Vlad, you've lived in different countries. What do you think the biggest difference is between your home country and where you went? Marksman is so boring. Really? I used to really like Marksman. I think it's sad that it would be boring now if you think that. I don't consume a lot of media. That's also a very wise decision, Patty, because goddamn, I saw a reel this morning and I was like, whoa. And then I was like, yeah, that's AI. But I didn't know it was AI until they told me it was AI. Wild. Yeah, that's insane, by the way. 50% of, yeah. I like the precise shots alternating with Marksman, but that's about it. I don't know how it currently plays. Been a long time. Thank you to Travis for the key. All right, so my warrior got 110. Here's the problem. I don't have another 10 because the 11 got bricked into a 10, and then the 10 got bricked into a 9. And now that I have a 9, I'm just like, Let me hear this is a cap report. How can you trust, guys, how can you trust any report that you read? The general level of education and trust in the government actually taking care of the people. That's an interesting one, though. But into the most countries 100 times over the millennia. Well, technically Vlad would be, what, like 600 years old? My warlock has a 9-2. It's tough. It's tough. That's not looking good for us. All right. I can play my Preservation Evoker because Vlad Tepish is the guy. What's up, Tattooed? How's it going? My monk has a 12 Algathar Academy. Do I really want to do 4 keys on the warrior? I don't mind doing 4 keys on the warrior, I think. I think if we just knock him out and we get 4 keys real quick, I feel like that could be a good idea. You want to do it? Oh, do you need that trinket? You do, right? You're not geared. Do you need trinket? Oh, you do, right? Yeah, I'm assuming you do because it's an upgrade for that. Cool, no problem. Conversation talking points wants you to fear the world. Yeah, that's the thing, Felbear. I can't trade it? No problem, no problem. So, one of the differences of Thailand is that the primary religion here is Buddhism. I think it's like 98% of the country is Buddhist. And there's certainly, I see the influence of that as I look around here for what it's worth, right? Like, I see the influence of that. Here's to many more. Thanks, Vlad. Have you only... Wait a second, Vlad. How long have you known me? And how did you find me to begin with? That's actually a great question. I don't know the answer to that question. Yeah, well, no. Felbear, I mean, we will not get... I will avoid politics on my stream. But for what it's worth, I don't think you have to be political to understand that the general consensus is that if you're reading something on the news, you are being influenced, right? I mean, I don't think that's weird to say. I mean, I'm pretty sure everybody agrees with that, no? Does anybody not agree with that? Like, honest, genuine question. If you're watching the news and the news tells you that something happened, do you go, wow, can't believe that happened exactly like they're telling me? Out of curiosity. Does anybody, I mean, do you think that today, 2026? I saw you come in on some short somewhere, then rated me once or twice to start watching. Oh, okay. Before I go to work? Hey, nope. Let your name is with the game. Definitely watch without being affected. Not without being affected. Just meant not without being affected, Patty. Just the exact thing that they're telling you. Did that happen? I don't like to be that cynical. But I have a very hard time. If somebody links me an article and they're like, you know what I mean? If they're like, this crazy thing happened, I'm like, okay. Like, how do I, like, in today's world, how do I really trust that? Truly unbiased opinions. That's the thing. Like, I have to think about it. Everything has to be parsed nowadays. If you send me, like, if you tell me, oh, this is happening, I have to apply some critical thought. Because if you gave me, I know nothing about AI whatsoever. I was like, that maybe not. I actually don't know. I mean, that seems relatively likely, Tattooed, but I actually don't know. It's just like the super dry delivery of what happened. But even, didn't they just release an ad? And didn't the BBC just release an ad that was like, AI is this, and then there was literally like, oh, by the way, I'm also AI. Like the reporter who was telling you that you didn't realize was also AI. I wonder if it was ever true that they were objective. Yeah, it's just basically just read headlines, don't do their own research without citation. But even research with citation, if you gave me 1 week, and I think this, by the way, a 1 week, and I know nothing about AI, I am technologically illiterate. If you gave me 1 week, I'm pretty sure I can come up with a very convincing news article with cross-references. How hard do you think it would be for me to come up with like 50 citations for something that didn't happen? Out of curiosity. How difficult would that be? You give me 1 week. Hard? You think so? What about 1 month? What if you gave me 1 month and I spent the money on the subscriptions to the different AI? I'll send you something on Instagram if you want. There are way too many things easy in a week. If I can do that in a week, imagine what a multi-million or billion-dollar company can do. I think training your eyes and brain, I think that if you try to train your eyes and brain to detect AI, you will lose. I think that's actually not a good strategy because there's no way. You can't tell. Very soon you won't be able to tell. I can't imagine unless you've been in college. You guys, I know for real though. Right. Now that's a big question, right? Tattoo. Like imagine that you were a kid. I mean, I just barely missed it myself. Yeah, that's what I think, Teddy. Like I don't think it'd be that hard. Soon though, yeah, like very soon, if not already. There's way too much. I mean, it happened to me the other day. I was showing Kitty this account, and she was like, "I think that's AI," and I was like, "This isn't AI." And then she was like, "That's definitely AI," and I was like, "Oh, I was distracted by the massive titties. It is AI," and I didn't realize at first. I had no idea. I actually didn't know. Yeah. That's how they get you. I was It happened. It got me, man. Just holler if you want any of those. Oh, yeah, I would love, actually. Yeah, sure. Can we do one? I would like to do key, but I need 10. Teddy, would you like to heal me in a Academy 10 or Magister's 10? I would like one of those, sure. A proposition, hey, it would work. Would it not work? Would it not work? Brutal life for them kids. Seriously, though. Yeah, I honestly, it is scary, I think. Connection be good. No problem. And if you DC again, it's no problem. We're chilling. No worries about it, though. Cool feature of one of the camera companies is building out, like, cryptographic signing videos. That actually would be, I think that's going to be a necessity for sure. I don't know. I think that if you underestimate what AI can do right now, I need to learn it, to be honest, though. The most important question you can answer in your life. See, Bear, this is exactly what's wrong with people. The fact that you have to think, that you think you have to choose. Shoot for the moon. Both. All right, anyways. Yeah, here we go. Teddy, what are we doing? 10 Magisters? I make group. Can't tank, I don't have a shield. I mean, my shield broke in the middle of that run. Always carry auto hammers with you. Let's do Algathar Academy 10. Sure. Plus 10. How would Warrior even do Algathar Academy without being a dwarf? That's actually going to be so tough in the first pull. You probably have to split it, like long term. All right, there's a rep, Pelly. Getting on the character, cool. Are you healing? But anyways, yeah, so there is a giveaway today. If you are in the US and you were watching, or you were in the Baltics. Yeah, I just remember if something is positive, it don't make headlines. You actually need Algathar? Okay. Yep. Need to make headlines. For Puzzle Box? Okay. I think we just get these done. As a warrior, you zug and blame the healer. Is that what it is? Is that you? Wait, Teddy, who are you healing on? Is that you? No. Positive stuff will always make small local headlines, but any big news is always negative. Mostly, they at least balance it, right? I am 231. I got this. 100, I can't lose, right? I've got like one set. I don't have two set and I don't have four set. I got one set. I probably got this, most likely. Is Nexus Point brutal for Prot Warrior? You just have to understand how the null sunders work, Vlad. If you understand exactly what is going on in the Nexus, then you can counterplay it, right? That'll get help. No, I don't actually want to get into politics. I don't mind talking about this as a general concept, but we won't get specific, just because you can appreciate why. Yeah. Can you apply for it? There you are, Teddy. Kunk, I see that you've got held for a comment there. We're gonna deny. You know what I mean? Like, I one time thought, and this is, you're gonna laugh at this. It was several months ago. I mean, it was probably like 5-6 months ago. There was a day where I started talking, because I like these topics. I think they're interesting. But I started this conversation, and I was like, you know what? Let's just rip it. And I was like, let's just talk. You know what I mean? Yeah, you're good. And I thought to myself, I bet you we're all responsible, mature people here. Let's have a genuine conversation about some more divisive topics. I thought to myself, this will probably be fine. One day, a single day, I tried that. The very following day, no politics on stream. Reasonable, right? Just basically, it was like bloop, and then it was like bloop, and it was like never again. Never again. No, Bear, it's not that people are evil. That's not true. People don't get evil. Do you know what happens? People get tribal. People take it as an attack. It's a personal attack. The problem is that when you have conversations about real things that are going on in the world, the conversation is not productive because people attempt to win. Way more people care about proving their point right than actually conversing and getting to know what you think. They don't want to know what you think, Bear. They want to convince you that what they think is correct. It's not that people are evil, nor are they malicious. But we do want to protect our own. And the problem with big divisive issues is that they become divisive because they're tribal. Because you begin to identify with a particular cause or a particular thing that's happening. Okay? And then what happens is that when somebody checks that belief or counters that belief, you don't view it as a different perspective. You view it as an attack on you. And therefore you lash out, which is a very fair thing to do. Because if somebody is going to attack you, you should defend yourself. It exists in a very, very, very small set of the population. Extremely small. There is a massively, like it's got to be, 1% of the human population less are truly malicious people. You will go your entire life with most likely very rarely meeting somebody who is genuinely malicious. The vast majority of people are just trying to do their best, man. If you see 100 people outside, the chances that 100 of those people are just literally doing the absolute best that they can do is very high. Do you know what I mean? So access the Discord. No, Danzer, you don't have to sub it. I'll pay. Discord's right here. You good. You don't have to do this. There you go. You just get Discord right there. No, my Discord is not... my Discord will never be locked behind subs or anything like that. I appreciate you asking, though, Danzerb. Yeah, I have all the resources in Discord right there. No problem. I'm probably not geared enough to actually do this all together, so how about we do 2 packs? What about 2? How about 2? I bet you 2 works fine. Let's do this, and then I will just AoE taunt like this. Oh my god, I'm instantly dead. That definitely didn't go according to plan, but luckily, Warrior Cheat Death is the most broken ability in the game. It actually is the best cheat death in the game, and it boggles my mind that many people didn't run it for a long time. Everybody was like, it's bugged. It was not bugged for a while now, and people were like, you don't run it because it's a DPS loss. Literally the best cheat death in the entire game. That proved it right there. Like, I should be so Omega dead right now, but I am not actually Omega dead. Nice. Okay, good idea to just split this, probably. That makes a lot of sense. Gonna join right now? Gotta leave one of these 60 WoW servers? Yeah. I think I reached my max Discord, and I did, like, a cleanse the other day. How much time does a full pull? A fair bit. I mean, if you're doing higher keys, you basically just make the full pull work, because these lashers don't die very fast. They got a lot of health. But for many tanks, you don't have to do it. Especially, I mean, I would say... there are so many times, if you ever think you're going to die here and you don't have a very specific plan, just don't do it. You will time the vast majority of your Algathars by simply splitting it into 2, then 1. It really is just significantly not necessary. Do I use any macros on Prot Warrior? Actually, I do. How's Prot Warrior? I haven't played it enough. Look at my item level. This is a 1 key a week wonder, by the way. Single key a week wonder. What's up, Larry from Texas? Yo, what's up? Been playing the No Apex Druid build. So good. Nice. Awesome. What trinkets do you recommend if I can't get the All-Seer for second trinket? Thanks for all your info. You're welcome. I'm glad, first of all, that my build helped you. Any experience with Resto Shaman? Yes, I will show you the macro that I use. I came up with this one. I don't know if I would do it in like a truly... For what it's worth... I am not sold that if I was pushing on the Warrior, I would use this macro, but I will show you the macro momentarily, okay? Thank you, Nbasa. Yeah, I'm glad that people like hanging out with me. I'm glad that people enjoy my stream. I really haven't been streaming that long, Nbasa, and it's cool to me that people enjoy my stream and my content. It's cool. If you're here in my stream right now and you haven't known me for that long, I haven't been streaming for that long, and I appreciate you. Thanks for stopping by and saying hi. I like it. I realized, like I said, it was like basically last year, the beginning of 2025, and I was just like, man, I really want to make this work. I really want to be able to stream. Like, I think it would be something that genuinely enhanced the quality of my life if I could just make it work. It's not necessarily the best financial investment. But it's not about that. Like, it's not necessarily, for me, it's not about making money. It's about, there's something so incredibly special about the fact that I know I can turn on stream and talk to people. I basically won't ever have to be alone again in my life. And that is a very powerful thought process for me. It's a massive motivation. Like, I want to build the community. I want to build my stream out. I want to know that people can come here and talk. I want people to know that they can come here and have real conversations. Although we have to have some rules about like not being political and stuff. But I want people to feel safe and know that my stream is a place that people can come and talk WoW or even talk life. Boom, 2 months. Yo, what's up? Thank you for the resub. Is using a defensive trinket. So here's how the keys are working right now, Larry from Texas. If you want to use a defensive trinket, use one. It's that simple. There is no you have to or you don't have to. If you're worried about dying, just use a defensive trinket. If you are pretty confident and you, for example, are like, I don't actually think I want to use a defensive trinket, then don't. And I would say that the next one, you want Heart of the Wind. Heart of the Wind is just in general an all-purpose, very good trinket. Yo, Buff Barbarian gifting a sub. Thank you for the gifted sub. I appreciate that. But that's basically the answer. There's a lot of people who will be like, no, you definitely don't need it. The thing about keys that people don't know. So you're saying, yeah, those are both fine for what it's worth. Are there really any good ones? There's some all right ones. I was thinking that was you. I was about to say, I was calling you Tattooed, and I was like, I recognize Buff Barbarians. Like, that's definitely you, right? What's up, MSA? So just the idea, though, is this, right? Right now, if you feel like you're ever at risk of dying in a key, then you should play safe. The right answer is to play safe. Because the key timers are pretty easy this season until you get to, I think it's about maybe like 18 or 19 where you start pushing it. Or Algathar still. Algathar still sucks for a timer. But everything else, don't worry so much. And I think that is a massive tip for tanks. Don't overpull. If you're going for your 3K IO as an example, just do not overpull. Stop wiping your group by accidentally going for like an MDI pull. You don't need to right now. Like, it's just unnecessary until a very specific key level, which you're most likely not at. You know what that is called? It shows a BIS list game for your item. Be careful with that, the one from DK, because if you want that BIS list, who is it compiled by and what is it for? Often, BIS lists can only be from Sims, and they are not always the most accurate. For example, many a times, tank discords, whether it's the Guardian Druid Discord or the Blood DK Discord or the VDH Discord or whatever, many a times, okay, has it been recommended and said, you don't need a cheat death trinket. You remember that? Because it's a DPS loss. So your BIS list will not include, for example, a cheat death trinket. But in practice, because if you play perfectly, well, you won't need it. But keys don't normally go perfectly. Keys normally go very unperfectly. So you should have that buffer. And if the buffer makes you feel safer, good. Does that make sense? For example, you could say, well, this pull, I can live it for 45 seconds. So if my DPS blasts, it's no problem. It'll die in 45 seconds. You see? It's easy. The problem is that what if one of the DPS you're playing with is with... I'm going to say something rude. No, I'm not going to say something rude. What if the DPS you're playing with are not that good? And the pull lasts for 1 minute and 10 seconds. Should have died 30 seconds ago, but it hasn't. What then? Well, you see what I mean? Like, it's just, you can't expect everything to go according to plan. You should actually, the best way to tank, especially in pugs, if you're not playing with a coordinated group of people that you trust, then what you should do is you should plan for everything to go bad. If you plan for everything to, like, expect your hunter to disengage and butt pull something, then you won't be surprised when it happens. Right? That's the key. That's how you do it. If you expect the thing to not go well, you won't be shocked when it happens, and you can make a plan. This is actually like a large part of what I go over in coaching with people. When I do WoW coaching with people, I have some different systems set up now where I'm just like, you need to be able to anticipate the fact that this most likely, like, you have to understand this particular pull or that dungeon or this. If you change this up, you're going to mitigate the chance of failure. Mitigating the chance of failure is way more important than pursuing the chance of success. Does that make sense? For tanks in general. So if a defensive trinket, Larry, will help you with that, then play a defensive trinket. Sorry, I might have missed it. What do you sack for cheat death? Whirling Blade. Oh, on the warrior? This is the build I'm running right now, but keep in mind, I am not, don't look at me for warrior advice, by the way. Just to clarify, because I've done 1 key a week on the warrior until today. Now I will do 4 because of the weekly quest. I am very not geared. I have not actually played warrior this season. I am not up to date with what warrior does or does not need. So yeah, just be aware. You only play 1 out of 4 Apex if that is the point that you're talking about, then yes. 1 out of 4 Apex is the way for warrior right now. I don't think anyone is playing 4 out of 4 Apex. The macro, Jones, you asked me a question. What was the macro I used for my Prot Warrior? This is the macro here. Started getting invites to Prot. Has basically been a blast. Nice. I like Prot Warrior. It's fun. The BIS list for WoW for Blood DK is for Sand Lane specifically. Exactly that type of stuff. You have to be careful. Don't overvalue those BIS lists. You can use them, but just be careful with it. Here's your macro. I'm going to take some salt. I have to stay moving today. It is very important. Yesterday, I got a little lightheaded in stream, and because I wasn't moving enough throughout stream. So you have to be just aware of that. Keep moving today. Whether I do enough push-ups or whatever, honestly, I'll just probably have to do some push-ups on my own either way. And thank you for the gifted sub, Buff. Buff, are you in the... Where are you from? Mr. Buff Barbarian. Jones, I have macroed my shield block and my ignore pain into my shield slam. In other words, I only need to press 2 buttons. You're from Ohio? Oh, I lived in Ohio for 2 years. Wait, did I tell you this already? I feel like we've been over this information. I'm not going to lie. There is a giveaway for Factor Meals. If you are from the U.S., then you can join the giveaway. Has to be U.S. or... Yeah, is a loop. You have to be from the U.S. or Sweden. Do I have cheat death? I want to proc cheat death here. 29. Oh, really? Are they running 4 out of 4 Apex? I'm going to be very interested to figure that out. I don't think... No one on beta was running 4 out of 4 Apex. I tried it for a little bit. I would be curious about that, Tab. I feel as though that information might be clouded somehow. Because Love is Blind? The top prod is running it? Really? Interesting. I wonder if that's just for damage. I'd be curious about that. I'd have to look into it, to be honest with you. Again, not a huge... Don't know. How good is a Crucible trinket now? I actually don't know. This is the only trinket I have, so I'm using it. Keep in mind, I don't know. I think it's just probably for damage at that point then. So I have macroed my shield slam and my ignore pain into my shield block, which means, and I'm playing heavy repercussions right now, which means that I never have to think about my uptime. And because I never have to think about my uptime, it's just a very chill. This is basically like macroing Iron Fur, kind of. Living in, so kind of strange to get used to it. Yeah, that still happens there, right? Because I lived in Ohio, it was a while ago. 10, oh man, holy shit. 11 years ago? Yeah, 11, oh my God. Am I old? How is that, wait, is that math right? Wait, 19, wait, what? That was 11 years ago? Damn, I am not young. Yeah, I am not. I am very old now. That is crazy to think about. I just realized. Yeah. Wait. That was 11 years ago? This conversation has accidentally triggered a midlife crisis. I'm old enough to have one now, so I am currently having a midlife crisis. What? I lived in Ohio 11 years ago? Yeah, I moved there when I was 18. I was like 18 to 20, basically. What? What? Wow. That is crazy. That is wild. Wow. Oh, okay. Well, moving on from that fact. I originally I lived in Kettering and Dayton. It was Kettering, Ohio. I think I lived in Kettering for like a year and then, like less than a year, I think. And then Dayton. I did not like Ohio, Buff. I'm not gonna lie. I wasn't a huge fan of Ohio. I could not make friends there. And I also didn't really try to make friends for what it's worth though. Clip it and ship it for what? For the me having a midlife crisis, realizing that it was 11 years ago. Oh, man, that is pretty wild though. That's crazy. I mean, so here's the thing you got to understand about my life, right? One of the things that is difficult to understand, we're just fighting this then, that's fine. One of the things that's difficult to understand about me as a human being is my life started when I was 15. I've always thought like this, and this is something I get, again, a lot of people would not think like this, but for what it's worth, I really believe that my life basically started when I was 15 years old. My early childhood was very rough. I was medically super sick. This is some Ohu lore for you. I had a ton of health conditions, and I grew up in the hospital. So I was sent away from home to different medical treatments things, like when I was 8. I dropped out of 3rd grade, and when I was 8 years old, I was hospitalized in the first psych ward experience, and then the second one when I was 9, and then I never went back to school, actually, until I was 15. So basically, my life was going like this. It was very, very downhill. Most people, as they kind of grow up, they get more and more. It was the opposite for me. My life became more degenerate. Like, I had more things going on every year. So early on, my lungs didn't work, and so I was in the hospital a bunch. And then, like, I started school late because of that. And then I had a bunch of mental health problems because all of the, like, the hardcore amounts of medication and all of the drugs that they had to pump me. Like, as an infant, I had to take ridiculous amounts of medications just to keep myself alive. So I survived, but I was one of those kids. You know how, like, you ever hear the story about, like, Timmy? And you're like, the doctors come in the room and they're like, little Timmy has a 3% chance of survival. You should prepare yourself. Like, that was me. Like, I was little Timmy. But the weird thing is, I didn't die. I actually survived. And so the consequence of that is they never told my family, or me actually, what would be the result of them doing all these treatments to keep me alive. And I've had a lot of health problems over my life because of those treatments. Also, I had some genetic things which I didn't realize. So basically, no, this isn't like a sad thing. This is a good thing. And I say it's a good thing because I got through it. If I didn't get through it, it would be a sad story. But since I did get through it, do you know how advantageous it is to have a terrible early life? People do not appreciate this. Do you know how amazing it is to have all the bad things happen early on? I know things about myself that most people will never learn. I had to learn about life when I was young, which means that I am way more knowledgeable about certain things than most people will be in their 50s. Like, a lot of people learn these lessons significantly later than I got to learn the lessons. Now, again, it's a good story because I'm alive. If I wasn't alive, then it would be a bad story. But you see what I mean? It's actually a massive advantage because I have, like, unerring confidence in myself because all the things I went through as a kid, which is just a very unique childhood. Like, a lot of people haven't been through something because, like, most people just, like, went to school and, you know, a lot of people have suffered with different mental health problems and conditions, but it's not like you couldn't live. Like, you were able to go to school and function and, like, walk around and stuff. So, yeah, I'm glad I pulled through too. And it has really given me a bunch of perspectives. And I think that actually it almost bothers me sometimes when people are like, my early life, like I suffered so much. And I'm like, oh, better early than late because you're still here, right? Like, congratulations. You won. Like, you're telling me that you went through all of this and you're still here? That's amazing. So many people aren't. And I think when you really realize the power of that, you just gain such an appreciation for things. I feel like my entire life is on bonus time. Like, I oftentimes feel like I shouldn't be here, and because I am here, I'm gonna make the most of that time. I really feel like that. Genuinely. In my head, I'm just like, imagine me surviving everything that I had to survive as a kid and then not living my life. That's one of the reasons I moved to Thailand. It's one of the reasons I just basically have this weird thing where I'm just like, yeah, I can do it. What's the worst that happens? Like, I really have developed so many skills specifically because I went through all these things early, not late. And that has given me, again, I feel like it's a massive advantage, actually. What's the giveaway? Hell, if you are in the US, also Buff Barb, you can enter this giveaway if you so desire. It is for Factor Food. You ever heard of Factor before? Conditions are you must be in the US or Denmark or Sweden. And also, you cannot have had used Factor in the last 9 months. So you must be kind of a new Factor user. But it's for Factor meals. I'll show you after. Not to interrupt the live story, but do you want any Blood DK keys? Nope, not much. You're ruled out? Ah, unfortunate. No, I have not played my Blood DK yet today. What was I saying about the life story? There was something about this. We were on some topic and I got distracted. Oh, Ohio. Right. No, that's not right. What did I do? I don't remember why I started talking about my life. It's okay. There was a long time, actually. There was a period of my life, though. Some GK, yeah, it's true. But now you see that. You see, by the way, what I got in the vault on my alt. Sam, did you see the vault that I shared on that? Ridiculous. My alts get the literal best possible rewards from vault, and my main gets like some of the worst vaults. No, mythic leech helm. A mythic leech helm. Why can't my druid get that? First vault on the Death Knight is a mythic tier item with leech. And then my warrior also, first vault is this, by the way, mythic helmet on the warrior. And the next vault, I do 1 key a week, by the way, a single key a week. The next vault was mythic heart of the wind. That's actually, look at this. You know what I mean? From the weekly chest. Yeah, that's why I'm going to do the weekly chest, I think, on my alts, because you never know what you're going to get. You might get something really good. It's possible that you actually just pick up like a really good item from the weekly. That's awesome, though. Yeah, that's good luck. My monk got nothing, but my druid got the Illyria neck, and then my paladin got whatever. MDI starts... What? The MDI starts this week? No shot. Really? Wait, the MDI starts this week? For real? Is that true, Sam? This week. That's really fast. No. What? MDI is running for 5 to 6. Wait, hold up. You're going to have to explain this to me. I'm not sure I'm following here. The MDI lasts for how long? Wait, what is this? I don't understand. It lasts what do they change? I'm not up to date on this at all. I don't remember reading an article or seeing... They changed the format again. What's the format this time? Okay, I love the MDI. I mean, I'm a huge enjoyer of it, though. Oh, it's the speedrun format. I think speedrun format is actually cooler, to be honest with you. I genuinely think speedrunning was cooler than the TGP format. Oh, interesting. Very interesting. Okay. Oh, you got puzzle box. Congratulations, Cape. That's what you wanted. Nice job, Cape. Nice, you got it. You ask and you shall receive. Yeah. You did. Can I take it? I don't know if I can use it for what it's worth. No, wait, no. That's a pole arm? Wait, can I try to use it and maybe it will give me a crest discount? I don't think so because it's agility, but you never know. Sometimes the game is weird. If I equip that, will it give me a crest discount? Best bookcase. Okay, that's 2 keys on the warrior done. Maybe do 2 more. Yeah, Sturgio, it's something that's really helped me. It's cool. So the giveaway, buff barbs though. You ever heard of Factor? Let me show you the sponsor for today. I'm only sponsored by them for 2 more days. So if you don't want to wait for the giveaway, you can just use my code, but I am allowed to give away 3 boxes. And Factor, actually, from everyone that I've heard, is pretty good. Next is what? What we get from that? From that. Let's go next. Go next, Rhett. Does the Rhett want to stay for the next one? He was pretty good. We just keep going. We do 2 more keys on the warrior, and I check the weekly box. I will show you what Factor is. It is a meal delivery service. It is, I've heard many good things about it. I was pretty surprised. Oftentimes you hear about things like this and you're like, the quality isn't so good. But this, actually, look, they have a ton of meals and they work pretty hard at them. I have heard from the vast majority of people that almost every meal is very good. Now, the issue with it is that after the first month, it can get expensive. So this giveaway is for 1 box for your first month. Using my code, you get a 50% discount. I'm only sponsored for another few days. And this, you can choose your meals. You can tell them basically what you want out of the meals. You can tell them what you're allergic to. You can tell them if you don't want certain things. You can say, I want higher protein. You could say, I want a vegan option. You can say, I want a keto option. You can say, I want, give me all the carb option. You can tell them what you want, and they will actually customize the box that you get. It comes in a frozen package like this. Throw it in the microwave, 2 minutes, easy meal. You get actually relatively decently healthy food that actually tastes good and will help you hit your goals. And it comes ready-made. So you don't have to cook. And I think that's pretty cool. I actually think services like this can really help people. And that is the giveaway for today. That's what we're giving away. 3 boxes. The value of each box is something like $50 or $60. And I get to give away 3 of them. Pretty cool. If you'd like to enter the giveaway, you must be in the US. You must have not used Factor before for the last year, give or take. And that's it. That's the requirements. You use that link there. Okay, next key. Onwards and upwards. They have a no mushrooms option. One of the only foods I don't eat. I will eat almost everything else on Earth. What about ant eggs? Would you eat ant eggs, Buff? Never had them? Would you eat them? What about frogs? When my family was coming to visit me in Thailand, my dad said, you give ants eggs a go? Here's the thing. My dad was like, I want to try food. And I was like, okay, like what type of food? And he was like, I'd like to be a little adventurous. And I was like, okay, I don't know about this. So I said, hey, Kitty. Kitty's right there. I said, Kitty, my dad's coming. He wants to try some food. And she goes, oh, okay. How adventurous is he? And I asked him, I was like, hey, Dad, how adventurous are you? And my dad was like, pretty adventurous. And I was like, okay. So I told Kitty, pretty adventurous. And she was like, got it. So she started crafting a document. And she was like, we can get from the north of Thailand some black ant eggs, a delicacy. From the west of Thailand, we can get some specific types of frogs. From the south of Thailand, and then there's like a super awesome snail or something like this, or a slug. And I told my dad, and my dad was like, never mind. Pad Thai. Pad Thai. That's what we're looking for. We want Pad Thai. Not too spicy. And I was like, Kitty, mission abort. Mission abort. It's 17. Yeah, Kitty went really hard on this. It is pretty cool. I think you did put it on Discord, actually. I can't read party chat. Mysara Caverns. Okay. Cool. You want to go Mysara Caverns real fast? Or do we have another key to do? I'm just going to run 4. It don't really matter to me what. Can we do a 10, maybe? Just like a quick 10? Let's do Mysara Caverns. Hey, Kiana. I'm doing pretty good. I get to do a giveaway today. I've never done one before. Also, I got to make sure I move throughout stream today because I actually want to do a bunch of keys. I think lower key is good. I think we just run 10 super fast, and we'll just do this. I have feasts. You know, I'm willing to give him... I want to take him, but this is suspicious. It does seem suspicious, though. Is that not the Holy Paladin who healed me earlier? Grippy socks. Wait, don't I know this person? I feel like I know this guy. I'm doing pretty well, Kiana. How are you? My gym is closed for the Thai New Year's. It's basically closed for the entire week, so I got to make sure I actually do some workout here. After this, if you have time to do one, we'll see. I want to make sure I play my ults enough to get the weekly box. I think it would be cool. Hopefully, I don't get a repeat. It would be sad if I did, but my warrior could use a bunch of gear, and I do like playing my ults. Since we have the weekly, I will do it today. I'll do 4 on the warrior, and then I've already done my paladin. I've already done my monk, so then I will just have my death knight and my whatever else. Yo, what's up, Crex? How was your gym today? My gym, I will do workout at home. If it's not okay, I just got to do one before reset, so tomorrow's fine. Cool. Maybe I'll up the bit goal, because I feel like I actually want to do my home workout. Home workout for me is give or take. Chest press is your nemesis. If I do a home workout, and I want it to be a proper home workout, I think that the goal for me would be something like 100 push-ups today. I would have to do at least 100 push-ups to count that as a proper push-up workout, though. Do you play on NA? Yes. How's the ping from Thailand? Bad. But I make it work. Let's see. It is... Actually, are we on OCE right now? No, this is pretty good. 173? That's great. Normally, it's like 220. Zortim just subscribed with Prime. Yo, thank you for the Prime sub. My Zara Caverns again. How do you make the ping work? You just get used to it. Like, sometimes it gets me, to be honest with you. It does get me, and I think that the biggest thing is when I take a look at logs, I have less globals for what it's worth. And Peter on YouTube says, last time I had snails in France, I didn't really find them to be something special. Yeah, I've had a snail before, and they're much cooler when they're alive. I love snail. I think snails are great when they're not on my plate. I think they're really cool. Try once, but not worth it food for me. I ate a scorpion once. That was probably the most adventurous I've ever been. I got super sick. I have the digestional fortitude of a very weak princess. I have zero ability to eat things that I'm not supposed to eat. If I attempt to eat things that I should not eat, I will regret it. It does not agree with me. My stomach is super sensitive. What's my IO? On the warrior PD, it's not looking good. The warrior's IO is 1,000, but my druid's IO is almost 3,600. We got like some 18s and Resil 17 on the druid. I will do more druid keys, like push keys, probably next week, because I'm going to get about 5 item levels on the druid next week and second craft. So that's going to be massive. I think hopefully my druid gets a good vault and I can spend... I'm sitting on 160 mythic crests right now and 100 heroic crests. So next week I'm going to have hopefully massive upgrades and I should get about 5 more item levels, actually. Yeah, that should be really good on the druid. But yeah, now, however, there are people in this world who can totally, by the way, 100%. There are some people in this world who can do and just eat anything. Out of curiosity, are you that sort of person? Like, if somebody was like, do you want to be able to eat, like, you want to try this ant or something like that, could you do it? Do you think you would, if somebody's like, you want to try snake or alligator or this or that or whatever, I don't know, anything. They just offer you something and they go, look, street food sushi. Would you like to have some? Could you survive? Would you be able to consume this food? That's Taco Bell for you? Your parents, you have a steel-lined stomach. Okay. Wait, I'm reading your name right now, and I can't figure out what the name is. Hold up. I'm thinking about it. I'm reading it twice. I'm reading it 3 times. Nope. Wait, no, I've read it 5 times. Nope, it's exactly what I thought it was. If you can eat McDonald's, you could probably eat anything. No, that's not true. Let me tell you something. I will show you a photo of this damn scorpion. Hold up. Big abs? I'll call you big abs. That sounds good to me. Yep, sounds good. Big abs. You have big abs? When I was modeling, I always wanted to get my abs blockier. Went to India once and came back. Yep. That's me. I would not be able to actually consume like food like this. I swear there's the scorpion photo. I feel like it's still here. No, maybe I got rid of it. I did eat a scorpion once though, and it was wild. I got so sick, dude. I got so unbelievably sick. Where is it? Foodstuffs, maybe? Let me check. I don't know if the if it is, I'll show you real quick. But if not, yeah, I would not recommend. I ate a scorpion, and it did not agree with it. It was in Cambodia. Nope, it's not here. I got rid of it. Oh, well. I can't do it. I just have such a sensitive digestive system. Also, nowadays, I have the weirdest diet. I can't eat fiber. Yep, slam key. Let's go. Sorry. Nowadays, I'm not allowed to eat fiber, so I'm super limited on what I get to try. I basically don't really get to eat a lot of new food anymore. I kind of miss it. I think that it is actually cool to change it up. I'm pretty okay with eating, and I'm very used to eating the same exact thing every day of my life. I think you eat sushi from street vendor when it's 35 degrees. There's a lapse in judgment. No, some people are fine with it, man. Some people have literally no problems with it, though. That's the thing. Like, there are so many people, Krivia, who are just like, yeah, it's just street food sushi. Like, what's the problem? What's the big deal? It's actually insane. Kitty is one of them. Like, she could just, not only could she eat street food sushi, but she could eat it just, I'm pretty sure if I handed her, one of her favorite dishes is basically raw pork. And she can just do that. She just eats it and she's like, no problem. And I'm like, what do you mean, no problem? How does that work? Out of curiosity, right? Why do I see you? Oh, yes, up. I got a question. When you play Guardian Druid, I see you using Incarnation before the key starts. Ooh, good question, Blue. This is actually super important. When you play Guardian Druid, okay, you can pre-incarnation. When you pre-incarn, what happens is, let's go this way. I'm going to change it up this time. When you pre-incarn, you keep your incarn until after the key. We proc cheat death, no problem. So, as an example, if I send the incarn, also if I'm playing Apex, you can pre-Apex as well, then you keep the duration for 20 seconds once the key starts. You walk into the first pull with incarnation. Very important, actually. And also, every time I say incarnation, I think of condensed milk, because the Carnation brand is the one we use in Thailand. Is a coconut milk soup with the... Yeah, Kitty would like that probably, though. It's asking... No. She's fine. No, but she's fine. But it doesn't even bother her. She has a literal... That's an iron stomach. This is the thing, big abs. Like, there are people, and I swear it's genetic. It's not just genetic, it's also the way you were raised, for sure. But there are some people who are just like, yeah, of course I can eat that. Why wouldn't I be able to eat that? And there are other people who are like, I have fallen, and I cannot get back up. Like, it's basically like I cannot stomach it. It's so weird to me, the genetic differences of people like this, though. You used to eat dirt. That doesn't surprise me. I also used to eat dirt when I was a kid. The dirt that had the really yummy gummy worms in it and, like, vanilla pudding. It was like crushed up Oreos and vanilla pudding. You remember this? That is good dirt. That's real dirt, though. You guys ate, like... You ate, like, maybe, like, outside dirt. I was eating homemade dirt that was my mom made for me. Yeah, that is good stuff. Yeah. That's real. That's, like, this is, like, some Michelin star level dirt. It just basically, you take, like, vanilla custard, crushed up Oreos, and you put gummy worms in it to make it look more aesthetic. Yeah, that's... I'm remembering this right now, and I'm salivating at the thought of some Michelin star level dirt. Gordon Ramsay does not like me. I can tell you that right now. He's not a fan. I don't know what I'm pulling, by the way. We're trying a new route for fun. Doesn't matter how hard your stomach is or raw pork. No, literally, Ayland, I promise you it does not. I actually, like, I swear you would think that, but then this is the thing, Ayland. When I moved to a different country, I started realizing just the power of genetics, okay? I don't think, and I used to study this, remember? Like, this is my field of expertise, okay? No. So there are some cultures that have the ability to break down those parasites. It is a biological phenomenon. It has to do with the way you were raised. It has to do with your genetics. But there are certain people who actually have the ability to break down and process different bacteria and parasites better than other people. And it is one of the explanations as to why some cultures can consume, for example, insects off the side of the road, and other cultures will get very sick. It has to do with many factors, but it is a legitimate thing. I have to see a peer-reviewed study. I do not have the research on hand, but it is interesting because there are many cultures in the world. If you think about the average diet of somebody in Mongolia, or if you think about the average diet of somebody, like, you just have to think about all over the world, not where you're from, but in different cultures, people actually can consume different things. It's very interesting. It's weird. It might have to do with how the animal was raised. It might have to do, I don't know the specifics. Malden, you got to be in the US to enter the giveaway. I don't know. I don't think. Malden, where are you from? All I know is that basically there's like a lightly fermented pork that is sold at every convenience store in Thailand. And that one is not completely raw. It's fermented, but it's not cooked. I'll have to ask Kitty about it, exactly what the product is. But yeah, it's like a straight up thing. Yeah, they just have it on every convenience store, though. But it's typically not for multi-cell. Yeah, I don't know the specifics, by the way, for what it's worth. I do not know. I am not familiar because I would never. Not in a million years. But it is interesting to me watching. Like, there's also a lot of people think, for example, this is an interesting one. Thai people, when I first moved here, it was incredibly rare to see anyone that was very overweight. It was actually like you could spend hours and hours outside and basically not find a single person who was overweight. And you would think, well, that's because the Thai diet is super healthy. It's like, most Thai food is like submerged in canola oil or cheap seed oil and then like dusted with sugar. It's not exactly the healthiest diet in the world, but genetics play a massive factor. And I really did not appreciate that. When you look at Nak Muays in Thailand, which are like Muay Thai fighters, they're not big. People walk much more. There are many factors, lifestyle, genetics, everything. There are many, many, many factors to that. But it is interesting to me nonetheless. And one of the things, for example, is how strong are Thai people? And you say, well, they're strong oftentimes because genetics. Like, genetics has a huge factor in how much muscle you just straight up, the density, and also tendon and ligament thickness is a massively genetic thing. And the best example of this is not everybody could play in the NFL, which is the American Football League, because you would just get a concussion like immediately. You could technically train as much as you'd like, but there is a genetic factor to how structurally sound your body is. There are some people who, if I were to put you in an MMA ring, you're not walking out of there. And there are other people who are like, I got this. 3 beers deep, they step into the ring, no problem. It's a massively genetic diff. It's just a fact. Like, a lot of people don't want to accept that because it sounds for a second like potentially that means, oh, well, what's the point of working hard? You can absolutely change your reality. Quite a lot, by the way. Like, there are so many things that you can do to improve your own health or to learn skills that you might not otherwise have had. Like, yes, you can learn all that stuff. However, there is a massive genetic factor. And look at like, if I was, for example, a NBA scout, right? Just as an example, right? If I was an NBA scout, one thing that I would do is think, okay, I need to find people who are going to be more likely to play in the NBA. Where would I look? It's not, how to say? It's not racist, but there are certain cultures that I would look at. 100%. Because that is actually just a fact. And it's to do with muscle density. It has to do with ligament and tendon thickness. It has to do with many factors. I'm pretty sure pro athletes regularly get concussed either way. Yeah, well, height would be a big one for the NBA. But in particular, we don't think about it. But your ability, for example, to be structurally sound, like my fist, for example, how likely is it that I will break my fingers if I throw a punch? That is an answer that you can train, but is also largely genetic. Those are things that are not considered. But in my work, I work with different joint conditions. And the difference of somebody who has a genetic condition versus not is massive. It is crazy, the difference. It is very, very interesting, by the way. You can't really appreciate this, I think, particularly until you actually visit other cultures. It's the cultural things that will really send this one home for you. That's like the more interesting thing about this, I think, is just looking at different cultures around the world, Ayland. Because in America, I don't know, I was always taught that you could just train kind of for anything, but it's not really true. Like, no matter, there are some things where, oh, I'm going to die. There are some things that you would have a very difficult time just training for. And I think that that's not a bad thing. I think it will help you understand where to put your effort. I think it's actually important to kind of know where the best use of your time goes. Working within your limitations does not necessarily mean that you're going to have worse outcomes. It oftentimes means you're going to have better outcomes, in fact. Good morning, X-Tank. How's it going? But I do think it's a fascinating thing. We got 2 more keys on the Prot Warrior, and then I will think about what I'm playing next. Maybe Evoker, and then I leave my Blood DK for tomorrow. Maybe I just hop on some Resto Druid keys or something. But physically demanding stuff like being a pro can straight up mean you won't be able to. Yes, but the same exact thing exists for digestion. If that exists for muscles, tendons, and ligaments, why couldn't it exist for heart, kidney, stomach, intestines? Why not? Same thing. You can train it, but there is a genetic difference. There are some people who can absolutely I mean, they can do the worst things, for their health, right? But then they're like massively healthy. You know people like this? And there are other people who can do everything right, and they're very sick. And that doesn't, I think most of that actually has to do with the fundamental misunderstanding of how chronic illness works, but still, some of it is just genetic. We don't like to accept that, but I actually think that it would be healthier if we did. I may have lost some ambition to keep playing. I hit 3K. Yeah, it's super weird, El Juicy. I actually think that this is going to be a big problem this season for what it's worth, though. I can't comment on that, by the way, Ayland. I'm not saying that I do know for a fact that people are. I'd like to clarify. That in particular, I do not know for what it's worth. I don't want to harp on that because that one I am not an expert in. I don't do, that's not my thing. I work with joints. But, yeah, it's interesting to me, to say the least. I probably live this. Yeah, I live. Here we go. What's up, Tenos? Yeah, to clarify, sorry, I'm not trying to harp still on that fact because I do not know is the better answer there. Truthfully, I have no idea about that. That's my main point of contention. Oh, no, I don't know. All I can tell you is that digestional ability is also not universal. There are cultures who grow up with certain diets and certain lifestyles that enable them to have particular set of skills that I don't have and that a lot of other people don't have, and I think it's very interesting. What's up, Tenos? Thank you for the sub. That's what I meant by that. What is this? Roar of Sacrifice. Oh my god, I've never actually seen that icon on myself because Hunters, I forgot they even had it. Also great, but don't force yourself. So yeah, this is going to be a weird thing with this season, by the way, which would be fine, is guaranteed. She could also take a grasshopper off the side of the road and eat it, Ayland. Like she could literally take a there are so many things that I would never be able to do. Holy. I would never be able to do. Like, she grew up and they used to just catch frogs and eat them. And I'm pretty sure that I would be massively ill. But they used to, where she grew up, basically, they used to just catch frogs. And I think also frogs, and I think was it turtles or something. But like, that's how she grew up. It's just part of her childhood. So like, I don't know what that does to someone because I didn't grow up like that. But all I can tell you is that she can. Yeah, what's up? You say you work with joints. What's up? So I've had an elbow issue for ages. Doctors diagnosed it with bursitis. Has not cleared for 3 years. Any exercises you recommend? First of all, I need to actually see your elbow. But elbows and knees in particular, very rarely is the problem your actual elbow or your knee, wet tomato. Elbows and knees function as hinge joints. They're pretty simple joints. They have a few functions. But effectively, if your elbow is bothering you, first thing I would do is look at your shoulder. And you say, why my shoulder? The problem is in my elbow. The elbow responds to the position of your shoulder or your wrist, just like your knee responds to the position of your hip and your foot. So if you, for example, were to tell me that you had a bunch of knee problems, I would want to see your foot because that will tell me more about your knee than your actual knee. Does that make sense? So if you have been given exercises for your elbow and the elbow pain is not cleared up, like for example, you have the bursitis. Bursitis is just effectively, a simple way to understand it, is inflammation. And that pain has not cleared up. Tennis elbow, golfer's elbow, this, I would just take a look at your shoulder. I think that's important. Most likely, and I think I explained this before, but your scapula moves around your rib cage like this. And when that scapula gets stuck, you tend to have issues. Like what I would do is I, for example, would want to see a video, or if we had a consultation, wet tomato, I would say I would want to see a video of you putting your arm above your head just to see how your shoulder is functioning. Because if this looks weird to me, or I notice any sort of rib cage flaring or this or whatever, then I would immediately know to look at your scapular movement. What's up, Vesp? Oh, what's up, Vesp? So if I had a hip injury before this cleared up and now your knee hurts on the same leg, it's likely the hip could be the opposite leg. Body works. Vesp, you work at the gym a lot. So you have your posterior and your anterior oblique slings. Oftentimes, if you have pain on one side of the body, I'm getting tossed around. Oh, holy. Wait a second. I'm not geared enough to have this conversation. 1 second. So what I would say, right? Yeah. Is oftentimes left equals pain on the right, and right equals pain on the left. It's not actually like a definite thing that if you have pain on your right side, that is the problem is on your right side. Body works together. And it's rotational. Hi, Vesp. How you going? Hello. Yeah, Caesar, it's basically my way of confirming. It's like how I get feet pics from people. Because I can actually tell a lot about you based on your foot. If I see, for example, that you have very flat feet, I go, ooh, this tells me everything I need to know about you as a person. No, I'm just kidding. But for real, I can actually figure out a lot because something I was trained in was that I wanted to actually take the full-on course for what's called gait analysis. The problem is that is incredibly complicated. To actually become a master of what's called gait analysis, it is wildly complicated. Oh, I'm going to die. No, I'm alive. It's just how to analyze your walk. It is, I know how to do it simply, but one step it's like crazy complicated though. Why do people give in public order 3,000 gold? I think it's like 5,000 right now or something like that though. Yeah. I have a short Achilles tendon. A short tendon. Can you clarify with me? How did you get that measured? Like you just have a short tendon on the actual tendon is short? What's up, Buster? How do you get the perma rune in Midnight? I don't have a perma rune. I don't know. It's normally in the last season that comes out, Balsara. Also, hi, Vesp. I hope your season's good. I'm doing pretty well. Doing pretty good. I'm feeling decent right now. Feeling decent, I would say. Wish you were a veterinarian. I'd ask about my poor puppy. That I also wish that I knew more about too, actually. But you were saying Bro's doing key with one hand, and I can't even do a key with two. I am chilling. But also, I almost died there several times, and I did proc my cheat death. So I wouldn't say I'm doing it massively successful, but Warrior is pretty chill right now. I am not exactly geared, and I am very much relying on Teddy to heal me right now. I'm playing lazy. It's shorter than a normal length. Very interesting. Do you have flat feet, Hell? Do you have, like, very flat feet? Like, are your feet, like, bloop, like this? That Mog is a war crime. It's my. Don't look at the Mog. I actually have a very cool Warrior transmog. I have a Warrior transmog that shouts, "I grew up listening to Welcome to the Black Parade." I actually have a good transmog, but obviously I haven't done it because I haven't played the Warrior at all. This is just like quickly doing the 10s for the weeklies. Yeah. No. I have a good mog. It's not this. This is whatever. I'll show you later. Wait, and I can show you right now. I got this. No, it's good. It's good. Watch. Outfit sets, custom sets. This one. This is not a bad mog. This is cool. Use gold. Look, that's pretty good. What about that? Better? Is Warrior OP this season? It's not bad. I think that right now tank balance. It's just this is a hard season to tank. And I don't know why they did that, and I still think it was a bad decision. But this is a very difficult tank season. There are a ton of bleeds, a ton of mechanics that are not intuitive, and I don't know if tank balance is very bad, to be honest with you. I just think that they have designed some tanks to be kind of anti-pug friendly. Like, you can play VDH, but you do need things to go well because it's cooldown dependent. You can play a Blood DK. I've seen Sam play it in 18s, and he was fantastic with it. And he was easier to heal than most Brewmasters. You can play all sorts of things. However, you need to be good at the thing you're playing. Brewmaster is clearly a little bit ahead. I've been playing my Guardian Druid, and that feels great. We've timed, like 3,600 IO, pretty much. And that feels good. Guardian does not feel bad to me right now. Tank balance is not, I don't think, the problem. I just think that it's just a hard season to tank. Genetics are a crazy thing. I have a friend that's 6'3", 215, yeah. But isn't strong at all. Because your ability to bench heavy weight has way more to do with the structural soundness of your body, for what it's worth. Like, as an example, if I have a condition like EDS, which is, look at my joints, they go bloop, bloop, bloop. You see this? I'm a very bendy sort of guy. I can put both my feet behind my head because my joints don't have structural stability. That's one reason I had to learn how to work out. So I can do this. All my hands are super bendy. Jonesy. And that has a lot to do, by the way, with how much I can lift or how much I can deadlift, as an example. Because it's not how much muscle you have. It's, in general, the relative structure. Your ability. That's why technique matters so much on those lifts. So if you've ever been a power lifter or tried to increase your lift, it's not necessarily about growing your muscles. That isn't actually the recipe for how you definitely get way better at the lifts that you want to get better at. The recipe is, how can I basically learn the technique of stacking my joints better? Does that make sense? Ignoring genetic health, I bet all the money that neither of your friends, you absolutely can be held back by genetics, although you can still improve massively, because training, they've done, what was the study they did? It was like, this one you can look up, Ayland, if you'd like. You can fact check this one. They autopsied runners, marathon runners, and on average, marathon runners, their Achilles tendon was 40% thicker than people who did not run, just on average. And that's because the consistent training and repetition of force. Oh, we pulled this. I feel like I have easy to gain muscle. Like, I get big, but I'm not that strong. Strong is technique. Oh my God, it was so close. I almost fell off the edge. Strong is a lot of technique and a lot less about how much muscle. Muscle is a factor of strength, but so is tendon strength and ligament strength and your technique. Most people don't train well often. True. Although I wouldn't say that it doesn't matter, but obviously it's not. Yeah, and there's, for example, if you play college football, especially we're talking American college football, Jonesy. But Caesar would know this, for what it's worth, right? What are you measuring strength by? But Caesar, you're a big guy. You just sent me a video, by the way. I didn't actually watch it. I'm sorry. I'm going to be honest. I'm not going to lie to you and pretend I watched it. But you sent me a video of your powerlifting meet. Strength is not necessarily determined by muscle size. Strength is determined by many factors, muscle size being one of them, but not the only factor, right? What's up, Banco? I think it's very interesting. The more you learn about this, and that's why you can train. If it was just muscle size, actually, you would have this. I've been using a macro for shield on something no pain. I find it hard to maintain rage. How do you do it? You have to macro everything. You know so much stuff. This is my field. This is my work. Like, this is actually what I do. I started working in health and fitness when I was 17. Genetics are wild. That had meniscus tear. Raw muscle size, absolutely the largest factor in strength. I disagree with that, Caesar, personally speaking. I don't think it's the largest factor. There are way too many very, very, very lean, skinny people that I know that are significantly stronger than they should be because higher CNS adaptation, correct? CNS adaptation being one of them, but also just in general, the general structure of your body is determined by many factors, but it isn't just muscle size. Yeah, because, for example, one of the things that happens, this is very well documented, is that enhanced athletes will gain muscle at a rate that their connective tissue cannot keep up with. And so what happens is they're oftentimes going to end up with different things like pec tears because they're going to gain so much muscle that they're going to be able to bench so heavy, but they don't have the connective tissue built up to actually process that lift. They get too fast like idiots. Correct. But then what is the determining factor? Because they've gained a ton of muscle, raw muscle size. They have raw muscle size, but that doesn't necessarily mean they're going to be stronger than a powerlifter because it isn't the only factor, if that makes sense. That's a great way to put that. I wrestle in college, neither am I. You probably lift more than I do. Most of my training is cardio. For sure, everyone can do something. Even me, if I really wanted to be a power lifter, I'm sure I could do something. But I would have to accept that I'm not going to be a world champion simply because I have a condition. And that's okay with me, by the way. I could still become very strong if that was my goal. Gear? Nice. Look at that. I'm no longer 231. I am now 234. Beautiful. Nice. Delicious gear upgrades. Yeah, it's interesting. I just think that's so cool. And you can change, by the way. This is not this, though. You only got to shave one of these days. Do it. I've always found interesting these professional athletes' transitions to retirement, how hard it is for them to do it in a smooth way that allows them to maintain a good physique without becoming overweight. There's a lot of things about that. Yeah. One more key on the Warrior. I'm almost done with the weekly quest. Please tell me I picked it up. I did pick it up, right? Weekly event. 3 out of 4 completed. Nice. Strong people are mountain wall climbers. They don't want the weight of muscles. True. There are many athletes. I mean, what was it, like 5-6 years ago when they figured out that you can minimize hypertrophy by simply if you take an ice bath after a workout, you will gain less size because it will interrupt and mitigate the signal. And so if you, for example, it was used for MMA fighters or certain things where you have to maintain a weight class. So you would, for example, work out because you could still put on strength. You could still put on, but you wouldn't do this though. Doing the same movement are comfortable with it. The one with 10% more muscle mass. That's fair, Caesar, although muscle mass is not the same as weight. Also, something to clarify. Like, weight is important for powerlifting, and weight classes are incredibly important for all forms of fitness and all forms of athletic competition. But weight is not the same as muscle mass. An example being there are plenty of powerlifters who are tiny, but have perfect technique and have trained, and they're very good at that. Not to disagree, by the way, like muscle is clearly important, but there's a lot of people who think it is the only factor, and it is not the only factor. And in terms of fixing, for example, your elbow, wet tomato, if you're still here, then you would take a look at this. And also, I can explain this very simply. So, Vesperal, are you still here? I don't know. That was a while ago. And I know Vesp is a busy guy. He do be busy. Oh, wait, there was an ad running. Okay, I'll wait for the ad to expire. Hopping and going to bed. Oh, okay, no problem. If I manage to win the giveaway, let me know. I might have to. I wonder how I'm going to do this, though. Training for like 10 years, putting up numbers, I could probably do. Yeah, true. Like, obviously, weight class matters. I'm not trying to say that weight class doesn't matter. Cape, thank you for coming. Appreciate it. If I manage to win the giveaway, I don't know when I'm going to end it. I haven't thought about that. I'm going to have to think about that for a second. All right, one more key on the warrior. I don't know if Vespero was still here. All right, we take a few plate people. That works for me. But and stuff like, but Wet Tomato, are you still here? There are many factors to being strong. But Wet Tomato, are you still here? You asked me about your elbow. You had a bursitis in your elbow. Hello. I'm off. Oh, no problem. Okay, no problem. Thank you for coming and helping with the keys. I do appreciate it. Makes these kind of fast. You do damage. Because some people don't understand that there's something like muscle density. Exactly. Now, moving to Thailand really hammered this home for me, by the way. Right? This is where I really gained an appreciation, by the way, Caesar. I live in Thailand, right? Goddamn, Thai people are so strong. They're so strong, but they're not big. Like Nok Muays, like if you fight somebody like a Muay Thai fighter here, is just like if you ever hug somebody, like if you were to hug a Muay Thai fighter, you're gonna be like, dude, this what I'm hugging is a brick. Like they are a bundle of muscle and strength. It is redonkulous, but they're not big. And that's just a lot of that is genetic for what it's worth. And it's just because that's their genetic makeup. They couldn't get big pretty much even if they wanted to, shy of being enhanced. Like it's actually just, they're just that strong. And it's just genetic. And I think that again, in America, I did not appreciate this because a lot of people in America are either just big or you're not big. You're either big or you're not. The thing is, in Thailand, that's a totally different thing though. When I got my massage license, I learned how to describe and what muscles did. And when you, for example, extend your arm, though it's been a few years, and I forgot most. Yes. And what does massage do, for example? Just a skill issue, unless the muscles are involved. It's a combination of things. It might be. I also got a lot of back and knee issues. It could be many things. And remember, we're talking on the internet, so I don't know you. Caesar, I happen to know you because you've actually sent me photos of your lifts and stuff. But, you know. Western culture really pushes that Arnold Stallone physique build, doesn't it? I don't think so, actually. I think... I don't know if that's necessarily what's pushed. A genetically slimmer and more agile. But for what it's worth, Cape, that's a on-the-surface analysis. In the actual analysis, an Asian powerlifter... Well, okay, that's not a fair way to say this. But the idea is... to think that they're just more agile, you would have to be here. And then you can watch them work out and you can watch them lift and you're going to be like, aight. They're also fucking amazingly strong, though. You should never if you have one. But I'm not even talking about underlying conditions, even if you have no underlying conditions. And an example being, if I were to, for example, do some push-ups. No one has donated bits. But if I were, for example, to do some push-ups, I suppose it's hard for me to explain this for myself, but it's a technique thing. It's not just a technique thing, it's also explaining the scapula. I'm not a good example of this. Yeah, my body is a really bad example of this because I know how to explain it, but okay. If I were to do a squat, yeah? Let's take a squat as an example. I forgot a lot of techno. Just to work with the muscle knots and ensure it's built up. Do you know how that works? Do you know how self-myofascial release actually works? I think this is very interesting. So, for example, if I have all the tools that I could have, as an example, let's take one of these and let's take a trigger point ball. But if I take a little massage gun like this, yeah, how does this work? Why does this work? If you, for example, were to do this on somebody, or I were to get a massage. Yes, I do, Random. You want to come? For sure. So, all right. How does this work? And why does it work? It works because it activates your CNS. Yeah, random. Perfect. Perfect timing. So if I were to, for example, turn this on, and I were to put this here, and I feel that it's going to work, why does it work? Like, some people don't always have denser muscles. Depends. You push button, it goes burr. Well, that's one way to think about it. Randy, bring in Devour. Sounds good. God, I think I'm losing my voice. I can feel it going, man. I feel it going. But when it comes to strength, whoops. My bad. I knocked my microphone. Sorry. I want to do some push-ups. I actually want to get my workout in today, so I'm going to do a set of push-ups, and I'm going to show you while I do the set of push-ups. The position of my shoulder will dramatically alter how strong I am on the push-up. And also, when people talk fitness all the time, but if you're like, I can do 100 reps of a push-up, you're not doing push-ups right. I show you, or maybe you're doing them in a weird way though. Hey, Squinkin' Binks, how's it going? A room cam. There you go. My floor cam is here. There you go. I don't know if this actually works. You have to tell me, by the way, if you can see this properly. I have no idea. It's right here. So if I do a push-up, the difference of this, these are two massively different push-ups. 1, 2, they're not the same. Or here, this is much different than this. Intent matters when you work out. What you're going for matters. And I like doing push-ups on your fists. Right wrist has a little bit less mobility and hurts. We never use tools really. I'm not sure how massage pistols work. Oh, no, sorry. It's just effectively when all myofascial release. So we have a lot of massages. I can get massages in Thailand. Massages are very common here. They're so relaxing. God, they help so much. I love massages. Great to get them. They're like $9 here, Crex. If I want to go get a foot massage later tonight, it'd be $9. If I want to get a Thai massage, $10. If I want to get an oil massage, also $10. It's great. But they work because they send a signal to your brain. So you can't actually manipulate the muscle in your body that well. Like you're the little more than $10. But you cannot, your hands are not actually, your hands are not strong enough to, for example, move the IT band in my thigh. But if you massage that area, my brain can release it, right? Ready. So the trick with massage techniques, curse of being a masseuse is typically we don't get them ourselves. Yeah, I know, and they're way more expensive there. It's like a specialty product. Here we have massage shops. There's 10 different massage shops in my general location, and it'll be very easy for me to get them if I so desired. But yeah, wait, I'm not going to pull big. Right, I'm not geared. I was about to do my bear pull. I was out of habit. I was about to massively pull this dungeon, and that would have been a mistake. That would have been super not good. Cool. Oh, I interrupted my own spell reflect. Lame. Oh, I definitely proc cheat here. Yeah, I gotta pull this safer. 100%. I wonder how I'm gonna have to practice. I bet you Warrior Tank just needs reps in a season like this. There's a lot of damage patterns here that would be rough for Warrior. I bet you can reflect that. That's pretty cool. Okay, double slash. Yeah, I think it's crazy to me sometimes that I live in a country where I don't actually... Well, I was 229 to start today, and I've got a back piece and some wrists. So, yeah, it's a little low, but not too bad. You thought that? Yeah, there's a lot of fun reflects this season. Big reflect value. I used to have an office in the same suite. She gave me 20 nice. I get them twice a week from her. They're actually so... I mean, I love massages, and I kind of wish that they were more accessible for everywhere else in the world. Here in Thailand... Oh, this is a bad pull. I'm going to die. I don't know why I did this. I don't have... I really got to start not... I have to remember that I'm undergeared, because I'm pretty sure I could die here pretty soon. We'll just wait for this bark skin to expire, and then I'll rotate here, and we'll see if I live this. Maybe with the affix, actually. I'll do some fun little tech. I'll stun this one. I'll rallying cry here to help myself. We'll kick that, and then I'll rotate to one shield wall. I probably didn't even need that shield wall. All right, we're going to go nice and safe from this point because we just want a smooth last key, and then I'll open my weekly box, and I'm sure I'm going to get something really good from it. We'll see. But yeah, so anyways, Krex. You can manipulate the muscle knots, quote unquote, on people's bodies are heavily manipulated based on their brain. And I think that is super cool. It's actually fascinating. An example being, if you perform some self-soothing activities and take a nap, the muscle knots in your body will become significantly reduced. But I didn't touch them. I didn't manipulate them. I didn't use a massage gun. I didn't get a massage. No techniques were used except for some up-down motion and a nap. But I will wake up feeling significantly less tight. Because our brain is actually the limiting factor for how our body is structured and how our muscles are working. So when you understand that as a masseuse, what you can do is if you can get people to relax, you can get people relief. But relaxation is sort of the key to relief for a lot of people. And I think that that's not well understood. Because just for example, pushing harder isn't necessarily going to get people more release. It in fact might make it worse. Because if you stress the f out of people, they're not going to be very happy about that situation. Like, for example, if you're a massage therapist and somebody comes in for a massage and they're like, my shoulder's killing me. And you go, no problem. And you just take your elbow and you go, and you just dig in and they're like, like it hurts. But like, oh, it's so good. Like, keep going. And you're like, I don't want to hurt you. And they're like, harder. And you just have to do what they're asking because they're a client. They're not necessarily going to they're not necessarily going to feel better from this situation. They might actually feel worse. That depends on so many factors. But the idea is, thank you, Ace. I hope that a lot of people realize, actually, it is so not difficult here because it's a 10. But goddamn, when I'm doing 18s, it is actually a very difficult skill. And I do hope that people appreciate my ability to multitask like that. It is a challenge for me sometimes. When I'm doing high keys and also trying to just maintain full conversations with people, thank you. I appreciate it. I'm glad that you recognize the effort. Because it is really difficult. It's really hard, actually. It's not, and like I said, in this key, it's fine. But God, that is so hard sometimes. Especially also when you factor in the ping on top of that. Yeah. What's up, XQ8? How are you tonight? I'm doing pretty good. Having a conversation about muscles and relief and massages. But we learned about this, and the reason we learned about this is because the topic was, how should you foam roll? Like, what does foam rolling do before a workout? Should you stretch before a workout? Like, what's the purpose of all these things? And where do they fit into a workout plan? And it's like, SMR, which is self-myofascial release, which is the topic of the conversation, can be very helpful. Why? It actually primes the brain and nervous system more than it doesn't release the muscle knot. And that's the big miscommunication that a lot of people have a misunderstanding about. If you think that it actually resolves the muscle knot by just pressing harder, then you're going to overdo it. And you're going to actually have a rebound effect. It's going to be like a rubber band. You pull harder, and then it snaps back, and you'll feel worse. You ever have that feeling? Like, have you ever done that to yourself before? You're like, maybe you get like a deep tissue massage, but you end up feeling worse the following time. And it depends. Were you relaxing into the deep tissue massage, or were you like, I have to do this, like this sucks, but it's gonna help me so much and I have to do it. It's like that mentality doesn't tend to work that well. It tends to garner less results for people, not more results. So it depends. Some people love it and they go, the harder you press, the more I relax. In which case, go for it. But I think it's just a misinterpretation of how the body works if you think that you need to do it that way. Because more does not equal better results. Relaxation equals better results. If that makes sense, right? No, again, for a lot of people that works. But if you ever have a client, Crex, who is really tensing up as a result of you giving them a deep tissue massage, then you actually have to back off a little bit. Like, you have to apply less pressure. Because if they're having this response and they're going, then they're not going to necessarily feel better. And that's the adaptation that you'll have to make, and a good masseuse would know how to adapt for the client. Because some people will need more pressure and some people will need less. And it's no different with fitness. When you do fitness and you're treating joints, you have the same exact thing going on, which is basically you have to adapt based on what the person needs. Some of that is genetic. Some of that is lifestyle. Some of that is who you're dealing with. Are they 40? Are they 80 years old? Because those are two very different bodies. You have to make those adaptations if you want to be successful. And a lot of times people only work with one type of client. And I think that if you only ever work with one type of client, you're actually really limiting yourself in terms of your ability to express your skill and get people relief or results. In other words, oftentimes trainers only work with athletes. But have you ever worked with a very elderly client? Completely different. Because if you take that elderly client and you're like, well, you know what we're doing today? Getting 100 burpees. Let's go. Your time to shine. Like, that's not going to go well. You have to be able to adapt for what that person needs. And that person might not need 100 burpees or 1,000 squats. You know what I mean? Like, imagine taking somebody who can barely do a bodyweight squat and thinking, well, I give all my clients barbell back squats, one of the best exercises you could possibly do. And you're just like, that's what we're doing. It's like, that is not good. You have to be able to adapt it. Now, I want my 80-year-old client to have the ability to do barbell back squats, but he's definitely not starting with them, right? Because I have to scale it, and I have to teach him how to do that. That's not necessarily the strength of his quads, but it is the stability of his joints and also his central nervous system being able to adapt to axial load. Does that make sense? Like, there's all these factors that I think are just oftentimes not thought about or considered. You can't just apply the same logic to everyone. You have to be able to customize it. And that's why people are all like, well, personalized training plan, just sign up for my program. It's not very personalized. Personalized training plan doesn't mean that you write a different thing on a piece of paper. Personalized training means I know your life. I know your schedule. I know how you live. Do you have kids? What do you do with your kids? Are you the caretaker? Like, I need to know these things. What do you do for work? Do you wear heels to work? If you wear heels to work, I need to know that because I will personalize your training. What's your threshold for pain? Do you like working hard? Was your attention span like? How long should the sessions be? How many times a week should they be? What are your goals? Are you in a rush? There are so many things that you think about. But most people, unfortunately, I think, AI will eventually I think most trainers will be out of a job in a few years because AI will just take that. But if you're a really, a specialized trainer, I will not lose any clients, I don't think, to AI. And my ability to work with people matters far more than my ability to just say, today we're going to do 13 of this rep exercise instead of 10 because that's what we should do today. You know what I mean? Yeah. And fixing joints and also fixing pain, if you have a bursitis in your elbow or your shoulder or whatever, that ability to, where are we breaking here? This one. And then we're going to go out after this. Yeah. But I love this stuff. I think it's so cool. And the reason it's so cool is because you can fundamentally change. If I talk about this on stream, what I want people to understand or what I want you to know, right? Also, I love I like big naturals. I also like big unnaturals. You know, your name, either way, it's all good. But the point is, what I want people to understand is that you can change and adapt. Yes, there's a genetic component, as we've been talking about for a while, if you've been following the conversation. There's absolutely a genetic component. But if you understand that and you know how to work within your limitations and your body, the human condition is so endlessly adaptable. It's amazing. Human beings are incredible. We can do so much. And I never want people to feel like they're without hope for what it's worth. Because that's not, I want people to understand that there's always something you can do. If you're really unsatisfied with a part of your life or you're in pain, as a big example, then do something about it. Because you don't have to be, especially if you're young, especially if you're in your 20s or your 30s and you're like, you know, it's going to be the result. It's in my life now, you know. I've got this shoulder problem and it's just my shoulder always hurts. But, you know, I've just heard that that's normal. Please do something. You don't have to be in pain for your whole life. You're way too young to accept the fact that that's just your reality. As someone who has been working with has been with a trainer for a year after literally never working out before, there's no way I could have done any of my progress with AI. Then I'm glad to hear you have a great trainer. There's something special about people who are really passionate, Willow, if that makes sense. Because there are a lot of trainers. When I got my first certificate through NASM. This was almost a decade ago or something. The statistic that was given to us in the class, I don't know if this is still true, by the way, I've never fact-checked this, but I remember the statistic was 97% of people who get a personal training certificate quit within the first year. And I think a lot of times they get it because maybe they like fitness or whatever, but they don't realize that to work with people, you have to actually work with people. You cannot just give everybody squats and push-ups or whatever it is. You have to be able to work with people. A passionate trainer can make a very big difference in people's lives because the way you look, NASM, National Alliance of Sports Medicine, National Academy, sorry. The way you look, what you see in the mirror is ultimately the way you feel. Confidence is impacted by the way you look. Should it matter? No, probably not. Does it matter? Yes. Do I kind of wish maybe we lived in a world where aesthetics weren't prioritized as much? Yeah. But do we? Yes. You know what I mean? Like, it's a reality. The way you look matters. It will affect your ability, unfortunately, not by my choice, but it does affect how your job opportunities, your outcomes in life. The way you look is people's first understanding of you as a person. Before they learn your name, if you meet people in real life, not online, of course, they're going to see what you look like. And it does absolutely matter. I actually wish it didn't, but it does. So feeling better about the way you look is a pretty impactful way to approach your self-confidence. Yeah, I know. That's the thing, Ionix. It's a really tough conversation because, unfortunately, it is incredibly common, and I would agree with you. If I meet somebody and they're like, oh, yeah, like I'm a trainer, it's like, oh, great, like let's talk fitness. I fucking love this conversation. And it can be very clear to me that they're not passionate about the subject, but they just, they played college football or something. That is not to diminish that, though, because there are plenty of people who you can help by simply using a gym bro mentality. There's a lot of people who, honestly, if you just got them to do some squats and push-ups, they'd feel a lot better. And I don't want to diminish that because actually, Ionix, it would be counterproductive to say that's not actually the right move at all. It's just depending. Most of my clients are older. Like, I don't tend to work with young, strong athletes. I don't work with competitive powerlifters. Like, that's not my clientele. Most of my clients are older. Most of them have kids. Most of them come to me because they have a problem. And it's something that I take a lot of pride in being able to help them. Because if you work with me, I will get you results. And we will do whatever we have to do to get you those results. I'm pretty familiar with nutrition and fitness. Yeah, I've tracked and cut and bulked and trained over the last years. I'm definitely let myself go a little bit. 31. Hold up. Let me make sure I don't die to this. It's easy to lose it with just some walks. What would you recommend for mindset, like at home hit workouts? There's so many things you can do at home, Ace. But I think it depends. What are your goals? If you use the same, so you're 31 now, right? Okay, so you're 31. Do you want, what is it that you want? That's the first thing to answer. Because if you were like, well, I kind of want to be in the same shape that I was when I was 21 and I was giga active, right? And it was like I was super fit, then you might think to yourself, well, I should work out 5 days a week and I should do all this stuff. You might not have to. Because, for example, okay, your goals are to lose 10 kilos, but you have no motivation. First of all, the fact that you're asking me right now means that you care. And if you care enough to ask me right now, you do have some motivation. You can got this. So that's the first thing to understand, Ace, is that you can do this. 10 kilos, that's a pretty manageable goal. Are you in a rush? Is there a wedding you have to go to soon? Or would you mind if it took you, let me ask you a question. If it took you 6 months to lose the weight, but you knew that you were going to make progress on it and that you were going to get there, would that feel good to you or bad? How would that feel? If I told you it would take you 6 months, but you're going to get there, that means that you don't have to worry that much, but you're going to get there. Bad. Okay. What's the time frame you're looking for then? How quickly you want to lose the weight? You need it by August. It's April. That's 4 months away. Okay. So if it's 4 months away, that means on average, you need to lose about 2 to 2.5 kilos a month. That's fairly aggressive, but can be done. I don't know your life, remember, and please do not take this as exact medical advice because I do not know you or your life. I don't know what your background is. I don't know anything about this. So if you do the math, technically speaking, it is approximately, it's about 500 calorie deficit per day. You could accomplish this with just nutrition. If your goal is weight loss, then you can accomplish weight loss without ever touching a weight. I wouldn't recommend it because you will have a, just generally speaking, much healthier and you'll feel much better when you combine it with training. But technically speaking, if all you wanted to do was lose weight, you could do it with just diet. How do you feel about diet? What's your relationship with food? You said you had no motivation, but then you told me by August. What's happening in August, Acework? I might tell you how much a person cares about themselves. True. I used to easily stick to a diet with intermittent fasting. So you binge eat, okay? Do you just really like eating? I'm playing Guardian going well at Vengeance. Oh, yeah. Dijon, Vengeance is kind of like that right now. Vengeance is like a weird skill. You have to get good at Vengeance, though. Autopilot. Okay. What if I told you that you could eat every night, late night, you could eat if you so desire. But you have to control what you eat. So, for example, do you live with other people, Acework? I don't play Brew. I have a Brew, actually. No, I've already done all my weekly keys on Brew. I might crest farm more later, but I'm just doing the weekly real quick now. My alts are very undergeared. But because the weekly quest is up, I just want to complete them. I do, actually. I think this season, Brew is my least play tank. You don't live with other, you live alone. Okay. So you buy all your food, correct? Like what's in your pantry right now is a result of what you bought at the store. Is this correct, Ace? Blech. I am dehydrated. Hidden squid. Normally squids are kind of massive. I think they're easy to see. You're a hidden squid. That's a rare squid right there. So if you buy all your food, okay, Ace, I have one other question for you. I have a few questions for you. We can talk about this. I don't mind. How stressed are you right now? Out of curiosity. You get your food. Okay. How stressed are you right now? In your life, scale of 1 to 10. Very. What's going on in August? Why August? You said you need to lose the weight by August. What's happening then? Nothing too much. You're going to Greece. You're going to the beach. Ah, so you know you're going to the beach. And if you're going to the beach, you know that you're going to probably take your shirt off. And you want to look good on the beach. Is this correct, Ace? You want to be smoking hot. Am I right about this? You want to turn the eyes, of course. Who are you going to Greece with? We're getting somewhere here, by the way. Like normal, not smoking hot. I'm usually sitting about 96. I'm 110 right now. Okay. Ace. Can you give me, in general, how tall are you? And are you a guy or a girl? $186, and you're a dude. Okay. So you're telling me that you're going to Greece, and you know you're probably going to the beach. And that means that somebody will take a photo of you, or at least you want to look good. You want to feel comfortable taking your clothes off at the beach. Maybe all of them, maybe only some of them. I'm not here to judge. I'm just here to get you feeling better. In which case, I would tell you that losing weight is only one part of what will most likely make you feel really good. Because if you're 186, it's quite tall, and you're a dude, you would probably prefer to have some muscle on you too, right? Like, you don't want to just lose the weight. You also want to look good. I'm making a generalization because I don't know you, but I'm going to imagine that you would want to have some muscle definition. Yeah. So for example, you want to have like some deltoids or some biceps popping, maybe a little pecs because your shirt will be off at the beach. You want to look muscular. What if we shifted the goal, and instead of thinking that you just need to lose weight, you thought to yourself, I want to look good by August? Would that be would you agree with that? What if I told you that you could look really good and the actual number on the scale did not represent that? Would that be okay with you? If, for example, you didn't quite hit a number on the scale, but you really felt confident in how you looked, like, would that feel, you want to feel good and healthy? Okay. Do you think you could do that potentially? So what if I told you that that was more achievable? That gives me more understanding of what you might want to do with your fitness. Because then, in which case, I recommend that you work out. You shouldn't just lose weight with diet. You would actually also want to work out a little bit. Do you have a gym? Do you like going to the gym, or you want to only work out at home? You mentioned home workouts earlier. It'll help with anxiety. 100% it will. Yes, it will. Very much. Did we loot anything from this? I didn't see any drops. Oh, wait, is this? Oh, there was this and a back piece. No problem. Okay, onwards and upwards. I can turn in my weekly quest on the warrior. Let's see what I get, by the way. The struggle is starting. Absolutely. I got a shitty belt. No problem, no problem, no problem. Okay, definitely the problem is starting. Are you sitting down in a computer chair right now, Ace? Where's my Hearthstone? Wait, where's my Hearthstone? Wait, am I blind? Wait, what? Where's my Hearthstone? Wait a second. Where? What? Wait. What? Wait. When did I get this? When did I get this? I don't... Wait. You don't have the toy? Under the Mythic Plus timer. Is it? Oh, it's right there? Wait a second. Hold up. Right under the timer. No, I definitely have one in my bags. I definitely have a Hearthstone. Such lighting. Wait. Whoa. Whoa. This is an inscription. I don't have it in my... Wait, I thought I had a Hearthstone. That's so weird. Did I delete it somehow? How did this happen? That's so weird. Okay, well. All right. Let's go turn in the weekly quest. The middle. The hardest... It's in your bag? I saw it. Where? It's just half grayed out because it's on cool. Oh, it's here. It's here. I see it. I see it now. Oh my God, I am blind. Oh my God, not only am I getting older, but I'm also getting, oh shit, I'm losing my vision too. Damn. Yeah, this is not looking good for me. I'm getting real old. That was such an old man thing to do. That was not a bit. I really couldn't find it. I actually didn't see it. I literally didn't see it at all. Oh boy. All right. Yeah, that's rough. All right, Ace, stand up right now. Just stand up right now. You hear this? Stand up, sit back down. Tell me when you've done that. Just wait till you actually turn 30. It goes downhill fast. Oof. We'll see. Yes? Okay. Okay. You're sitting down again? Stand up one more time. Sit down. You do that again? Tell me when you've done that. Cool. Okay. No, that's fine. You've just done 2 squats. When you think that fitness is going to be an overwhelming thing to start, you won't do it because you told me that you're very stressed. If you're very stressed, that means you have a ton going on in your life. If I ask you to add a bunch of other things that will stress you out, fitness is a productive stress. It is a positive stressor, but it is a stressor nonetheless. If I told you that you needed to add all this crazy work, you would be like, all right, look, I really want this, and I'm going to do it. But you will burn out, and you will probably stop in a few weeks. The biggest piece of advice I have is don't add a lot of work. You've just done 2 squats. Great. Every time you do a key, do a few squats. It's a great place to start. Do whatever. You don't have to work that hard. Fitness should be a productive, positive part of your life. If you're thinking to yourself, I need to do it, you're probably going to stop doing it, especially if you're already very stressed. If you give yourself some grace and you just say, I'm going to do something. Something is so much better than nothing. You just did a small workout. Just like that. What if you stood up and sat down 5 more times? All right, what's in the box? There you go. If you told me, I'm not that stressed right now, actually. I do have some time. I'm walking like 10K. Great. When it's good weather, get a little walking pad at home. Yeah, walking is excellent. People burn, on average, way more calories walking than they do running. People burn way more calories on average walking than running. All right, shall we see what's in the box? No expectations. I'm going to go Prot loot spec. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Bam. Not even thinking about it. Oh, I'll take it. I guess it's a hero weapon. I do need a hero weapon. I was kind of hoping it would be like a trinket or something like that because I don't actually want that. I will eventually farm this, but hey, big item level upgrade. Can't complain too much. Walking is so impactful. People underestimate dramatically how many calories are burned walking. I'm enjoying Prot Pally a lot right now, but I'm having trouble when using Holy Bulwark. So I know Prot Pallys could use fist weapons. Yeah. Prot Warriors can, yeah. All I do is incline walk. It's super OP, I know. Just do 5 push-ups for that if you can, but if push-ups hurt your shoulders, don't do it. Many other exercises you can do. Yes, so that's why random, because people think that if I just run for 15 minutes, they're like, that's a tough ask. Like if I told you, hey, go for a run right now, right? If I have no power in my brain to do it, you just did. Ace, you just did. You literally just did it right now. Unless you lied to me. In which case, maybe you didn't. Maybe you're just a liar. No, but did you just stand up? You just did. Careful what you tell yourself. Words do have power. You do have power in your brain to do it. You just did. You've been talking to me for the last 10 minutes. Clearly, you care. Congratulations. You've literally just done it. You've done more in the last 10 minutes than you have for a while. Yeah. You don't have to do that much. You don't even have to lock in that much. Every time you come say hi to me on my stream, stand up and sit back down. Yeah. You didn't think about it, and you did it. If you think about it, here we go. Well, with running is people think their joints can... Exactly. So plebiscite, that's what I was going to say. So here's the thing. when people think that they want to run as an example, right? So yeah, if you want to run, you have to train the skill of running. The issue is that because it feels really hard when you start running, you feel like you're working like crazy. And there's a certain logic that says, well, intensity will drive adaptation. However, there's also the actual aspect of caloric expenditure. So if I told you go for a 30-minute walk, you'd be like, I can do that. A 30-minute walk will burn more calories than a 5-minute run, but a 5-minute run might be really hard for you. So if, for example, you think that running is the way and you have to run, you might actually trap yourselves and limit the amounts of results you could get if your goal is weight loss. Running is one way to exercise. It is not the only way to exercise, right? Now, if you love running and you're like, I really want to have a goal of being able to run, excellent goal. Nothing wrong with it. But you have to balance the effort to reward ratio, right? Like if you have to spend so much effort to get a minor reward, then you're inting yourself. You want to basically get more results for less effort, right? Sprinting or walking is best for weight loss. I love sprinting, but if you're 130 kilos at 180 centimeters, if somebody were to prescribe you sprints, you might not show up in my stream tomorrow. Like, you don't want to start sprinting, most likely, at 130 kilos. That you don't want to start there, because your body will basically hold up 2 middle fingers and be like, you, with respect, without respect, actually, is just going to really hate you for that. Positive adaptation, not negative adaptation. Your body will adapt. Random, if you want to do some more, by the way, I'm down. I'm just going to swap off the warrior. No, that's fine. So yeah, sprinting is actually, I love sprinting. I was sprinting the other day. I have blisters on my toes because I sprint bare feet on concrete. I like it. Yeah, so the idea, though, is, you know what I mean? Oh, thank you for the sub, Ace. I like talking about this, by the way. And Ace, you've already done it. Yeah, I'm off for a while. Okay, sounds good. I need to do either DK or Evoker. I've done these now. These have got their weekly box, so these two are the ones now to do. Do I want to play Prez? Or do I want to play... Okay, the DK. Here's the problem with the DK, guys. He real low. I think I actually did some world quests. I think I filled out a few slots. But he low. Like, he might as well be named Shoddy. He real low. He got jeans with fruit on the bottom. You know what I mean? Like, it do be rough here. Let's see. I did some world quests. Actually, last night I had like a minute. That's treasure 10 for 1 vault slot in your resto shaman. Good luck, free. You got this. 10s aren't too bad right now. Okay. Hold, I haven't even taken the thing. I mean, doable, right? He'll be like 2. Well, I didn't take the vault, I don't think. My vault is Omega. Look at this vault. This is crazy. 1 vault key a week, by the way. Look at this. Look at this upgrade I'm about to get. Redonk. Look at this. Actually insane. It's an unbelievable vault on my alt. It's actually so... You know what actually is frustrating? For real, though? Seriously. How come my alts get all of the actual best items in their Great Vault, but my main Guardian Druid gets literally nothing? My Druid had to take a socket week 1 of the season, and I do 1+10 on my Death Knight, and bam, I get a Leech Mythic Helmet. Every single alt has gotten Mythic Tier, Mythic Weapon, Mythic Bis, except my Druid. It always happens like this. Oh, yeah, no, I mean, maybe I take 2 tokens, yeah. Perhaps I take 2 tokens. No, obviously I'll take this. Let's see. So I equip the helmets. That's a fair upgrade. 229. Do I just die as a blood DK if I try to tank? I don't know, actually. No, No, yeah, ace. So, by the way, stand up again and sit back down. Seriously, don't think about it. If you think too much, you'll get in your head and you'll get in your own way. Don't think about it too much. Just A, walking is great. B, in terms of binge eating, the thing about binge eating is sometimes the way to hack the way to like control binge eating is just if you really like eating, have something in your mouth. Now, you live alone, so unfortunately, you can't have anybody help you with this. But what you can do is just have kind of zero-sum calorie foods. If you, for example, like chewing on things, not gum, but for example, celery or cucumbers or carrots. If you buy food, always have those in your fridge. And a general rule of thumb, because you don't actually have to change. You can't, I'm not going to tell you to stop eating all the things that you really like because I don't know you. I'm not there to enforce this. Nobody should enforce this, but for what it's worth, if you always, for example, say, I want to eat something, and the only thing you decide is to redirect that to one thing first, then what happens is you go like this. You go, okay, I really want to eat something. It's late at night. Oh, I know I'm not supposed to do that. I'm going to eat anyways. First thing you do is take a bite of a carrot. And you have to eat part of if you don't have any digestional problems, like, and you can eat this and it won't make you like your stomach upset, then for example, make yourself eat half a cucumber. Seriously, like eat half a cucumber and then after that, have whatever you want. Do it first. That one action will oftentimes interrupt whatever it is you think you're going to do that you don't want to do. Just need something to interrupt it. Okay, so here's what we got going on. I do have a 10, actually. I have a 10 to Windrunner Spire. You want to come tank? You want to come tank, dog? Sure, I'm happy. I will play on Holy. I could probably tank it. I mean, like, can't be that hard. Can't be that hard. You want to come tank, though? Okay, if you're a tank, I'll play Unholy. My Unholy will not do a lot of damage, but I'll do my best. Sure. I'm one mythic slot behind because I didn't actually think I would play my DK, though. Since most times autopilot, exactly. That's because, and I give this advice because you told me that it's autopilot. So there are foods that you can eat that effectively have no calories. And so if it's the action of eating that you need to fill, then don't try to, if you fight your biology, you're going to lose. But if you work with your biology, you might win. If you have to work so hard to get a result, your life is already stressful enough. If I add, or you try to add, a bunch more stress to that, it's not practical. It's the difference between theory versus practice. Practice matters because you're after results, not theory. You don't want to get to Greece and be like, well, I intended to look a certain way. You want to get to Greece and actually look that way. So in order to get the results that you're after, you have to use the fact that you're a human being. Don't deny your humanity. Use it. Okay, I have listed it as a woo. If you want to come heal, sure, free. Come on the Resto Shaman. As long as your Resto Shaman is geared enough. What's your Resto Shaman at? To clarify. And dog, you can come as well. You tank. If you would like. You got like a big blood DK. All right. What's up, Rigel? I hope people find this conversation interesting. I think this conversation is very interesting. I love talking about stuff like this. Ook and Duker. Is that you free? That's you, right? 261? Oh, you'll be fine. Come, bring it. That's the Holy Paladin. That's the one earlier. He was having a bad day. I do more, but nearly 3 a.m. Gotta sleep. Yo, thank you for a game in, Suddy. I appreciate it. Yanagi. We can try to grab one more plate person, potentially, just to see if I can grab a piece, but not that stressed about it. Really interesting. I'll try the cucumber thing when I go shopping later. Yeah, just choose your choice. Cucumbers, celery, carrots, any vegetable, basically, as long as you don't have any issue eating vegetables. Like, again, if you have some particular distress about, like, eating different foods, then don't do that. But yeah, like, for example, when you cook meals, a general rule of thumb, pickles are great. Yeah. Anything that tastes good too. But the idea is, right, here's the key. Make your plate bigger. So dieting comes with it a certain psychological barrier. The barrier to dieting is that you've probably tried to do it before and you don't want to do it. Make your plate bigger. If you restrict food, you will not feel good. You can do it so long as your willpower lasts, But the second that expires, you will binge. And so most people don't respond well. There's like maybe 3% of people will actually respond well to straight up restricting food. It's a very poor way to do it. The statistics are super clear on this, right? The key is you want to add more size to your plate. Just choose high volume, low density foods. So instead of avocado, have cucumber. That right there is your caloric deficit. Instead of peanut butter, have something else, because that right there is your thing. Yeah, that's a great psychology trick. Get a smaller plate, fill up the plate. Or in general, so long as this is a very easy one, make vegetables taste good. Do you know how much, like if you took do you like onions? I like onions. I can't eat them. Remember, I'm not allowed to eat fiber. But in general, right? I start eating my body weight in protein. Massive tips. One of the reasons that protein is so valuable is because it is satiating. And satiation is very powerful. The satiety index is probably the best objective metric on whether you should or should not eat something if your goal is weight loss. Not the glycemic index, not anything like that. Just the satiety. How full does this make you feel? Potatoes are not the problem. But McDonald's French fries are problematic, not because of what their ingredients. You can argue that for health. But in terms of weight loss, they're just hard because you want to keep eating them. It's very easy to eat 5 bags of chips, but it is very difficult to eat 5 baked potatoes. It's not necessarily the food that's a problem. And macronutrients, there's no point in shaming or like saying you don't have to eat sugar or you don't have to eat this. It almost always inevitably doesn't work unless the person is already very invested. Now, if that worked, if you want to do it that way, sure. And one of the reasons that intermittent fasting is a tool that a lot of people are like, man, this changed my life, is because you don't actually have to change what you eat. You just have to limit the time of what you eat. You could. I believe you, Kitty. I know. That's one of the reasons that I think you're very, very attractive and hot. Just iron stomach. And diet in general has always been somewhat of a struggle. I think really don't binge as much as I used to. That's quite okay. And then you got some great friends. You lost 20 kilos. I eat less carbs and eat more fiber. That works. And if that works for you, wait, now down to 80. That's awesome. Awesome, Melkor. There are so many different ways to do it. There's no right or wrong. It is just what works for you. Some people respond very well to just reducing carbs. Some people respond well to increasing protein. But in general, a good tip is make your plate bigger. And you can do that with vegetables. Make vegetables taste good. So in general, if you do you like onions is a good question. Because if you are making a meal, do you cook your own food? If you're cooking your own food, if you add half an onion more than you would normally add, then your plate will go from this big to that big, and it tastes really good. That amount of onion will have like 10 calories or 20 calories. And you can have as many of that as you like, so long as you don't feel bad. Add 2 onions. Why not? Add more vegetables, make them taste good. Use seasonings and spices. Don't use sauces. Sauces tend to have a lot of calories. Seasonings have 0. So learn how to use garlic and pepper and, I don't know, make it Indian. Use a masala mix. Use whatever you'd like. There are so many ways to make food taste good. Fast food is designed for higher consumption. It is indeed, say now. That's exactly what it is designed for. And then if you end up doing that, adding 3,000 calories of onions, good luck, Ayland. Have you ever watched one of those survival shows? They find some onions and they're like, oh man, I'm eating 500 onions a day and I'm wasting away. You cannot, it's basically impossible. I mean, it's not actually impossible, but it is effectively impossible to be gaining a massive amount of weight eating a ton of vegetables. Very, very difficult to do. All right. I'm about to get hard carried, but I'm so down. Thank you for offering. Wait, weekly quest. Pick up weekly quest. I don't think I did. I like onions, actually. I wish I could. I miss them a lot. It's probably the thing I miss the most. Where is the weekly quest? Did I get it? I need to do the Void Forge just right. Weekly events. Okay, I did. I got it. Nice. Perfect. I'm about to get... Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, the first part of that Zealous already done, right? That's why the camera's up here. All right. Wait, why am I listening to the key? Here we go. Countdown 10. Coming from a culture where rice and curry dishes are the main, it's hard to stay consistent. For sure. What you could do, Melkor, if you're coming from, I'm assuming, India, yeah? The serving size of rice. Going on a walk pocket, that's great, Ace. Do it. That's great. Excellent. See, the thing is, Ace, you've already, that right there, you've answered the question. You have now started, and now you are going to succeed. Just like that. If I gave you a whole workout plan, would that be cool? Sure. But it's not realistic. Just be realistic. You don't need to do this crazy stuff. Just do enough. It is true. You know, Melkor, as I have mentioned to you many times before, I basically was in an Indian family for a while. And their food do be real good. It's true. Their food is... Yeah, I mean, it's... When I learned, for example, how to make... I used to make my own idli. I used to make my own dum aloo or aloo tikki. We used to make that a lot. Holy... Man, I remember that stuff. That stuff was so good. You know what else I learned how to make, Melkor? I don't know if I ever told you this one. Siro. I learned how to make siro. And I learned how to make my own dosa, too. Oh, man. I miss all of it. It's okay. I did remember to summon my pet. I just have no gear. But yeah, like just this whole conversation, hopefully, though, for what it's worth, I hope that this goes to show you change is possible. And Ayland, whenever you want to, you can do something if you would like to. Just make sure that it's coming from the right place. Make sure it's something that you actually want to do. Don't feel forced into doing it just because a magazine told you that you'd feel better when you do. Make sure it's coming from a place of the fact that you want to be able to be healthy and move around and feel comfortable in your own skin. Those things, massively underrated. Those things are so valuable. It'll literally change your life. Because what we see in the mirror is ultimately what we ask for. In a lot of ways, this is true. Not in every way, but in many, many, many ways, it's basically just, you know what I mean? I can't drop weight unless I step. If that works for you, solid. I in general don't like recommending that people weigh themselves at all. It is a metric that you can use, but you should use it sparingly. Was the warrior box good? It was okay. I got a weapon, which is a nice item level upgrade for when I do my next weekly keys. I didn't get one of the cool trinkets or anything like that, but I got a weapon. It was like a 60 item level upgrade, so can't complain too much. Can't complain too much, Ryandale. I live a very unhealthy lifestyle, so you need to get healthy. Well, Ayland, congratulations. You just beat Nullius? Nice. You know I never actually did that, by the way. Thank you, Spec. I appreciate it. And thank you for the bits earlier. I will actually just do a bunch of push-ups today regardless. I gotta end... I think I might have to end the giveaway tomorrow, to be honest with you. Because I'm realizing that a lot of people are going to be not awake. Probably. You know what I mean? A lot of things... Yeah, weight is a tough metric because people place a little bit too much value on the number on the scale and a little bit not enough value on just how you feel. Now, Ayland, if you need to do something about your health, ooh, good. Do you know why I say good, Ayland? I've been working in health and fitness for a decade of my life. No one has ever hired me or started with me because they loved what they had. You have to come from a place of genuine, how to say, a little bit of disgust, a little bit of hatred, a lot of anger is good. It isn't bad. When people say that these emotions are bad, they're discounting the fact that they're triggers for change. They're only bad if you don't actually create change with them. Then they fester. But Ayland, if you need to do something about your health, good. It means you might actually succeed. But taking that first step is very difficult. How old are you, Ayland, if you don't mind me asking? I'm doing pretty good, my lord. I'm enjoying the conversations today. I was self-sabotaging 30 this November. Okay, so you are only 30. I mean, that's kind of rich coming from me because I'm 29. So I'm turning 30 in January, Ayland. We are around the same age. You are only 30. You have quite a bit of life left. Now, maybe the world goes to shit and all your effort goes to waste because it wouldn't matter anyways. And, you know, who knows? But let's assume that things actually do work out. You are only 30, which means that you have a long time left on this earth. How do you want to spend that time? If you don't like the way you feel right now, this is the perfect time to do something about that. Because 30 means that you have time to make those changes. Do it now. Start now. If you start now, you can do it in a way where you'll get the results that you want by the time you're 31. By 31, your life could look so different and so amazingly rich, and you could feel so much better, and you wouldn't even have to work that hard for it if you start now. But you have to use the hatred. You cannot shy away from it. Don't avoid the mirror. Don't avoid the feelings of discontent. That makes sense? Use it. Ayland, if I asked you this, if you could do one thing for your health right now, starting today, not tomorrow, today, one thing, what would you do? Just choose one thing. Not a lot. Don't tell me the whole plan. Just tell me one thing. Whoop. At the beginning off my ass right this second going for a walk. Okay. How's the weather outside right now? Is that a good thing, Cartman? I think my voice is... I don't talk right. Do some squats or push-ups? No. Well, 100 ace. Ayland is 6 centimeters shorter than you, so about my height, and 40 kilos heavier. Squats are not the right move. Don't do squats. Don't do squats. If something causes you pain, your brain is going to want to avoid it. So don't do painful things. Not at the start. First, you need to win. Generate the wins. I actually made a Patreon video about this a long time ago, like how to start with fitness. I think I made that. I remember making it. It was one of the first Patreon videos I ever made. I want to make more fitness stuff for Patreon, actually. I want to make a lot more fitness stuff. I think it's not something I ever thought I would cross over. Like, my Patreon is for WoW stuff right now. At the same time, if this information can help people, the weather is nice by you. By normal standards, way too sunny for you. Okay. Ooh, I am so squishy. I am so squishy. And if you ask me why, it's because I'm this item level. I get this kick. I get that kick. Holy, I get every kick. I like DK DPS, actually. I wouldn't mind playing Unholy for an actual season. There's so much you can do as this spec. I assumed you were a bear. No. I'm just doing alt stuff today. Am I going to stream much longer today? Oh, I mean, a bit longer. Yeah. I actually want to do my whole workout at home today because my gym is closed for an entire year. And no, I don't think I'm going to play Songkran this year. I'm not a huge Songkran enjoyer. Probably, yeah. Ayland. I think so. Most likely. I got another, at least a few hours in me, maybe? We'll see. I have to make sure I move, though. So, like, after this key, I have to make sure I move. I do have to make the disclaimer, whatever it is. This advice that we're talking about is not medical advice. So don't take it as medical advice. Ayland, do you have pain? I struggle to do 20. You don't have to do push-ups. There's nothing magical about push-ups. My first time in a while is note in guilds is Divine Storm's Yesman pack. Well, now, actually, so technically speaking, if you Divine Storm now, that's not even that bad. Hi, Soap. Soap, how's your fitness going? The funnel looks so juicy. It is actually so juicy. It's probably the best funnel spec in the game now. It's kind of crazy that Red Pally became like that. Soap, how's your fitness going? Good. Your shorts keep falling off of you. Oh, no. Whatever are the thick Latinas going to do? Sorry, that was too much. That was probably an inside thought. That's my bad. Yeah, my bad. Oh, no. Whatever is anyone going to do? You've gone down like 2 sizes? That's great. How do you feel? Soap, you still have, like, we were talking genetics earlier. God, we were having a conversation about genetics earlier. And you are an example of somebody who has some really weird genetics. Like, I don't know what your ancestors did. I don't know what happened in the womb, man. But something happened because I couldn't, Soap has some very interesting genetics. It doesn't make any sense. I don't know. They have to be peak hunters. How you were, the cartwheel thing really threw me. I couldn't figure that out. Like, all of the information is an example of how no matter how much you think you know about health and fitness, there's always somebody that will come along and just be like, everything you thought was wrong. Yeah. You're almost back to one-handed cartwheels. To clarify, Ayland, Soap is, when I first talked to Soap about his health and his weight, he weighs as much as you, basically. Except that he also, because I was talking to him and I was like, okay, so here's what's up. And then he was like, yeah, but I can also do cartwheels. And I was like, what? And he was like, yeah, like I'm really agile. He's like, I can cartwheel, I can run. And I was like, what? He's like, yeah. He's like, I love doing that stuff. I was like, I'm very confused right now. It's not strength, it's momentum. It's bravery. I don't know, man. It's very impressive. Whatever it is impressive. Yeah, there's just many different types of people in this world, you know. I'm glad you're feeling better, Soap. Gonna have to buy some new shorts though soon. Also, when I said that earlier, sometimes when I say very funny things on stream, because, you know, I'm a funny guy, I can hear just Kitty burst into laughter downstairs, and it's hilarious. It makes me feel really good because I don't know if you guys laugh. Like, I think I tell funny jokes on stream, but I don't know if you guys are laughing. Like, for all I know, I'm the only one that's laughing. But then all of a sudden, when I hear that confirmation, I'm like, the sweet sound of victory. Because I say something funny and I'm like, haha. But then I just hear, like, this, like, cackling from downstairs because she works, like, a floor below me. And I'm just like, yes. It feeds the soul, you know? I feel all of a sudden very successful. Yeah. I'm going for a walk and listen to the stream? Sure. Sounds good. Just go for a little walk. And Ayland, you could literally, if you went outside and you saw the sun and you were like, ooh, that's tough. And then you came back inside, that'd be a victory. Good job. That's all you got to do. You don't have to do that much. Again, when you think about like making changes in your life, pretty much the last thing that you actually want to do is too much. GG's, bro. I won in life. You think so, Ace? You know, when it comes to fitness stuff or just health stuff in general, one of the funniest comments to me is, in general, like this happens sometimes, not all the time, but sometimes when I talk fitness with people, they go, I wish I had your genetics. This is the funniest line I ever heard in my life. I would trade my genetics for your genetics almost instantaneously. I've learned to be healthy. But I would probably change my genetics for your genetics in a heartbeat if that was like a choice that I could make. I have the clients on my job who come up with these grand... Yeah, exactly. And it's just too much. If your job is playing games, if you're somebody... This isn't actually... To be fair, this is not my actual job, Ace. This is a passion that I do in my day. Streaming is a huge part of my life now, for sure, but it is not my actual job. My actual job is basically everything we've talked about today. That is my actual job. That is what I spend my time doing. This is my actual job, is calling people. I work with people from their living room. I don't work at a gym, not anymore, not for many years. Ever since COVID, I switched everything online. I had like a few in-person clients that I saw every now and again, but the last one ended 2 years ago or something like that. So everything's online, and I do enjoy the fact that I get to work online because I don't really like going outside. So that part is a massive W for sure. The only problem is time difference. Time difference can get annoying with my job because I have to work late at night or early mornings in general. So in my daytime, I like to stream. But that's not, like, this is all stuff that I had to learn over time, right? Like, I had to work very hard to obtain these skills. What's up, Road? Oh, Woo is live. We have some random tangents today, and we're doing some alt stuff. I'm getting carried right now, like hard carried for what it's worth. My DK is, I'm basically, I'm here along for the ride. I mentioned that I might want to do some keys real fast, and people were willing to help me. And this is once again another example of how you should definitely have a battle tag friends list. or I guess be a streamer. Hey, small changes are better. Yes. Road. Question for you. What is one good thing that has happened in your life? And just in general, one good thing. Tell me one. I want to make this a thing, by the way. I mentioned at the start of stream. I actually do. I think this is so cool. What if every time I was live and you were like, oh, Woo is live, you told me one cool thing, one positive thing. Could be anything. Could be like, oh, I did Algathar Academy. I hit 1 million DPS on the first pull. We lost the key after that because the tank died, but it was super cool. I hit 1 million. Great. Just tell me something cool. Just tell me something positive. I think that would be awesome. Yeah, one positive thing. So road. What is one cool thing? It could be WoW, it could be life related too. Could be whatever. You choose. Nothing specific. No limitations. Within some level of reason for what it's worth. I timed all 10s. Nice. I took my monthly shower today. Was it warm peril or was it a cold shower? Did you cry in the shower? How did you feel about that? I just think that'd be really cool. I'd like to make that a habit. There's one cool thing. Monthly shower. That's a good one. Heavy to the heavy. You said the wins first is big. Yes. It's a huge part of it. Sorry, by the way. I was missing that. I was missing the YouTube comments, as I do. Alaskan Outlaw, I got to hug your cats today. You know I'm learning how to be a cat dad myself, Alaskan Outlaw. I've lived with cats now for, is it 6 months, kitty? I believe it's 6 months we've been in this house. I'm learning how to be a cat dad. I've always been a dog person my whole life. Never really been a cat person. So it is a new experience for me. WoW related. I returned to WoW last week. I got carried in +10. Nice. It is good to have friends, isn't it? Oh, we took the same one. It's okay. I got IBF. Beautiful. Time goes by fast. I know. I just realized that, kitty. I was thinking the same thing just now. I was like, whoa. It has been a while, hasn't it? Yep. Krivia, since we posting W's, I'm keeping my New Year's resolution of eating a piece of fruit a day. Nice. That's a good one. Me and Cat, that is awesome. I'm a seasoned vet at this point. How many cats do you have, Alaskan? Mr. Alaskan Outlaw. How many cats do you have? What is the fruit you had today, Krivia? Or Kriva, sorry, not Krivia. What is the fruit that you consumed today? I miss fruit, to be honest. If there are two things I miss because I have to eat the way I do, one of them is definitely, I would say I miss onions and I miss fruit. Those are probably the two biggest ones, actually. I miss rice sometimes too, but those are the main ones, though. What's up, Ibby? How's it going? Oh, I might have mistimed that. Nope, we're good. I put in 80 hours, 81 hours. Holy. Did you get paid well? Hillbilly, you put 81 hours into work last week? How was the paycheck? Is the paycheck nice at least, though? Hopping between VDH and Guardian this season, I literally feel everything is so much easier. VDH is a weird tank right now. Two brothers, had them since they were kittens. They're almost 7. My older kitty made it to almost 20. Wow. That's old. That means you probably took really good care of them. 20. It's an old cat. Inviting my one item level to 18 competitive. Gonna post it around, make people cash out. Do it. Some onion and fruit fried rice. It actually, I really miss those things. So I can't have fiber, right? I need one more on my mage and go with Vault for, oh yeah, we're doing Vault keys right now. But I'm basically accepting a carry right now. I am gladly accepting some help on the DK. I don't know if I'm going to end up doing 4 on the DK, but I wouldn't mind. Non-WoW related, SBD numbers creeping up after taking Recover seriously. Yes, huge, huge, huge. Yep. It is actually, Road, we were talking about this earlier, in fact. One of the things that we specifically were talking about was the CNS adaptation of powerlifting. If you are very serious about lifting, then you have to take your central nervous system into recovery. It's actually a massive part of it. Do you need? Question mark? Do you need this? Does he need, what did he get? Oh, he got a headpiece. Never mind. I don't need the headpiece. I have a mythic headpiece. I'd like to think I've done pretty well for myself in life. But certainly my genetics were not favorable. It is something I had to work very hard for. Yo, Dog Dad, thank you very much for coming to Tank. I genuinely appreciate the help. Can't trade anyways? No problem. I actually have the other thing anyways. Nope, all good. Yeah, no problem. Thank you. Big blood DK Tank. Nice job, bro. Yeah, honestly, though, recovery is a huge part of it. And recovery, cortisol is genetic. How are you doing today? Pretty good. I got to move around a little bit for sure. So I feel like I got to do some push-ups or something, though. Never pressed less and nobody else had it. Oh, no problem. I wasn't paying attention. I was very much accepting other people to help me on that key. I was not really paying attention at all. I don't even know what was happening. I accept the help. But I definitely have to. If I sit down all day and I don't move and I just play WoW for like 10 hours, I don't feel very good. So I'm going to get my push-ups. Am I NA? Yes. I live in Asia, but I play on NA realms. This is how it is. You know, Alaskan. I started posting my cats on Instagram. They are very cute. Not only are they very cute, but some of them have gone viral. It is crazy. My Instagram, although I started it only like 6 months ago or whatever, it has 15,000 followers. What? How crazy. I play WoW for 9 hours. There you go. That's the key, Brylex. I knew I was missing something. Whoa. I know, right? Isn't that wild? I know. Some of the reels have like literally, I don't understand, dude. Look at this. I'm gonna look at this story. Let's see. This story that I have it has like 1,000+ views. I just posted it. Crazy. I also have a TikTok that did the same thing. What even killed you in there? There was one time you went from full. Oh, I got hit by a puddle. I hope we get Stonecar and Mogish on Palace. Really? I don't know if I like those dungeons. It's pretty cool. Let's go. What this? Oh, Stoke on to join. Stoke. I need a second to actually do some fitness. It is time. Googert. Wait a second. Who is Googert on here? Wait a second. I know Googert, but I don't. Is Googert on stream? Stokes, do you know Googert? Wait a second. Who's Googert? How many channel points do I need to do for you to sing happy birthday to Brylax? Oof. Is Googert Brylax? Wait a second. No, I know. I've played with Googert. But out of curiosity, wait a second. Is Googert on stream? No. It's just random? Googert is not Brylax. Googert is a funny name to say on repeat. I'm not going to lie. Every now and again, YouTube shows me shorts with your stolen Insta videos. I know it does. Doesn't that happen? It totally does. His Grace, they absolutely just rip anything. Anytime a reel, by the way. Here's the thing. Anytime a reel gets sent around, like if it starts going viral, somebody just rips it immediately. Yeah, it happens all the time. He is my friend and your friend. You healed the crap out of us many times in Season 2. I healed the crap out of you in Season 2? What did I play in Season 2? I healed? Season 2? I did? I don't remember this. I don't remember. Season 3. Did I play Resto Shaman or something? Oh, I did play Resto Shaman. That's right. I did play Resto Shaman. I vaguely remember this. Yep, that's right. Okay. We might not have gotten bits for push-ups, but I tell you what, I will do some anyways. Also, something has just been delivered. I checked something real quick. Sorry, I'm at work. Okay, kitty. Sorry. It's so big? Wait, what? I don't know. What did I order? He got a 20 on his bear yesterday. I did not actually see that. Wait a second. What did I order? I don't know. What is it? Like, is it electrolytes? Electrolytes, probably. You tell me, bro. What did I get? View all orders. Let's find out. I think it's electrolytes. Probably. Oh, wait. Paper towel? Maybe paper towel. That or salt. It's one of those three. Okay, hold up. I'm doing some push-ups. Place your bets, people. Let me go get a snack downstairs. Too heavy? Probably electrolytes. I buy them in bulk. Dude, I would love a Parmesan wheel. Oh my God, I love a Parmesan. I want to order cheese so bad, but it's expensive. Do you know how expensive cheese is relatively to everything else in Thailand? It's very expensive here, though. Yo, what's up? Just got 17 Brazil. Nice. The stop just pugging. I feel like 17 right now is pretty tough, yeah. I would say that a hippie. I agree with that, though. I love your tank guide vids, bro. Thank you. Have I got one for Magister's Terrace? The Magister's Terrace one was the first one I ever made, and I don't love that masterclass for what it's worth, okay? I would say I need to make a new one for Magister's Terrace. It's on the agenda, Traxtior. I will make one soon. It's on the way, let's say, but I've been overwhelmed a bit with life, so I haven't quite gotten it yet. But I will make the rest of the tank guides soon. First time here, I enjoy tanking as well. Just coming back to the game like a week ago and a bit ago. Any advice for a returning player? Make friends. Make friends. Biggest piece of advice. Here's some of that sun access. I'm not jealous at all. Sweden. If you're from Sweden, by the way, I believe that this code is working. Technically, there's a giveaway if you've ever tried Factor food. You ever heard of Factor before, Road? I believe that they have it in Sweden, and I believe that the code is active there. So if you want to enter a giveaway, if you're in the US or if you're in Denmark or Sweden, I believe those are the three places that are active. There's a giveaway that you can enter. There you go. I have not. Well, if you'd like, I'm sponsored by them for another 2 days, and I'm allowed to do this. Factors actually use it. There you go. Well, I'm sponsored by them right now. There's the code right there. But also, if you want to try a box, boxes, they can be kind of pricey. But the first box is on me. If you want to try it, you have to enter the giveaway. It's the first time I've ever done a giveaway. But you have to be in the US. You cannot be, it doesn't work anywhere else. US, I think Sweden or Denmark. But yeah, Stokes, I'm sponsored by them for another few days. It only works if you have not used them before, by the way. Maybe it's some new entry here. Possibly it's there. Factor is just a meal service kit. They actually have pretty good food, and it's just completely ready-made meals. As an example, we were talking about health all day. What's really helpful is if you don't have to cook. This is the Factor right here. These are the meals. It's so helpful when you don't have to think about preparing your own food. They actually have very decent meals. I've only heard positive things, basically, and you can tell them what you want. You can tell them high fiber, low fiber. You can tell them high protein or high carb or low carb. You can tell them keto, vegetarian, etc. When you sign up, you use my code like this. Just make sure you use my code so I get credit when it loads. Or that. But basically, when it loads, you will see it. And you just use my code and then that. Try so many food kits. Factor and Cook Unity are both bomb. I don't know about Cook Unity, but Factor is actually, so far, I've heard, really good. People seem to really enjoy it. Just you got to use my code, get the offer, and then it helps me, and also you can get free food. It's cool. Okay, I got to do some push-ups. I got to move around. I'm going to go downstairs. I'm going to get a quick snack, and then I'm going to come back up. We do Stokes. I'm going to need a little bit for this key. We can do stuff, though. We can actually do a 10. I have a key in my bag. I got a 12 Magister's Terrace, but we'll be doing a 10. But I be right back. Coming, Hunty? Okay. Sounds good. Let me just... Biggest piece of advice, though, for WoW is make friends. WoW is better played with other people. All right. I got to get my push-ups in today because my gym is closed for a bit. All right. Room cam on. I hope that this works. Boom. There's a room cam. I don't know what this looks like. You're going to have to tell me what this looks like, by the way. Going for that walk? Nice. Do it. Don't know if I'll chat? No problem. Aylin, enjoy your walk. There you go. Whoa. Sorry. Twos from my Prot Warrior to get... Oh, that's actually smart. You can just run twos, yeah, or 0, actually. Is this a Swedish channel? Du harta et good. That's what Lizzie taught me. That's the only Swedish I know. what this looks like. I'm not gonna lie. I have no idea. I've never used the camera like this before. I should honestly watch that back and see what it looks like. I have no idea. Scandinavian friends in the chat. Ooh, lightheaded. What does that look like? I have no idea. I can't tell if the push-up cam actually works or not. Ooh. Okay. Quick snack. Right back. Okay. I'm back. I got some nice electrolytes. What's up, Jezza? Did he do push-ups? I can do push-ups now. I mean, he live in Asia somewhere playing on NA, and he's Swedish as well. That would be a wombo combo. Ha! No, I'm not Swedish. I like Swedish pancakes, but I'm not actually Swedish. All right, we can do whatever key we got. If I want to push endgame rating and Mythic Plus on as far as I can, what role / spec? I feel like Raid and Mythic Plus is different advice. Honestly, for Raid, very good. Be a very good DPS. No joke. For keys, I would say be a very good tank or be a very good healer. But I wouldn't say that for, like, if you're a really good tank, you might have a hard time finding a guild. You just DPS, actually. Raids want really good DPS players. Demon Hunter, then, there's technically Devour's one of the best specs. But there are so many of them that you're competing. Raid is a weird thing. Raid is strange. And Jones Subs, yes, Sylvio. So don't overlap your Sacred Weapon with your wings. When you press wings, you get Sacred Weapon, right? So here's the thing. When you press wings, you get Sacred Weapon. So about 20 seconds after you press your wings, you press Sacred Weapon then. Because of the Lightsmith talent, the new one, you want to press your Bulwark, ideally, before your wings window. But ultimately, you just press Bulwark on cooldown. That's another way to think about it, though. Prot Warrior, again, a raid team will want a warrior, but there's only one warrior in general. It's hard to, I don't think there's a proper answer. I think it's honestly whatever you want to play is most likely the best answer, to be honest with you. Yeah, that in general, it's whatever you're going to be the best at. Whatever you're going to perform the best at is probably the right answer to that question. All right, what did this look like when I did push-ups? I wish that there was a proper answer, but I don't actually have one for you, to be honest. The push-up cam, I guess it kind of works. Sure, push-up cam kind of works. If you can pump 100 parse on Warrior, 100%, but you would have to parse 100 then. And if you're catching up late in the season, you probably won't parse 100 because your item level will be low. If you first find a guild, I would say that's actually not a bad idea. I would say 10. Yeah, we should do a 10. Y'all can list, but I can probably play Blood if it's a 10, but not if it's higher than that. Wait a second. Is there a cat that wants to say hello? You know I don't have any treats in here, buddy. You can say hi. Hi, buddy. This is my cat. This is my little boy. This is my little boy. He's so cute. Yeah. He's just a little cutie. You know I don't have any treats in here for you, though, buddy. That was yesterday. Squeeze in, please. Sure. Hi, buddy. He's a very talkative cat. Yeah, this is the one that you can cuddle. If you put your face next to his face, he will not He will not hide. He will not do this. 3,800 monk in queue. What? And so how to practice walking? Oh, you did. Did you do something? There you go. He's having yeah. He's having a full blown TED talk. There you go. He's a yeah. Now, what else would you like to tell stream? You have anything else to say, buddy? Yeah? No, that's it? Have you said everything you wanted to say? No, you got more? Okay. And what else would you like to let them know? Mm-hmm. The good people are listening. Yeah? What else? They did what? Yeah? Wow. No, you don't have to. You don't have to do though. Honestly, the thing about cats, when he's so lovable, I just kind of want to take my face and just do this. Like this. Just really want to just get all up in his personal space. And just, there we go. That's the stuff. Yeah. Oh, that's the right stuff. Yeah. There we go, buddy. You want to hang out some more or you want to go? So the thing is, I'm also kind of minorly allergic. I'm less allergic than I used to be, but I'm still kind of allergic. Hi, buddy. Can you guys see this? He's kind of low right now. Look at him. Look at the way he sits. Look at the way he sits. Look at this cat. Hi, buddy. Wow, wow, wow. Wow, wow, wow. Wow, wow, wow. Wow, wow, wow. No. Oh, big stretch. Oh, that's the one. That's the one. Oh, look at the little belly. Oh, look at the little belly. Look at the little legs. Look at the little legs. You know, look at the, oh, look at the little swoop. Now we got a little swoop. And now he's purring, by the way. I don't know if you can hear him purring, but he really likes this. I'm way too comfortable on stream because, to be honest, I'm not even that uncomfortable about the tissue pile to my right. Y'all can only see one tissue, so it's fine. There's all the other tissues are still out of view, so it's fine. It's just there's a milkshake bag over there as well. Yeah, hi, buddy. Yeah, you got something to tell me? You trying to tell me something? Oh, look at the little ball of fluff. Look at the little ball of fluff. Look at the little baby. Look at the little baby. You see him politely saying, Dad, stop. Stop. Dad, stop annoying me. Stop annoying me in front of stream. Dad, stop. Yeah, he my little buddy. I've only lived with him for like 6 months now, but he's cool. He changed my opinion on cats. The other cat, to be honest, is exactly what I thought living with cats would be like. But he has really changed my opinion. Because look at this. Look at this boy. Look at this. He's just chilling now. Would you like to get up now? You can. You can get up at any point. If I let you go, you're going to fall. No, buddy. You gotta catch yourself. There you go. That's the one. Good job, buddy. now he's basically rubbing up against my leg asking for more. Yep. I was a little worried that if I started posting some of the things that I do with him, I actually thought that people would be like, are you, does he like that? And I was like, I swear he does. He really does. Oh, congrats, Belle. Belle, we're gonna push next week. We would love to have you. Seriously. What? Wait, here it is. Oh no, the sneeze got stuck. It was there for a second and then it got stuck. Ugh. Can I play every race for Druid? No, you don't have to be Night Elf. My Druid is a Tauren. I actually think War Stomp's kind of good this season. You know, you don't have to be Night Elf if you don't want to be an alt. Oh, Belle, if you want to do some keys, we got that 4-stack going, and I would love to do some keys with you if you are interested. What does Resil mean? Resil means that once you get to a certain level of keys, it no longer depletes. He's looking for treats in the background, but there are none in here right now. So basically, just resilient means that once you time all of your keys at a specific level, it no longer depletes even if you fail it. Does that make sense? Hey, Quiver. Oh, it's Capri Sun. I know Capri Sun. I recognize them. A flex redeem can do. I actually am going to do a little workout too. I was going to do more push-ups for bits, but my gym is closed now, so today will be some push-ups at home. And you have to do push-ups so that you can do this. I'm not Terry Crews, but I can do my best cosplay of it. Yeah, I think right now for Druid, you can be whatever you want, to be honest, though. Tempura Dawn. I actually vaguely remember. I feel like I know this guy, too. Okay, let me do a quick set of push-ups, and then we'll go do key. Sounds good to me. I got to keep myself moving throughout the day today. Also, what song are we listening to now? Still AJR? That's fine. Good music. All right, push-up time. Real quick. It's your key, so you got to lower it. It doesn't matter to me. If you guys want to do a 12, we can do 12, but my DK is very not geared. I will not do damage. I will really... I could probably live, to be honest, but I will not do damage. So I can live, remember, but I will do negative damage. You have to know that. Like, literally negative damage. So if you guys are geared and y'all want to carry me into 12, we can do 12. Otherwise, we just go 10. Just keep that in mind. We'll be fine. That's fine. But just so you know, negative damage, though. Not I'm not going uphill. Yeah, uphill would not recommend, Ayland. Don't go uphill. Many reasons why you shouldn't start walking uphill. Just start walking flat if you can. Can my ult come? Oh, yeah, I'm getting hard carried, though. Jojo Gaming, you are seriously one of my absolute... you are an actual hidden gem on stream. Oh, my God. Okay, we'll do the key in a second. Jojo, I randomly found you one day. I randomly found you guys. Seriously, an actual hidden gem. Y'all are one of the coolest streams I have ever seen. Just genuinely from the bottom of my heart, amazing stream. Like, really, really, really. I hope that you are having a great day. When I came in, it was just so random. I was just like, it was like on recommended. I was like, sure. So I went to say hi, and I was floored pretty much immediately. I was like, this is the most quality. This is such quality content. Quality content. And it is a reminder that sometimes the best streams that you could possibly find on this website, okay, are just not very well recognized. Genuinely. If you like you should go check out Jojo Gaming, the guy who just said hi. There are 2 people, actually. And just like very, very much very good content. You guys, are there any streamers that you guys really like that effectively just, unfortunately, for whatever reason, they just only have 10 viewers, 20 viewers or something like that? There are just so many people who I think are really genuinely just... I was in your stream, and I was like, I really have to go. Like, I was like, I don't want to turn the stream off. You guys are too cute. Okay, my gym is closed for the Thai New Year, so I have to do some push-ups right before we do this key. And people are helping me because I have a very undergeared this. Here we go. There we go. I got a very undergeared Death Knight that we're doing keys on. But thank you for coming to say hi, Jojo. I appreciate it. Okay, quick set of push-ups. I'll be right back. For real, though. Genuinely cute stream. You can have a conversation, just gets lost. I wonder if that'll ever happen to me, Patrick. I mean, for me, the whole joy of streaming for me is that I get to make connections and talk to people. I wonder if I would ever lose the ability to do that. I don't think so. Like the conversation I had with Ayland earlier, that matters to me. That's something of actual depth. I don't want to shy away from very meaningful topics on my stream. My stream will always be a place that people can come, feel safe to talk about anything that you want to talk about. Not just WoW, but also life. I want to be able to engage with those conversations. It is important to me that I'm able to do that. You know what I mean? Like I don't think I will ever lose it. I wonder if it will ever get hard for me to keep track. I don't think so. Because it's the goal for me. You know what I mean? That's what I would like, I think. What's up, Para? Hi, Paravel. Okay, quick, one set of push-ups. Which tank do you find the most fun? Awesome people with high views. Also true. Yeah. But yeah, there's some people, I mean, it's just, streaming is weird. I think, personally, I like Guardian Druid. I mean, it's just a preference, right? I like playing all the tanks, but Guardian Druid would be my favorite, of course. Some random day, chat and feel seen. Obvious, of course. No matter what. No matter what, Papa. Sometimes if I'm in like a middle of like an 18 or something, I might miss something and always come back. Okay, hold up 1 second. Room cam, push-ups, let's go. It's getting dark. Let's do keep. Wow. You think so, Calistrid? I mean, to be fair, I have explained it before, but you know, the reason for that, for what it's worth, is because I have my, you know, when I'm doing keys, I have my chat, like all of your messages are in the middle of my screen. You know that, right? Like while I'm doing big keys too. Every time you talk, though, you make sense. Not just like yes or no. Oh, you didn't know that? Yeah, you guys, I've shown this before. But my stream chat, it sounds distracting. You get used to it. But yeah, okay. So y'all are all going to be... All right, you're going to say something nice. You ready? I'll show you. Are you ready? Here, I'll show you in a second. This is what it looks like. All right, as we come back from this break. Here. Cheese. Boom. Let's see if we can do a 12. So basically, I have it here. Yeah. Normally, it's a little bigger, too. Like this. And I just keep it right above my action bars. Yeah, it's pretty diabolical. This is how I play the game. Even when I'm doing, like, very high keys, this is basically how I actually talk to people the whole time. So that I can actually communicate. Yeah. As a tanker, a healer, yup. Every single 18 and high key that you have ever seen me do, this is what I have. This is my screen every time. But again, I guess it just comes down to priority, right? So I know what it is that I want from streaming. Like, if I'm moving 10 times faster, it won't be easy. That's what I'm thinking. I mean, eventually, I suppose. But I mean... Even from here, though, someone taught, yeah, you can make it click through. That's true. But I kind of like being able to move it in the middle of a key. It's some crazy display. I mean, so the thing is, I like playing World of Warcraft. But stream has this interesting
part for me, which is just really difficult to explain. I am just really not an outside person. I don't like going outside. I don't like communicating with people outside. I tend to feel uncomfortable. It's loud. Whenever people are like, yo, I haven't seen you in a bit. Like, let's go eat at a restaurant. I always think to myself, why? Why restaurant? Why can't we go walk somewhere maybe? I guess. But basically, like, I'm not a big restaurant person. This is my way of connecting with people. If I don't talk to people on stream, I won't talk to people at all. Like, that's the thing. Like, it's actually so good for my mental health that I have the opportunity to talk to people. Because otherwise, I don't. Then I'll hang out with my cats, who are very cute, as you just saw. He was on here earlier. Or I'll hang out with Kitty, and that's it. Don't you talk to people at work? I work for myself. I like my job, but I work for myself. I don't get to work. I mean, I guess I talk to people at work, right? But basically, not really. Talking to cats is fine too. I do actually have full conversations with him, and he's very vocal. So to be fair, he is very vocal, and it kind of makes sense. Oh, there's the pyromancer. I understand. I was very confused where everything was. There you go. It's difficult to talk to people, though. People are overstimulated. I think... Here, let me turn the chat off first of all. Let me just go back to the normal view. I have to hit this AMS, and then we'll be good to go. Everybody has different reasons for doing what they do, to be honest. I'd like to think that one of the unique skills that I have is I know myself. Sometimes that gets me into trouble because actually it can make me kind of unwilling to try new experiences. There are many times, in fact, where because I feel as though I know myself, I won't be comfortable trying things because somebody will be like, just try it. And I'll be like, guys, it's not for me. I already know. But I actually think that occasionally this limits me. However, for the most part, I'm glad that I know who I am. I'm not an outdoor person. And that's, like I said, that is okay with me. I think that when I was younger, I used to think that I had to do what everyone else did. Like, I really thought that, I think, for a long time. I felt pressured into always thinking, but I have to make this work, but I have to act like everybody else. And I am so thankful that eventually I stopped thinking like that. I like who I am today. And there are people who vibe with me, and there are people who don't. And you know what? That's cool. When I stopped trying to be liked by everybody, and I kind of just started being myself, I realized that I could actually make meaningful connections with people. And those meaningful connections are very important to me. And that's one of the reasons why I stream. Because, Jojo, I don't know, I haven't been streaming for that long. It's been, I guess, 1.5 years at this point. And when I started streaming, I was in a pretty rough place in my life. And that's when I realized that I also wanted to stream. Because, oh, I'm going to insta-die there. Yep, that makes sense. Because I had just gotten divorced. I had nobody here. I live in a foreign country. I didn't have any family. And I also had never invested in people. I never invested in friends. And so I was very alone. But I just, at that point in my life, I just turned on stream and I streamed for like 14-hour days. Because I couldn't, my head was not a very good place to be. And so I just wanted to spend time being distracted. And that is when I realized, it's about 1 year ago, just over 1 year ago now. I realized that, oh man, if I could make this stream thing happen, I would never be alone. That's really meaningful to me. It matters so much to me that I actually have people to just talk to. And we could talk about real things. Is there any specific reason why I play on US servers? My account is here. This account was made before I moved to Thailand. Alternatively, I guess I might have played on EU servers, but it's very hard to start over on a WoW account. I have too much emotional attachment to my account, so I wouldn't be able to restart it safely. I would be kind of in despair. Like, imagine that you had to restart your WoW account. That's kind of tough, right? Like, that's basically the reason. It's kind of tough for me to think about the fact that I might, you know what I mean? Like, oh, man. That'd be really hard to think about, like, restarting everything. I think that'd be too tough for me. No more uphill parts on the route? Yeah. 5K is a lot, by the way. Ayland, you could also just walk 1K. You don't have to do that a lot. Again, up to you. But definitely make sure when you do start any sort of fitness journey or health journey, just make sure, by the way, I've reset life a bunch of times, as have I. When I moved to Thailand, as an example, Ibby, I didn't know anyone. It wasn't planned. I had no plan at all. But sometimes I think I'm a little too independent. I actually think that this is not always a good thing, because I'm just like, I'm always going to figure it out. And I'm always going to take care of myself. But I also have a hard time relying on other people. I also have a hard time not trusting others, because actually I'm pretty good at just putting myself out there. I don't really mind trusting other people. That's not actually a hard thing for me to do. But just putting myself out there, I still want to be able to just take care of my own. I'm actually having to learn how to rely on other people properly. That's a skill too. It takes practice. I guess I'm getting carried in this key, so I guess I'm getting better at it, huh? Look at that. If you consider the fact that I'm in this key right now, on my 229 Unholy DK, who's doing no damage, then yeah, I guess I'm doing pretty good. It's a good goal. Ibby, I wanted to start something. I thought about this earlier today, and I actually thought this was a really cool idea. Every time that I stream, I want you to tell me, uh-oh, healer down. I have a res. Where's the res? It's okay, I got it. I live the wait, oh boy, I don't know where my res is bound to. Open spell book? It's okay, I got this. Open Death Knight. Raise ally. Oh, we have no res. That's a problem. Did you grow up in a big or a small family? Hi, Wiz. Wiz, you didn't see that. This character is totally set up. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't even think... this character is entirely... No. This, we're owning right now. Look. But did we die? But Wiz, But Wiz, look. But everything is fine. Right? Easy, boss. I'll go for ice cream self-treat before therapy. Yo, enjoy your ice cream self-treat. I kind of want milkshake today, actually. That sounds good. All right. I want to live this here, though. Okay, hold up. Wait a second. I'm going to go IBF. Yeah. I just bumped into this stream. This is the chillest guy on Twitch. Oh, thank you. Hi, Tornado Hordor. Is that a... Oh, my bad. Is that a Game of Thrones reference, by the way? Game of Thrones, although it had a turbulent ending, let's say, that was a very dramatic scene. I remember that scene. That one stayed with me, actually. Hi. Runic glaive on me. I can see it. It is a Game of Thrones reference. He was cool. Definitely not Vlad put me on a woo. Oh my god, it took me a while to realize that when I was like, wait, if not Vlad, then who? And then I was like, oh, definitely, I get it now. Remember the scene where they all died? Yeah, they did actually end up B-resing him. It just took an episode. Look, I'm using all my utility right now. I've got double grip. I've got a kick. I'm using my everything. I've got this. We win. No problem. I actually do think it would be kind of fun to have a geared DPS. I think I'm torn between Ret Pally or Unholy. I kind of want to play Ret Pally this season. It'd be like a journey for me to play Ret Pally, I think. I think that could be a lot of fun. Even though the ending wasn't great, I love that show. I'll take this bleed. I used to watch when Game of Thrones originally came out. I had to deal with the first thing. It's like a rite of passage, basically. You tell me if you've ever had this experience. So I think Game of Thrones came out when I was what, like 16 years old, maybe 15 or 16. I'm 29 now. Wait a second. Wow, I am so old. Did Game of Thrones come out like season 1 14 years ago? That can't be right. No. Is that right? Wait. That something's weird about this math. Help me out here. Help me out. I'm going to use defenses, don't worry. I was waiting for the next set. Wait a second. No. It's the 15-year anniversary. Wow. Damn. Okay. So I think I was about 15 when it came out. Anyways, I had just basically left the medical treatments that I was in. So I just moved back home and started high school. And I was living with my dad. It was me and my dad in the house, in his little apartment. And we would watch Game of Thrones together. And that was kind of our thing, is that he would cook something up and we would watch the new episode of Game of Thrones together. And it was basically that kind of father-son bonding time when you realize, uh-oh, their clothes are not currently on. But I'm watching the show with family. So now we're in this really awkward sort of limbo state where neither of us are looking at each other, but we're both kind of pretending that it's like not weird, but it kind of is weird. You know what I mean? You know what I'm talking about? That's what happened. That's what I remember about Game of Thrones. I think that at lower keys, you probably don't play Execution Sentence, but higher keys, yeah, Ret Pally actually has the best funnel in the game right now. I remember still 2 a.m. in high school dorm waiting for season 8 episodes to come out, but no one would spoil it for you. There wasn't much to spoil. It's okay. Yeah, Game of Thrones was such an interesting, like, cultural phenomenon. It was a big deal. Shows like that, like, it was actually a thing, though. Only came across and enjoying the content. Thank you, Pikey. I appreciate that. Pikey, have you ever seen Vox Machina? Do you know the show Vox Machina? Because your name is Pikey, and all I'm thinking of is Pike. Probably one of my favorite characters. Pike is... There's something about Pike. Like Pike. AMS is broken. Unfortunately not. It's like a D&D show. It's actually really good. It's not for everyone, certainly. But it's like a show inspired by Dungeons and Dragons. It's a fantasy show, but it's kind of rough around the edges. They say the F word a lot. And it's adventurous, but mostly humorous. I would describe it as... Do you like anime? It's kind of like Gintama, maybe? Something like that? Could be considered something like a Gintama. If you like anime, though. It wasn't needed. No, I do know this. I can also meld the application, too, actually, if I don't have AMS. You can meld it, too. I feel like you want to play DK this season, mostly just because it lives. The spec... The timers right now, I don't think are a problem, though. It was a nickname given to you by your American friends who struggle to understand me. And it was the same bracket got you. Where are you from originally, though? All the way done with the walk? Nice. Halfway? Nice job, Ayland. Pikey, where are you from? Scottish. One of my favorite accents. I wish I could do a Scottish accent, but you don't want to hear me try it. I'm going to be real with you. You don't want to hear me try this. You're not 30. I'm not old yet. I'm close. 29. Vox Machina owns. Yeah. What's up, Piri? They said I sounded like a Pikey, and the name stuck. Chinese players are at it again, buying 4K. Do you think they're buying it, Jonesy? I mean, I know that they timed a big key recently, but is it better or worse? Worse. Well, actually, depends on what your definition of better or worse is. But both, Wisdom. It's both. Definitely both. I'm going to go with both. I want to hear your Ronnie Coleman expression. Yeah, buddy. Man, what a legendary dude. Also an example, by the way, of how you have to be very careful with surgery. I'm a DK. I can use my utility. Look at this. Oh, I have a grip. How cool is that? Vox Machina was amazing. Only advice they double down on unnecessary gore. I would kind of agree with that. I feel like sometimes shows do that. I think it's like to, you know, to add a certain level of roughness. I also don't know. I don't know if they knew what they really wanted to do with the show. I feel like it kind of evolved over the course of time, but I'm not sure if they had like a clear mission when they made the show. I feel like it was like they made season 1 and then they were like, okay, season 2 is going to be like this. And then maybe they kind of just went from there. I'm not fully sure, but it was a good show. I want more like it. The top 36 players, or almost all of them, are... Yeah, I didn't realize it was that bad right now. The thing about Brazil keys, Jonesy, is I don't know if they have to buy it. I think it's just... When one per... Like, for example, let's say I have a friend group to play World of Warcraft with right now. If I get Brazil 18 next week, that means they get Brazil 18 next week. You know what I mean? Like, it's just that simple. That's how it works, actually. If it's effectively just, you know, Nerfs the Unholy are pretending... My gear is really low. My gear is really low. What? I don't even have a rune weapon on. It's not looking good. I will grip this in here. Sure. Yeah. Also, there must have been undocumented nerfs to Unholy. I think it's a ping issue. That must be what it is. Probably ping related. I did 100k here. That's good. That's not bad. But yeah, Calistred, I would agree with that. Well, I mean, I could be playing Blood DK. What's up, lad? Soon I will. I mean, I did 1 key last week, and you don't even want to... You see my vault whiz? 1 key. Why do alts always get the best vaults? I want this item on my druid. I don't want it on my DK. I want it on my druid. Also, if I did play my DK, honestly, I might have to rename my Death Knight. Do you want to know why? There's a fundamental issue that I didn't think about. I am not the most creative person. Here's the thing. You have to understand. I am not exactly known for my creativity. Yeah. When I was renaming my characters, when I decided that I was going to go by a woo, I decided to rename my characters. A reasonable thing to do. So I was going to, for example, say, well, I should name all my characters Owu something. And I thought to myself, I should definitely just go Owu, then the class I'm playing. So it would be like Owu Druid, Owu Hunter, Owu Warlock, Owu Monk, Owu Shaman, Owu Warrior. And then I got to Death Knight, and I typed in Owu Death Knight. But that was too long. You couldn't do that because it was too many characters. It was like too many characters. So I thought to myself, okay, no problem. I'll just shorten it. And you see the issue. I didn't think about it. So now I just have a woo dick. And I feel like if I was to really play this character, I might need to change that. I mean, that's what it is. A woo grip, that's not much better, Vlad. I'm not gonna lie. That's not. Yeah, that's not. I don't think that accomplishes what we wanted to accomplish. If I'm paying for a name change, we have to accomplish something. Yeah, that's my name. That's what it is. That's the welcome to this is my DK. That's what everybody says. Is a woo DK. Yep. I didn't think about it. Yep. Trust me, there was a name that was so much worse than this, and I didn't know until Soap told me. It was early on in stream. There was a name, I will never tell you what it was, because it was actually so bad and I had zero clue. I had no idea. I had no idea, by the way, but they're originally on stream, right? There was a name. My shaman had a name, and I didn't know that it was a bad word. I actually had no idea. That was tough. That was rough. Because I didn't know until somebody told me. I was streaming, and they were like, a woo? Care to explain? And I was like, care to explain what? And I was like, I really like raccoons. It's a raccoon reference. I do really like raccoons. They're amazing creatures. They're creatures of absolute rascality. You cannot contain them. I had no idea. I really didn't know. But I will not repeat it here. I didn't know. But anyways, that was changed pretty fast. Whoops. Yeah, that's rough. That's rough. That's a tough one. That just sounds like Roller Coaster Tycoon. Now I just want to play Roller Coaster Tycoon, Wiz. Intent matters. There's no malice in it. Yeah, 100%. I mean, I really think actually, what's the good quote? Never be attributed to malice what can be attributed to stupidity. Isn't that the quote? It's like I think that's a really good quote. I think that way too many people just assume that people are terrible. Actually, human beings are really not that terrible. Most of the time, it's just ignorance. Like, it's a quote something like that, and it's just most of the time people just honestly just don't really know better. It's usually just one brain cell. Well, I mean, the thing about people is everybody's just really doing their best. I feel like people misunderstand this all the time. I don't actually even know where it comes from. I understand that it's almost difficult to reconcile. Excuse me. Oftentimes you see things and it's really difficult for people to be like, to process the fact that human beings can be so cruel or so this or so that. But the truth is, everybody's really just trying. Everybody's just trying their best, man. If you go outside right now and you see the next 1,000 people that you see, pretty much everybody is really just doing their absolute best. What's up, Palliator? Yes, there is a giveaway for a Factor of Food today, and give away 3 boxes. I might close the giveaway tomorrow, or maybe at the end of stream today. I'll have to make that decision. But the thing about this giveaway, there are 2 factors that you need to know. Number 1, okay? Number 1. I wouldn't describe it as pumping. I would describe it as that I am being hard carried, Robbie. I would describe it as the opposite. I am being ridiculously hard carried in this key, but that is okay because people are willing to help me. Yeah, I would not describe this though. Hello, Palliator. So, if you want to win a box of Factor Foods, yes, there are 2 factors to win the box, okay? Here's the thing. Number 1, you have to be US, Sweden, or Denmark. Those are the only 3 regions that this code is active. So you have to be one of those regions, okay? That's number 1. Number 2 is you have to not have used Factor before for the last 9 months. But the giveaway, if you are interested in entering, you just enter the giveaway, do exclamation giveaway. Whoa, where's he going? Whoa, where are we going? Why are we going this way? What is this? Oh, weird. Okay. But yeah, if you're interested whatsoever, just you can do exclamation giveaway, and then you can win a box of food. It's actually quite good. I can give away 3 boxes, although I didn't really think I've never done a giveaway. Yeah, I've never done a giveaway, so I'm a little bit I don't know what the right way to do this is. The giveaway has been going all day. Okay? Now, I have a question. Because I think a lot of people entered from the US, do I wait until tomorrow to end the giveaway? Or how do I do it? Like, do I end it today and then let people know if they won the giveaway? Or like what beat away? What beat away? I have actually never done a giveaway. Vlad, have you ever had a sponsor for anything before? This is the second sponsorship I've ever had, which is really cool because sponsors are a huge way to support stream. But 24 hours in your opinion? Okay, so that would be tomorrow morning though. Letting the people know who won, yeah, that would be good, Wiz. That's true, that's true, that's true. I definitely want to do that. That makes sense, that makes sense. Okay. I go far, okay. Oh, it's getting dark though. I have had a sponsor. I've never done a giveaway before. This is the second sponsor I had. The first one was super cool. It ends in 2 days. And it's going pretty good right now. It's good. But it's a unique thing. It's a really cool way to support the stream. Vlad, what sponsors have you had now? I need to learn more about it. Honestly, I kind of want to learn how to use AI. I don't know how to use AI, and I think that is kind of like a necessary part of living in today's world. I feel like I should definitely just learn how to do it, and I don't know what to do with it. So, are you getting this guy up? That's a great question. I would probably spec and gear for blood, but just play unholy for fun. Most likely though, Blood DK as a fun little adventure. I'd say Blood DK, mostly. I'm not very good at... I have played Blood DK before, but that was back when it was OP in Shadowlands. Only one. Oh, I'm gonna die. Oh, I'm gonna die. Death Strike. Death Strike. See, I'm cosplaying as a Blood DK right now. Look at my health. Only one, and a gaming marketplace, yeah? Like G2A was really nice. It was for YouTube sponsor segments. Oh, okay. This one's pretty cool, Vlad. The Factor food is actually... I've only heard positive things from the people who have tried it. Whoops, I got hit. My adventure right now is playing the Raise Apex build. I feel so uncomfortable with all these buttons. Yeah, I'm actually dying now, I know. So, the Raise Apex, I was playing it yesterday. It is gigadam, for sure. Big numbers for sure. You know? And I think it's a Twitch mod or something. Yeah, I think you count as a viewer. I don't think it's possible to have 0 on Twitch. I don't know. But in the future, I think I would like to figure out how do you get more sponsorships? Because, like, I don't ever want to depend on other people to support stream. That feels weird to me. I would like to be able to support myself through, like, sponsorships or whatever, right? It is possible to have 0. That's rough. That's tough. It'll be tough. Thank you very much for helping me with us 12. I technically need 2 more. GG, sorry, I thought it was a 10. Oh. Got it? Easy key. Easy key. I'm 229, so I didn't help much. Did you need the bifurcation band? It would replace my 198 ring, but unnecessary if you actually need it, of course. Thanks for the key. Oh, that's awesome. She's cool. That's actually really cool. No, I am not very robust. I don't know, of course, that's good. I'm glad you got it. Let me turn on my light, though. It's getting dark. So we would need 2 more to do this. Who's OP? I'm certainly not. I could use... I've got I've got some gear here that is a bit sus. Looking for a plate stack. I've got a 271. Doesn't need to be a plate stack necessarily. I'm just trying to get the weekly quest on. But I figure if I'm doing weekly quest, I might as well do some 10s. Like I might as well fill a vault slot with 2 slots though. Was there repelly damage on meters? May go on mage for last. Okay, I got 2 more to do basically. I have now a 13 Pit of Sauron, so we could do 10. We don't have to do 12, by the way. Happy to do 10. Should I try playing Blood DK for the 10? What do you think? What do you think? Should I Blood DK a 10? You would feel like I could do it, right? What does? Oh yeah, the last I didn't reset my meters, so it was weird. Interesting. Choices. It sounded like an AI prompt. I know. Have one for one more mage. Okay. How do we feel? Let's see here. But I can do about 80k overall. I mean, we can go 10. You could do it maybe at 229. I feel like I could maybe do it. Let me see. You think I could do it, Vlad? Vlad, what do you think? 229. I mean, I'm not exactly very good at Blood DK. What do you think? What's up, Tornado? Yeah, I will still always remember how absolutely awkward it was to be there with my dad watching the scenes in Game of Thrones. All right, first of all, at least let me go Deathgate and put a rune enchant on. Those are pretty big. Is there an actually easy explanation? Yeah, I'm going to make a guide. I think maybe tonight, Robbie, if possible, or tomorrow. I want to play it a little bit more for what it's worth, but I think that I have a way to explain it simply. It just might be, again, I don't want to, I feel like 15 minutes. Yeah, sure, that works. So here's the problem. I don't actually like starting drama. I just want to be able to help people. It is weird to me how many people have absolutely despised me for no reason, because I have suggested that the no Apex build is viable. Not only is it viable, but you can time all your 15s and more with it, no problem, right? People, for some reason, really didn't like me for that. I don't want to make more enemies, but I think I have a suggestion for people who want to play Apex. I need to practice it a little bit more and like double check it. But man, when I have this next suggestion, I also think people are going to be mad at me for that. But I swear it's the way it works. Like, I think it'll help. I mean, the damage is super nice. There's a constant feeling when I die any second. Yeah, you have a lot more to manage with the Apex build. All right, I think you use Apocalypse for Unholy. All right. I don't talk. It's chilling, though. Sure. I'm going to take some salt. Oh, woo? No. Wiz, I decline your offer. I would casually like to decline your offer. All right. How do we feel about a 10? Should I try it on 11 and see what happens? No UI Blood DK. Could work. What does the Rune of the Apocalypse even actually do? Hold up. I think I should probably do Fallen Crusader. All right. Plus 10. Oh, Wu did die. Oh. That's definitely not how people would read that. Yeah, Robbie, I think it works. I think it genuinely helps though. That's what I was thinking. I'm like, it's not Resil, so all I need, so I've got a monk healer, right? I didn't check if he was playing Crane. Yeah, that's too much. Okay, I'm gonna rune forge my weapon to the right one for blood. I feel like Fallen Crusader is fine. Signing up, okay. I'm gonna have to pull this very chill. Is that you? Oh, Stokes is you. There you go. I'm gonna have to pull this chill though. Shadowlands Alch, dude. I know it's tough. I just realized that too, dude. look at the Shadowlands Alchemy. Yeah, that's rough. This character has not been played in a very long time. Yes, TH. Good catch. You may have noticed that this says Shadowlands, not even Dragonflight. It doesn't even say Dragonflight, man. It says Shadowlands. Oh yeah, that's tough. That's rough. Did you want to come on the Arms Warrior? I'll take you, Calistraz, if you want to come. We got 2 DPS spots open. This might go very poorly. We might die. I will pull safe, but knowing myself, I will probably want to overcompensate. Logging over? Okay, we have 1 DPS spot then. I mean, we could just take a big demo Warlock who's going to absolutely pass. Everything will die real fast. Last DPS. What would you say are the highest APM specs? How are you leveling? What do you mean, Cooper? What's up, slushies? Highest APM, I think it might still be Outlaw, yeah. I wouldn't surprise me if it was still Outlaw at least. Yeah, this is not... Don't look at this, man. This is not very geared right now. I want to say I can do it, for what it's worth. I feel like it might be doable, but I'm going to have to pull small, and that will be sad. How big is 2 set for Blood DK? It's been a while. I played it on beta, and it felt fine, but... Let me see my talents real quick, though. Okay, got you. Nice. Big. All right, let me look at my talents here. You leveling with running the same delve? I use Calamitous, yeah, because I'm not a big leveling fan. 2 set makes you immortal. Oh, boy. Well, I don't have that. Kind of okay with this. Yeah, sure. Let's just send it. All right. I'm dropping key. Let me go drop the key, and then we'll try it. I'm down to try it, though. This 4 set comes next week. It feels weird to send 2 set on something I might not actually want to send 2 set on. But what if I don't want to send the 2 set? I do have a mythic helmet with Leech. Like, you know. All right, let me read it. Fine. I'll go read it. The only thing is I have no UI enabled right now, so that could be problematic. Okay, I mean, I got this helmet from the first vault, which is pretty massive. I will try to make a Guardian Druid guide for the Apex soon. What's your keybind for B-Res? It's not on my bars. We won't die, it's fine. I will consider making a guide as best as... I wanted to actually play the season hard. I think this week with the quest is kind of motivating to play really hard. So this is Haste Mastery versus Crit Haste. Doesn't really matter. Your Blood Boil deals 8% increased damage and generates 3 runic power. That doesn't feel that impactful. Like, the 3 runic power, I guess, is pretty nice, but... Is there any min-max where I wouldn't want to set... Like, I wouldn't want, like, a different stats or something like this? This is Haste Verse, that's Verse Mastery. I mean, it can't matter that much to go from Crit Haste to Haste Mastery. I think it should be fine. Alright, we'll get 2 set, that's fine. The legs and shoulders are both champion, but... Crit Haste is best stats? Well, rest in peace. I no longer have Crit Haste on my helmet. I was thinking, actually, that there's probably some min-max of not catalyzing the helmet, but it's okay. How Catalyst Unbound works. Once you get 4 set, you'll just start getting some drops around stuff. But don't worry about it too much. Like, actually unlimited, pretty much. Although it's not... I mean, it has, like, a limited drop rate, but yes. Like, you won't drop it all the time. Okay, we're going 10, right? Alright. So, aggro is going to be a factor. Do we actually win this? I think there's probably some cap, but you don't need that many. All right. On a scale of 1 to no faith, how much faith do we have in this? Like, I'm going to be real. I don't know how I feel about this. I'll at least buy a flask. 8.5 is pretty good. I think it's just pretty RNG. I'll buy a first flask. Faith in me. I do have prod if you need. No, 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 no. Let me try. Much of what you tried to teach us the first pull. Oh, dude, that was hilarious. Yeah, Kanish, that was rough. That was tough. I'm not gonna lie. That was a rough one. Solid 4 out of 10. That's not bad. All right, let's go. Countdown 10. Not even giving a ready check. Let's do it. I believe, kind of. I just have to pull really safe. Easy peasy. If not, I'm probably procking Purg first pull. Because how safe am I really going to go? Come on, man. Like, I'm not going to go that safe. I mean, part of the equation is the fact that I have less health than my arms warrior. I do think that that should be factored into the occasion. Like, that should definitely be considered, is that I actually have less health than my arms warrior. But, you know, how much does it really matter at the end of the day? Probably not that much. Wait a second. Oh, nope, not gonna die. This feels fine. Oh. I thought this was gonna be way harder. Well, this is not that bad. Are you saying no faith because of your item level? Yes, Tampax Heavy Flow. I am saying no faith because of my item level. Oh, this is not bad at all. Oh, I'm gonna be fine. Oh, well, I was concerned for no reason. I could have probably done this on a 12. Actually, though, fucking, let's just pull big. Wait a second. Hold up. Why am I pulling small? This is... I'm fine. Wait, is Blood DK good? Wait a second. I mean, I might die here, but that's what Purg is for. No, 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 no. I'm not going to die. It only looks like I'm going to die. Now I'm going to proc Purg because I lost uptime. No, it only looks... Oh, I died now. Hold up. That Ring of Peace was troll. Don't Ring of Peace of Blood Decay. I was actually fine. I was chilling. No, no, no. Hold. No Ring of Peace for Blood Decay. Bad Ring of Peace. I was fine. I had it. I had it. I had it, and then I lost the global. Hold up. Wait. No Ring of Peace for Blood Decay. Uh-oh. Oh, wait. I've got to settle. I've got to settle. Well, no, 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 no. No Ring of Peace for me, please. We're fine. Let's go. I think we have to pull these. That makes so much fun in your Blood DK. Blood DK is fun. Is it Rune of Saying? I have no idea. Don't ask me any questions about what you're supposed to play right now. I'm just doing whatever I feel like doing. I would not consider... Do not trust my opinion on Blood DK at the moment. Yeah. It's a good question, Tampax Heavy Flow. But definitely would not trust my opinion. I am not the right person to ask. I would ask Sam. Play what you want instead. WoW is so much better when you just enjoy what you're playing, though. But as far as I know from Healing Sam, I didn't check what his weapon enchant is, but I do know that it is Deathbringer. I haven't actually seen this, though. Most of the time because you forget to switch. I didn't even have a Rune Forge on my weapon before this, so, you know, we're making it work. All right, here we go. Whoa, 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 camera bug. Holy. Scary, scary. I wonder if I should overlap here if I need to actually separate things. But either Sang is a bit more single target, or Crusader is like... I feel like things like that don't matter too much. But I would ask Sam. I do know a really good Blood DK right now. I wouldn't be surprised if he was one of the top-rated Blood DKs on NA. So that would be curious, actually. I could ask him. If I actually wanted to play Blood DK, he's the person that I would ask. Wow, this feels chill. Hey, Healand. I'm knowing him, he's going to greed his damage and play Crusader, but...
What time is it now? 6:30. Not too bad. Nice. That's a long walk, Ayland. How do you feel? That's a very long walk. 1 hour of walking? Damn. How do you feel? Not too bad, to be honest. Nice. Good. Look at that. Uh-oh. 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 Cocoon of shame. Cocoon of shame. All right, we're going to have to build this next area. Kind of safe. There's a cat screaming outside my door right now. He really wants to play, but he doesn't know that I'm busy. I'm busy right now. Yeah, it probably doesn't make. Normally things like that are kind of like secondary stats where people feel the need to optimize, but it actually doesn't matter that much at the end of the day. And it might just be personal preference, though. I'm not hiding any truths. Yeah. Is DK tank rotation still slow? I don't know if I would describe it as slow. Not that I walk my dog multiple. With him, I walk slow, going at this pace. He can walk because he's arthritic. He's a poor guy. And alone, I tend to walk naturally fast. Just do things at your own pace. When you're trying to change your health and you're trying to do anything for your health, just change things at your own pace, though. Sometimes I don't have anything to press. As a blood DK, you will always have something to press. I wouldn't describe it as high APM, but I would say that you're always competing for globals. There's never downtime. You're actually always competing. Like right now, I have to even make a choice about what it is that I'm going to press because I have so many things that I could press. So, you know, look at me. I'm popping off. I'm top damage on this pull. Look at this. Look at me. Look at me. I'm top damage on this pull. Holy, look at this. 229 blood DK. Top damage. Easy money. Yeah, I feel like it's not high APM, but I wouldn't say that it feels like it's slow. Because there's always competition. I could be pressing this or I could be pressing that. There's always something that I could be doing better on a blood DK. What's up, Paul? In my rotation, the rotation on Blood DK feels better than the rotation on Bear. I think it depends on what Bear build you're playing. I still like my no Apex build. Like, I in terms of just playstyle, I really like that very, very, very straightforward. I don't really have to think about anything type playstyle. So that's my preference on Bear. Oops, almost died. But if I'm playing Apex, I don't know, Bear, I'm geared now, so I feel like I have a lot of haste, and I feel like that influences the decision. Don't need to send Vamp Blood here, I'm fine. Whenever I play Bear, I literally play whatever the rank... Really? So you just copy Squish's build? I don't actually know what he's playing post-buff this week, though. You look like the Call of Duty player Dylan Envoy. First of all, I can guarantee you that I am not him. You want to know why? I am terrible at Call of Duty. Cannot play FPS games to save my life. I'm very bad at FPS games. It's because I don't have the reaction time of a prepubescent teenager. Like, I'm kind of old now, so I'm not fast enough. Like, I can't react fast enough. Like, my head is not on a swivel. It's on a cinder block. Like, it doesn't work the way. You have the chance you were like I feel old. It's hitting me recently. No, I'm not even rage baiting. I'm serious. Like, I'm not rage baiting. I'm just... Listen, here's the thing, man. Yeah, 29 is old. I'm ancient for HPS, first of all. But here's the thing, right? This is the thing. I'm actually having to contend with adult problems in my life. Which means I am an adult. Unfortunately, I am no longer mistaken for an adult. I am actually an adult. And it's not all that it's cracked up to be. I fought really hard to actually make it to adulthood. And, yeah. I used to take... I mean, I do have it, though. Maybe a personal question? Yeah, what's up? No problem. You can ask me anything, though.
29 is ancient, I know. You would actually grind FPS? No, I don't think you understand. I'm actually slow. Like, it's hard to explain this properly because people won't believe me. I'm diagnosed as slow. This is not a joke. Like, on my medical file, it just says what you were called in Halo 2 lobbies when I was younger. It's true. According to the US. Used to have another job. Yeah. Now that I'm close to retiring age. Yep. That's true. Wiz is correct. This is no joke though. I'm literally that is actually a real fact about my life. As crazy as it sounds, that is a real fact. Isn't that wild? I think that's kind of wild. But that is actually a real fact about me. On my medical file in the US, I am... It's on there. It's written there. Something about being artistic. No, actually, Paul, totally fine. I'm 29 now. This is not my full-time job, no. I really like streaming, and genuinely I enjoy it. And I want to make stream more a part of my income for sure. However, it is not my full-time job. I work in health and fitness. I get to help people feel better, and I get to work with people from home. I work online, so all my clients basically work out with me from their living room, and it allows me to work with people all over the world, which is awesome. But that's my actual job. Man, next week when we do push keys for this, I have tech for this. I learned tech recently. There was a really, really good piece of tech that I hadn't thought about, and I was like, damn, that's smart. But when we do like a 19 Pit of Sauron next week, I'm going to show you some tech here, though. Spoil it? Nope. Just thought we skipped that comment. Psh, nerds, geeks, and weirdos. I did leg day yesterday. I actually ran so many sprints yesterday that I have blisters on my feet. The thing about me, which is a little weird for people on stream, is I'm kind of really intense at the gym. Like, I'm sort of... People are scared of me at the gym. Because while I'm a very joyful person, but when I'm at the gym, I'm like locked. Like, I'm just basically like, the best way to work out, in my opinion, is to remember all those times when you had children that you didn't actually have, and then those children were, tragically taken from you, and then you just channel that feeling at the gym. That's the feeling you need. So that's mostly what I do. I just listen to like some very hardcore music, and then I just slam my headphones in, and then I scream a lot, and people are like, I think that he has problems. And I'm like, how'd you know? That's me at the gym. A lot of heavy lifting. I don't actually lift that heavy. Yeah, I don't lift that heavy personally, though. Too far? Oh, my bad. No, but for real, though, like, I just channel all... Like, for me, the gym is a place where I channel all of the emotions that I need to channel. It is my therapy. Solely because you play druid, they wouldn't say that? Maybe. There is a bit of heavy lifting. Oh, sorry, my bad. Oh, I'll get there. Nice. Are supersets worth it if you don't have a lot of time to work out? It's hard for me to answer that question without actually knowing your goals. That's a tough question to answer because, Yoda, it depends entirely on what your goals are. Fitness is something that is very individual. When people try to answer like the best way to do something, I actually think it's tough because it depends on... I need to understand more about you in order to say whether something is good or bad for you. Does that make sense? Actually, that should always be that. Listen, anybody who says, oh, yes or no, you want to get bigger. The other factors, not how you arrange whether or not you're doing supersets, there are so many other factors. You're asking me basically, is 1% crit or 1% mastery going to fix my gray parse? It will not. You need to actually learn your rotation. That's why I'm like, it kind of depends, like, how am I supposed to answer this question? Because it's a very subtle, you know what I mean, man? Does that make sense? So you have to focus on fixing the core rotation of what you're trying to work on, comparatively to not. That's the key for understanding hypertrophy. And honestly, hypertrophy is, yeah, harsh but fair, pretty much. So people focus on all this stuff. Should I do this? Should I do that? Should I do this? It's like, lift consistently. Figure out your intensity. And eat. What's the biggest APM tank right now? Prot Pally. Prot Pally still feels like very high APM. So sorry I couldn't answer your question exactly. I personally like supersets, but that is because we know now that it isn't a rep range or a specific set style that actually creates the result that you're looking for, Yoda. What creates the result is how close you can get to full failure. And then how well you can recover from that failure. Because that's an easy statement, but not quite the full answer. When people say, oh, just like work out super hard. It's like, if you can keep working out that hard, yes. But otherwise, a lot of times, some people actually work out too hard and it ints their progress. Some people don't work out hard enough. It's hard to say without knowing you. How are you able to push keys so hard? I'm exhausted after like day 2. You would make a good podcast, bro. Thank you. I actually think, no joke, I kind of want to start a podcast. I have thought about it, actually. I was thinking in my head, I want to start like a World of Warcraft podcast. I was thinking about it. I just don't know. It's a lot of work. But I recover from failure, being able to do it again. It's kind of like, do you cry yourself when you're showering, Peril? Out of curiosity, like let me put it this way, right? If you're in the shower, Peril, is the water streaming without you turning on the water? Because that's the real answer if you're recovering from failure. You understand what I'm saying? That was maybe a bit too subtle. Basically, are you really lonely? And do you feel like... Sorry, that's too much. I'm sorry. I'm just being sarcastic now. That's being facetious. Basically, recovery matters far more than the actual work you do. Not far more, but at the very least, it is something that isn't talked about enough because people don't understand the elements and the role of your central nervous system in adaptation for fitness. When you talk about fitness and you talk about health, effectively, the thing that matters is, are you still doing this 6 months from now? During the workout or the actual recovery? Both. In other words, total volume is an impact, but even that, people over-obsess about that number because it's again, it's like, you can tell me that you do 100 reps of a push-up and I'll be like, damn, that's a lot of volume. But then I see the push-up and I'm like, that's kind of a bad push-up. And that doesn't really get you what you're trying to do. And but you're just doing cardio, right? Like you're cosplaying as a 50-year-old married man attempting to give his wife a little bit of relief. Like it's not quite right. And so reps and stuff doesn't really matter compared to technique and intention. And then intensity is driven by that performance. Sorry, I'm like kind of... I'm a little tired. I'll answer this another day, though. Raz Runelord, I love keys. And also for me, although I tank, one of the things I'd like to be able to do for the community is tanking should not be that stressful. Like, it is stressful, but it shouldn't be that stressful. So when I push keys, I'm not really that stressed about it. I think that's basically the answer of how I am able to do keys all the time, though. But yeah, you'd be surprised, I think, how many times people will tell me that they do all this work, but the work is kind of junk volume in a lot of ways. Do you think I should do a podcast? I really think that actually I would want to do a podcast. I have a format in. Oh my god, I'm gonna proc perk right away. Sorry, I'm not geared. I'm not geared. I'm not geared. I forgot. Dude, I was like forgetting that I'm very under geared right now. I think I know the format that I should do. I have a good plan for it because I've seen how other people are doing podcasts, and I kind of think in my head, I'm like, okay, I already know what I would call it too. I think I have a genius name. If I made a podcast, I'm going to have to ask people what you think about the name. It's a good name. It's a really good name, by the way. Yeah. Well, because if it's a WoW podcast, I know exactly what I would call it. I've already thought about it. I already have a name. Yeah, it's okay. It's not too bad. If it's a life podcast, I guess that's different. Like the question I have is, would the WoW podcast be only World of Warcraft, or would it be? Yeah, I feel like my stream is basically a podcast. I oftentimes feel like I'm doing a 5-hour podcast when I stream for 5 hours. That's like the feeling I get. But then the thing about this is that it's not like a pre-recorded podcast. I actually get to talk to people. You know what I mean? Like I actually, for example, I get to individually talk to you and hear your story and hear your life, and that really matters, though. Is Shaman as easy to pick? I feel like Shaman is pushing 15 max. I would say Shaman is a great choice for that, Kalen. At a higher level, Shaman actually has some very interesting min-max that could be complicated, but for that level, yes. If you take your stream to a podcast where you don't stream, could you clarify for me what you mean by that? I guess the question is, where do I post the podcast? Would I post it to my YouTube channel? Would that work? I don't know. Like, I feel it's a lot of work to do that type of thing. But did you ever get to see the conversation I had with Artemir and Bosa? I made a conversation about before Midnight came out with Artemir. That was basically a podcast. That's when that video was an hour long. It was almost an hour long. We talked all things WoW, different perspectives on WoW. That video, yeah, I really liked that. That was a podcast. That is what a podcast is. Your podcast will work for but I don't think I would make a separate channel for the podcast. That seems like a lot of work. I don't think I would do that. I think I would just have to make a podcast and then just upload it to my YouTube channel, right? You could talk about WoW or anything. I would just talk about WoW, I think. I don't think I would make a live podcast. Would have to be on Patreon or something like that. I mean, I have talked to Kitty before. I was actually talking to her, and I was like, I feel like we should just do something like, I don't know, how to knock boots. I feel like that would probably really help people because I swear people are not always the most knowledgeable about that type of thing. And people don't want to talk about it, but since I have no shame, I feel like it would be really helpful information. When I thought about what would help people, I was like, no joke, I really feel like if I just taught people how to move from their hips a little better, they would have a much higher quality of life. Like, I feel like that would probably make a big difference, but I don't know about that one. That could be pushing it. When I first started lifting, actually helped me to focus on what muscles I'm using. The YouTubers I watched were focused on technique. Hold up. And Balsa, what do you think? What would be your suggestions? All right, if you're listening to this and you think Awu should start a podcast, what should I talk about on the podcast? Yeah, once we settled after the second pool, we're fine. We're chilling now. We got this. Surprisingly, I'm not doing no damage either. It's in the back of my mind that one day I could do a podcast. It's potential. I see the world where I would do it, though. So what comes to mind, like stream? But so the thing is, a podcast would involve other people, no? What item level are you? Low. Not very high. It's okay, the one from DK. I'm perfectly adequate. And you know what? That's the story of my life.
I just hopped in to give you some props to the recent videos you've released. Oh, thank you. Yeah. Doc Rob, you're so focused on that. I mean, genuinely, honestly, the thing is that Doc Rob, whenever... Oh, we have 2 of these up. That's okay. I'm going to do it. Here we go. Use a blind... No, blindfolded. Oh, man, Doc Rob. I love how you're so focused on that. It genuinely is so fascinating. That's one of the... I seriously think that title is so toxic to the Mythic Plus community. Because you have people who really believe that if you don't get it, you're just bad. It's such a strange mentality. There are really like, you're not the only one who thinks that. There are so many people who just think, oh, you haven't gotten title? Like you don't get title every season? Then you fucking suck. It's so weird to me. It's the strangest thing. It really actually is kind of wild how much we value that. There's no context for it whatsoever. Our podcast, understanding that you're very old. Can we see your... Yeah. I'll show you the talents in a second. I'll link them in Discord for whatever I'm doing. I don't know if it's the right talents, by the way. It is what I decided to play here. I need to check with Sam. I do have a DK friend who's very good at DK, though. There are so many factors to getting title, most of which are time and effort. There are many people that I know who are better at the game than me and don't get title because they don't want to play for 6 months straight. Yeah. There are so many people, though. The win stairs and... Oh, T official. You would think that the answer to that question is yes, although I am not sure, actually. Technically, I think that the answer is yes, but I don't actually know. And better friends, yeah. I thought Blood DK was weak. I actually think Blood DK is surprisingly not bad right now. Oh, a ring. Oh, thank God. Nice. Solid. That's going to help a lot. All right, so I am no longer 229 item level. I can now replace this 198 ring with a 266 ring. That's beautiful. That's 4 item levels right there. Solid. GG's. Oh, we got a second ring. Beautiful. Many classes can jump over plenty of players in games that don't care about the rank. It's super weird. Yeah. What do you think about Protection Warrior? I was playing earlier. I think you were onto something with the discussions you were having with people in your chat. Thank you, Married with Guns. What a name, first of all, on YouTube. I would just like to say that you're onto something with that name. I don't know what the context... I would like to know, for what it's worth, if you want to share, I really would like to know. Your name on YouTube is Married with Guns. What's the inspiration behind your name? I'm assuming, if I just had to wager a guess, it would be that you're married with guns. I don't know for certain. I could be wrong. I don't want to make assumptions. But that's what I would guess. What a name. Thank you. So how would I... Okay, let's play this out. Because I'm not actually... Do you have any more else I'll be on tonight? I got some work tonight. I'm looking at the time right now. I got to make dinner. I want to do a little bit more workout. Let's see. Can you one button tank as a Blood DK? As a Blood DK? I have no idea, actually. I wonder, actually. Starting a gun review channel years ago. Did it not... And that's actually super cool, by the way. I really found you on Twitch and I watch you during my work. Keep up the good work. Thank you. I basically feel like a kind of like a one-man husband and wife perspective. That's super cool, by the way. That is very cool. All right, my Blood DK technically needs 1 more, and then my Evoker would need 4 if I wanted to do the weekly. That would be 3 on the DK now. So we'll see. I'm looking to get into tanking. Mythic Plus is your main Prot Warrior. Any tips for a new tank? Many tips for a new tank. You are going to brick some keys. You're asking, the question is, what are the tips for a new tank player getting into Mythic Plus? You are going to brick some keys. That is okay.
Don't expect perfection from yourself as you're learning how to tank. The role comes with so much responsibility that if you put that expectation that you will never fail, you will actually get so stressed that you won't enjoy the game. This is not a good. You want to enjoy the game, so don't expect perfection. You are going to break some runs, and that's okay. I actually think that's a good clip. Although I said not a good instead of not good. So I don't know about that one. I'm pugging high-end game Mythic Plus and rating. What would you say? I would say Havoc is. Can you put Devour in there? Devour is the right. I mean, if you want to play Demon Hunter, you gotta. I think Devour, not Havoc, because he felt like he was failing us too much this season. That's it. Is Devour easy? Technically, the answer is yes. However, the skill differential I've seen with Devourers is quite massive. Some Devourers do really, 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 really big. Doc Crob, I have entertained you many a days. I'm gonna give you an official warning. There's my stream is a place. I'm super honest. I wear my heart on my sleeve. You can ask me any questions, but if all you ever comment is really quite about a lot of toxic things, I'm gonna ban you. That's just, this is not the place for that. I totally appreciate your perspective. I do. I hear you, but you got to find a different way to phrase things. I actually think Havoc is much easier to push on. Devour feels terrible if stuff dies fast. Fair. On this warrior, I have a 14. There's too many Havoc Demon Hunters that do not know. I think it might just be a learning experience. I'm not sure. Some Devours don't do a lot of damage, and some do unbelievable. The highest overalls I have seen are from Devours, specifically Bell. I don't know how he does that, though. Only plus. I will, Doc Rob. Happily. Okay. I'm easily. For sure. No problem. But I'm not really sure what you wanted from this interaction. That is I'm very confused about this, though. Thanks for the entertainment at work, man. Keep up the good work. Thank you, Lyranen. I appreciate it. Thank you. I think that was the 7th person I've ever banned from my stream. What's up, Boxy? Yeah. Oh, there was that guy on YouTube. Oh, my God. There was a guy I had to ban yesterday in my Discord. That was weird. People online. Bell's just a game. Bell is awesome. I actually asked Deco if they would join us next week. Yeah, Bell said yes, by the way. Because you're... yeah, it's okay. So the new Prot Warrior asking, I started playing this week and I'm doing plus 10s. My tips is to watch good YouTubers. There are some Prot Warriors who do guides. That's true. I use AI to transcribe their video and make a guide. Then I download the route from Keymaster. Don't feel the pressure to route that fast. You can always route slow. Yeah. Yeah, that's okay. On your comment about Blood DK being fine right now, most definitely. Yeah, it's not bad. It just isn't meta, but it's actually quite good. Yeah, that's what I would say, actually. The first and foremost thing. Otherwise, I have a lot of guides that you can watch. You are more than welcome to look at any of that information. You can do all the homework that you would like to do. Go at your own pace. And then start adding people. See if you can play with more consistent people. That will help a lot. I asked my group for patience. It's not, I agree with what T is saying. So, but there's two strats. There's YouTube and here. I'm connecting the two. T official says, I asked my group for patience. Yes. I actually think that if you walked into a group and you said, hey guys, I'm learning, people are way less likely to flame you. The hardest part of this is just straight up the constant toxicity that a lot of new tank players face in game. And there are ways to mitigate that. My healers were literally screaming the entire time. Blood DK is certainly scary to heal. Like, I don't know how the monk felt just now. I felt okay. And we're figuring it out. I got one more to do on the Blood DK, but I'm also looking at the time. And let me just check when I have work tonight. I have to remember. I scheduled. I have one coaching call, and then I have my actual work too. What time is it? I have a note here. Okay. I like easy tanks, but hate stacking Iron for his bear. I feel like Prot Warrior is pretty straightforward for what it's worth, though. So then you're saying, ask be patient. They said after a few polls, they voted to abandon. Yeah. Where are you located? Thailand. Just got back. You don't need more weeklies? Considering it. In like certain key levels, if you ask questions, it is true. But to be honest with you, honestly, Stokes, if they're willing to kick you for you asking questions before the key starts, you wouldn't have wanted to be there anyways. They have saved you some time. IO will come. It's not worth subjecting yourself to toxicity to try to get it. And also, actually, a big tip in general, play with a Mistweaver. Mistweaver will make you feel so safe as a tank right now. Yeah, it is also super early in the season. No one should be flaming you for learning at this point, but it does happen 100%. VDH has significantly higher APM than Prot Warrior. Prot Warrior feels slow right now, although technically it's spammy. You can actually macro as a Prot Warrior. It's not actually the end of the... I probably would if I was playing Warrior right now. You can macro shield block and ignore pain into shields slam. Yeah. Playing with a Mistweaver, as long as that Mistweaver is playing Way of the Crane, will make you feel very safe at the moment. That is actually not a bad piece of advice. Find a healer friend. That's also true. Yeah. This season, my best of best keys for... Yeah. Mistweaver makes everyone feel very safe if they are not playing Caster Mistweaver. If they're playing Caster Mistweaver, not so much. How long does it take to get to 2.5k IO? Completely individual. For some people, they're going to take their time with that treason. Might take them a while. For other people, you can get it in a day. Like, you could totally do that in one day. But it depends on your experience level, how geared, your character. Like, are you just starting? Do you have a character? Do you have friends to play with, etc.? Like, for example, my DK has got a 12 just now. I was playing on Holy. I was hard carried in this key. I don't deserve this. I did like 50k DPS, and everyone else did much more than me. I only have this because I used my friends list, or rather stream as well. Same thing. You see what I mean? Yeah. But the idea is I don't deserve that key. But technically speaking, if you were just judging based on IO, I could technically say, well, I got 2.5 in 1 week, and I was only 230 item level. I don't necessarily deserve that IO, but since I was willing to ask, I got the IO. It's a hard thing to say, actually, though. What's up, Chantal? So glad so many people like raccoons. They are so cute, though. I still want one. Mm-hmm. My warrior took me 3 days. Yep. I think my druid got it in like half a day, but... Again, completely individual. You have some people who still, for example, have Shadowlands alchemy, like this. He mentioned coaching. Doing WoW coaching or personal training. My actual job is training, of course, Steve, but I also do WoW coaching, yeah, through Patreon. I've really enjoyed it. In the last few months, I've been doing a bunch, and I really significantly enjoy it. I'm an educator by trade. I like to make life easier for other people if I can. If I have knowledge that can benefit other people, I like to be able to share that knowledge. So the WoW coaching is something I've really enjoyed. Yeah. How's the stream so far? It's good, Rosa. You have a really good temperament for teaching too. Thank you, Random. I try to meet people where they're at. I think that to be a good teacher, you have to attempt to meet people where they need to hear you instead of trying to tell them what you want them to hear. It's a very big difference, and something that the WoW community does not do a good job of. As an example, you have to play the meta build. You have to play a specific way. I have not asked you how you want to play before I give you that advice. That's the thing. Random, he has a weird sleep schedule as well. Y'all both need to... I don't mind because that means we get to game more, but both of you probably have a weird sleep schedule. For finance-interested people, find it very meaningful. I get what you're saying. Yeah. I need to learn about finance, to be honest, though. True, TH. Oh, did you see the ban? Yeah. Yeah. Did you see the ban, TH? What's up? What's up, Junkus? You have some routes for it? Yeah, I gotta update the routes, to be honest, so... I have to update the routes a little bit for sure. There have been a few routes that have been significantly kind of developed over the season. We had them on beta. We were playing certain things a certain way, but now Mythic Dungeon Tools. Here. 2:30 was extremely early for me. A little bit deco. Yeah. What are the top 3 favorite characters for me this season? I like my Guardian Druid. Still not a huge fan of Apex, but it's growing on me a little bit. So, Guardian Druid, I still like Druid. That's just my favorite in general. Mistweaver. What's the third honorable mention? I haven't played a lot of alts yet. I have so many things, by the way, but I haven't played a lot of alts. Yeah, Deco, I have some tech as well once we actually get to it. I have some good tech as well. Just to clarify, this is how many characters I leveled. I don't have time to gear them all. But for what it's worth, okay? Listen. I have my Druid, my Monk, my Paladin, my Warrior, my Evoker, my DK, my Shaman, and I also leveled the Demon Hunter. Unfortunately, I won't have time to actually play all these characters. Yeah? So I'm focusing mostly on Druid and... Yeah, I actually have... So I've healed most 17s now on Resto Druid. I want to play... Whatever I do on Guardian, I also want to play on Resto. That's kind of one of my goals right now. Is I'm going to match my... Whatever Resil level I get on Guardian Druid, I would also like to get that on Resto and have both. You know? I sent you in Discord. The percentage one, Papa. The one, the nameplate percentage. You might have to remind me if that's the one you sent me. So, let me just check my Monk real quick. Yo, what's up, Tully? You play Pally or VDH? I play Pally, but I don't play VDH. The one for MDT. MDT Guide. No, I don't think I remember to do that, Papa. I do not think I did, actually. Let me figure it out. First of all, let me just check my vault. I've been maintaining a full vault on Monk. I also am not that far off from actually capping Cress. I have actually played Monk this season. I'm just doing chill stuff until I get to the higher stuff next week. I'm hoping that next week on the Druid I get a good vault and I get a Heroic Crest discount. The Heroic Crest discount will be very valuable because I'll actually be able to upgrade the Monk and I'll be able to gear. Once I get legs and stuff, he's not geared. First vault was the Mythic Headpiece. Second vault was a weapon for Brewmaster, but I'll also play Mistweaver. So we'll see. But the idea is I like Mistweaver more than I like Resto Druid. Resto Druid has to make decisions that I'm not a huge fan, though. Yes, I also think, Deco, that right now on Druid, you just don't interrupt those. There's a few pieces of tech that I have actually been looking into. We all need to figure it out for higher keys, Deco, because I do want to do them this season, and we totally can. I'm looking at the math, by the way, and since I've been playing Resto Druid, Deco, I also have very interesting information. Have you checked... Just in general, not that it matters too much. Have you checked the overall damage from most healers and tanks right now? Have you noticed that, Deco? Like an Intergrid, it's not actually that, but it's similar. Interesting. I should take a look at it, Papa, mostly because I think it will help people if there was something like that in game. It's not so much for me, it's more for other people. I think that if I play Apex and you bring your Mistweaver and we live keys, timer is easy. Even if we don't play a meta comp. I'm looking at how much damage, give or take, Brewmasters are doing. And I'm looking at how much damage, a Resto Druid or Resto Shaman is providing. Not even close. Like, bare Mistweaver is kind of Omega right now. The question is, can it live? Yeah, but that's the thing, Papa. That's why I want to talk about those types of things. The reason I bring up all the tanking stuff is, again, not so much for me, but for when a lot of people come in and they say, hey, how do I learn how to tank? It's like, I want to be able to give them the best information that I can. But I don't always have the tools to do so. Yes, that is one thing. And also, Deco, you saw the previous day, if I play Apex, I need some practice as Apex. Did 30k DPS overall as you popped off. Deco does like 45k or something like that. there a plater profile? Platinator. Not having holy power on Prot Pally, but having energy on Brew is weird. Wait, what? I'm not sure I followed that one. Was yeah. And you saw, by the way, Deco, you know that I had the rank 3 log for Algathar in the 117 we did when you weren't there? We did a 17 when you weren't there, and I think I did like 100k. And that was the rank 3 log at the time for Guardian when I played Apex. Yeah. And also, it just depends. I have to get some reps playing Apex if I'm going to play it, but like, it is ridiculous damage. Yeah, yeah. So I think that if we actually did that, there are some keys that still scare me. And keep in mind, I'm going to brick some keys playing it because I don't have any reps on it yet. But I can do it. It's a little frustrating. My friend is returning from Legion, likes Resto Shaman and Mistweaver Monk. Should I be nice to him to tell my tanks? Throw him onto... Did you really? That's crazy. Did you see... There's a clip of me doing... I mean... You'll see it tomorrow. Sorry, not tomorrow. You'll see it next week. Next week, Deco, I'll play Apex with you. Yeah. Well, random. There are some skills for higher keys that we're all going to have to learn, and that's okay. Oh, I see. Got you. I understand. Apex next week. I probably will start playing Apex more just because I'm thinking about the keys and the success rate. Yeah. It's not... I mean, that pull... So the thing is that first pulls of every dungeon, Apex goes so hard because you get pre-Apex. With Guardian Druid right now, before the key starts, you pre-Apex, so you'll have 4, and it's not okay. Also, keep in mind, I am not that geared. I am sitting on 140 Mythic Crests and 100 Heroic Crests. So next week, I get second craft. The very first vault, remember, I had to take a weapon that I didn't actually want to use yet. But I did take a weapon. So next week, I get to change this craft to a different slot. Probably boots or belt. We'll see. I get to change that craft over here. And then I get to play the mythic weapon. Slightly more damage. Very little. And then I'll get to send all my crests, hopefully. And then I should get about 5 item levels. Like, I should get about 4 or 5 item levels next week on the Druid. That'll feel great. And meta did not reset? Yes, correct. It no longer does. It used to. I had to blame a wound group chat. Of course. One season? Yeah. I'm a chronic... Like, think about it like this. My IO, I could have gotten probably another 18 or 2 today. I probably could have done another key. But... Here's the thing. But I was playing ults all day. So, you know what I mean? Like, the thing is that right now, I spent the last 6 hours on characters that were not my druid. My chronic ultaholic life will always cost me IO. Is 18 max? For me, I mean, for me right now. Yeah, but no, not the max key right now, Lund at all. People are doing, I think there's 21s that are being done. Like 20, 21 for the high end. This is decent. There aren't a lot of Guardian Druids running. There's a few. Next week, I guess the goal next week will be Resil 18, walking into some 19s probably. And then it will be a grind from there. Yeah. There's Zero Rush. Yeah, it's just for fun. I think that it's so important, actually, right now. Can I give you guys a massive tip? Like, normally, I want to be able to give you everything that I got, but in this particular instance, I will give you only the biggest tip that I can. Okay? Do not rush this season. We have like 5 months left of the season. Do not rush. Don't feel like you're actually falling behind. It is week 3. We have so much time. Do not feel pressured into rushing. That is a weird social thing. Chill. Enjoy the season. It's a weird thing, actually, right now. If anyone is feeling like, I have to play, just chill. Don't worry about it too much. Yeah. Yeah. Isn't the grind part? Yeah. Don't feel like that. Now, granted, it is tough to fall behind in IO, okay? Here's the thing. It is tough because it is difficult to get into groups when you fall behind in early IO. But in terms of fun, if you're not playing other games and you are a chronic, like I'm addicted to WoW, you will be playing for the next 5 months. I'm assuming that's how long the season is, although the 0.5 patch is very soon. You don't think they would give it like a 4-month season, do you? There's no way, right? I mean, that's something in the back of my head, by the way. I was thinking about this. I was like, so normally seasons are 6 months, but the 0.5 patch is coming in 2 weeks. There's no way that this is not gonna be like a 4 to 5 month. That would be kind of lit. I mean, that would be very interesting. I don't think that would be bad, but I don't think they would do it. That would pressure them for content though. Yeah, I mean, so a lot of people feel like that though, Wiz, for real. Like a lot of people feel like, oh, I haven't timed 18s yet, so I'm gonna might as well wait for season 2 at this point though. You think so? Between 0.5 and 0.7 is going to be 8 weeks. I was wondering if they were going to try to speed it up a little bit. It does get behind. Yeah. Now the thing is, Stokes, exists. Resilient exists. If resilient exists, you know the key. Stretch. Yeah, I should stretch. Actually, we should have this conversation while I'm working out for real. Oh, I'm not going to the gym the next 2 days, so I thought they were on 8-week patch cycles since. I wonder this. Well, we don't know, right? That's the thing. We don't know. It's like 14s. How most people feel for real, though. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Dark Lord. I wonder. I think it would be good, actually. I don't think that would be a problem if they went and did it that far. Okay, so question. Do we end the giveaway tonight or tomorrow? Do we just start stream tomorrow? I think we start stream tomorrow and end the giveaway then. Mostly because the people who entered the giveaway were earlier. I started playing this week and I've only tried Mythic Plus, so we're going to try to pug some raid. What do you think of Battle Axes on the tree boss? If we can do it, I can live it. Maybe. Well, depends. I need to sync it with Incarn. Maybe. So scary. Maybe. I also think that actually, like, the Algathar 18 is just chill. You have to be. So giveaway, sorry. The giveaway is for Factor Meals, not for WoW. It is a sponsor I have for the next 2 days. And I only have it for the next 2 days. So window capture here. I will show you. This is the meal kit for Factor. Here we go. You can get, this is like the Factor meals. You have to be in the US if you want to win one of these boxes. Remember, you have to be in the US, number 1. Number 2, you have to have not used Factor for the last year. I will end the giveaway tomorrow. But if you are interested in that and you fit those categories, you just enter it here like this. Yeah, I don't end boss. It's weird. I don't know if that's necessarily true at the highest level. I think that at the higher end of keys, there's, again, because the Resil system exists among other things, it do be tough out there. I also think that if you're playing off meta, like, I feel happy about these Guardian Druid keys, but technically speaking, I'm behind, you know? Could be much higher. Could be doing way more than this, right? Okay. I wanted to make a few guides tonight. I believe that I will not do more vault keys. Tomorrow, it means I need to finish 1 blood decay key. The goal tomorrow is 1 single blood decay key. And then I will probably do 1 Prez Evoker key. Most likely, not 4. And then I don't know what else I'm going to do. So I don't think I'm going to push on the Druid at all tomorrow. Sometimes you do a stream elements page. Yes, so you do that, and then you purchase buy ticket if you want. You just you have to buy a ticket on that page. It's free. Like, the ticket does not cost anything. You just have to click that, and it will enter you. Should. I've never done a giveaway, to be fair. To be fair, I'm very new at this. And Bossa, I'm so glad you liked my stream. Teddy, I'm glad you liked my stream. Guys, if you're here right now, I'm very happy that you like my stream. I am new to this. I don't really know how to navigate things like sponsorships or like giveaways. Never really done that before. I'm relatively new at this, but I'm learning, and thank you for what it's worth for hanging out. I appreciate all of the kind comments. Any tips on how to make Pally more tanky besides taking Sentinel? Shield on cooldown. Yeah, don't miss shields. Predator were very generous though. Yes, that was very cute though. Yes, if you enjoy my stream, and you have ever stopped by to just leave a kind comment, there are many people who leave very negative comments. There's a lot of hate on the internet, and it can be kind of wild, you know.
That's the thing. It can be a little wild. However, I appreciate anyone who just stops by and says, I like your content or your videos help me or anything like that. I want to make a habit, and we can see how consistent we're going to be at this, okay? Here's a habit that I would like to make. Every day, if you see me online, here's the thing. I think this would actually be super cool. Out of a conversation we had yesterday. If you see me online, tell me one positive thing that has happened to you recently. That's it. That's it. Open-ended. Could be in WoW. Could be in real life. Could be anything. Yeah? Here's the thing. Anything. Could be like I top damage in Algothar Academy. Could be in real life. Whatever. Any accomplishment. Just tell me one good thing. I think this is a great... I like this idea. If you see me online, just stop by and be like, I went for a walk today. Excellent. I had one piece of fruit today, if that's what you're after. Remember, I don't have fruit, but whatever it is. Just anything that you are proud of. I think that is a really cool idea. I would like to try to maintain the consistency of that. You want another project? Holy shit, Kitty, you're going to be so busy. I'm proud of you. I really am. I got to get my apron out. All right. Kitty, if you want another project, I tell you what, I'm going to get my apron out. I've got this. Hey, Kitty, do you want me to wear anything underneath the apron or just the apron? How are you feeling here? Yeah? This is the thing. I just need you just tell me, okay? You let me know. Just the apron? Sounds good. That's always what it is. Nice on your DOTC on a larger pit. Nice. That's cool. That's cool. I have noticed some people absolutely clapping on this, though. You got a 15% raise at work yesterday. Nice. And you got a hero puzzle box. Ooh. Tim Slice. How are you going to top this level of dopamine? A raise at work and your puzzle box dropped? Oof, man. Ayland, awesome. You upgraded for your GPU. That is a massive upgrade. Nice. That could last you a good decade. Hopefully. Yeah, that's an upgrade. That's an expensive buy right there, Ayland. Nice. Thoughts on reading stupid hate comments publicly? Seems like they're rare for you, but they're always going to exist. They don't really bother me. The thing is, if people are trying to upset me by telling me something negative, I got really thick skin. Like, not actually. My skin is kind of squishy. But, like, in terms of my emotional well-being, I got super thick skin. You can't really offend me online. My new guild cleared normal, nice, and started on March on Saturday. Goals heroic this season. Very cool. But we're focusing on having fun and being positive. I hope that you have a great time with your guild, Connolly. That's a good goal. That's a nice one. WoW is supposed to be fun, in fact. You know, that's the point of playing, actually. Pau Chara just subscribed. Yo, thank you, Pau. I appreciate that. You asked me earlier. I really do like streaming. And I hope, I was thinking about this. If I make a podcast one day, I would still like it. I think I want to go over like Mythic Plus stuff. I think it would be super cool. But at the same time, I also want to make sure that we represent that although there's a lot of good things that happen too. And there's a lot of people who really enjoy WoW. Time my 13 AA, nice. That's actually a good one though. It's finally hot spring season here. Like hot spring season or like you have a hot spring, Villanita. I've always wanted to go to a natural hot spring. I've never been actually. Yeah, I have actually never been to a proper hot spring. The season of spring. It's not fun in Thailand. Thailand is so hot, though. You got to shout one of the WoW podcasts, man. Talked about as a good resource for players. Was this The Bench, Ancient Orange? Yeah, I heard Shindig, right? When Shindig was on, he actually shouted me out. That was very cool. I woke up to a lot of Discord messages that day. That was very nice. Yeah. I reached out to Tettles after that, and I was like, if you want me on, just let me know. I was like, if you want me on an episode of The Bench, you just let me know. But then he never responded. Yeah, I know it would be super cool, but he never responded. I was like, oh. Well, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take. Yeah. I still feel like if I made a podcast, I would have such an urge to title it The Chair. My humor would almost not be able to resist it.
Like 99% of me, I'm not gonna do it, but 99% of me wants to just call it the chair or something like this. It's so silly, and it's not even that funny. It's really not even that funny for what it's worth. Barney, you? Yeah, I do like him. Okay, I'll be back tomorrow. Druid only podcast. Ooh. Have you thought that title through? Oh, Wiz, you're absolutely right. It's a good point. I know exactly what I would title it. I'll text it to you, Wiz. I'll message you. Okay, tomorrow we end the giveaway. Deal? Tomorrow when I start stream, I will end the giveaway and we will see who wins 3 factor boxes. Sound good? For tonight, I will bid you adieu. We shall raid into Vive. I win the giveaway. Got it? Maybe. We'll find out. We'll find out. When I end the giveaway, it will choose at random. Night. Good night, guys. We're going to go say hi to... Did she just end stream? Wow, what timing. I was about to start a raid, and then I realized she is not there anymore. Okay, well, all right. Take 2. Never mind. I was going to say hi to Vive, but she just ended stream. Okay. Onwards and upwards. No, Zoom. Wait a second. I have to, first of all, ZZ Boombox Bonks. I was going to say hi to Rob. Yeah, I always like Rob. Or there's some other people too. Let me see over here. How about... There's a bunch of people on right now. There's always so many cool people on Twitch. All right, this person just started their stream. Do not freak her out. She doesn't really know me that well. I have met her at some point. She has 4 viewers right now. She will... Don't freak her out. Go say hi. Alyssa Oopsie. I don't think I've ever rated her before. She seemed nice. I don't know. I don't actually... I don't really know her, but I don't know. All right, cool. Bye. See you tomorrow. Hello.